Chapter 260, Summoning the Prime Minister, The Game of Downing Street. Madam Prime Minister, the union chairman of Rover Group has issued an ultimatum. If the government cannot come up with a solution within 3 days, they will organize 100,000 workers to take to the streets in protest, paralyzing the entire London. London, 10, Downing Street, Prime Minister's office. Margaret Thatcher, the Prime Minister of Eagle Country known as the Iron Lady, is currently sitting in her office filled with classical British style. Her face was filled with a gloomy anger like dark clouds before a storm, and she was faced with various urgent reports about the bankruptcy crisis of the Rover Group and the wave of worker strikes. Damn the union. Mrs. Thatcher slammed the table, her face always full of determination and confidence, now filled with endless anxiety and anger. These insatiable fools. Who do they think they are? Do they think they can use strikes to blackmail the government? Madam Prime Minister, the problem now is that we no longer have any more funds to save the Rover Group. Her personal secretary, a middle-aged man named Peter Jones, cautiously reminded, the Treasury Department has made it clear. Our country's fiscal deficit has reached a historical high. We can't even afford military expenses anymore. Upon hearing these words, Mrs. Sakier's face flashed with a deep sense of powerlessness. She knew that Peter was telling the truth. Eagle Country, once a glorious empire that never sets for hundreds of years, is now deeply mired in the most severe post-war stagflation crisis. The high unemployment rate and severe inflation in China have resulted in significant losses and low efficiency for major state-owned enterprises, which have long become a heavy financial burden for the country. And she, Margaret Thatcher, is precisely the savior who is highly expected by the people to lead this country out of its predicament. However, she found herself facing a more severe and complex mess than she had imagined. Madam Prime Minister, regarding the acquisition offer of Rover Group, Roche Group has issued a formal notice. Peter Jones spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of imperceptible anticipation. Lei Group promises to take over all of Rover Group's debts and inject a huge amount of $10 billion into Rover Group's comprehensive technology upgrade and market expansion. And they have promised not to lay off any existing employees of the Rover Group in the next 5 years. All employees' salaries and benefits will be increased by 20 on the existing basis. Upon hearing Peter's words, Mrs. Thatcher's eyes flashed with an imperceptible surprise. She knew that the acquisition offer from Lei Group was a godsend opportunity for the current Eagle Country government. It can not only solve the bankruptcy crisis of the Rover Group and the unemployment problem of tens of thousands of workers, but also inject a shot in the arm into the automotive industry of Ingwa, allowing it to regain vitality. However, when Peter Jones mentioned the fourth acquisition condition of the Lei Group, the surprise that had just appeared on Mrs. Thatcher's face froze instantly. However, the Lei Group has also put forward a condition, Peter Jones said cautiously. They demand that as a condition of the acquisition, the Lei Group must acquire all the equity of Rolls-Royce, the Eagle Country aviation engine giant held by the Rover Group, and the Roche Group must obtain a perpetual license for all Rolls-Royce aircraft engine technologies. What? Mrs. Sakier suddenly stood up from her seat, her face filled with a gloomy anger like the dark clouds before a storm. He's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. Who does he think he is? Does he think he can use money to buy the national treasure of our Eagle Kingdom? He is openly provoking the national security of our Eagle Country. He is insulting the dignity of all Eagle Country people. Shakalov trembled with emotion. She knows that Rolls-Royce's aircraft engine technology is the national treasure of Eagle Country and the core competitiveness that maintains its leading position in the aviation industry. This technology cannot be controlled by any outsider. However, Peter Jones just stood there quietly, without any expression on his face. He knew that although Lady Sakier spoke strongly, her heart was experiencing a battle between heaven and man. Because he knew that Mrs. Thatcher didn't have a choice right now. Madam Prime Minister, we are currently facing only 2 choices. Peter Jones' voice was calm, yet filled with unquestionable dominance. Firstly, reject the acquisition offer from Lei's Group. Then, you will watch helplessly as the Rover Group goes bankrupt, tens of thousands of workers lose their jobs, and the entire automotive industry in Eagle Country will be completely plunged into despair. Secondly, accept the acquisition offer from Lei's Group. Then, you will witness firsthand the freshman, and you will also receive a secret gift from the Lei Group that can change the entire industrial landscape of Eagle Country. Secret gift. Mrs. Thatcher listened to Peter Jones' words full of pros and cons, with a stiff smile on her face that was even uglier than crying. She knew that Peter was telling the truth. She really doesn't have a choice now. She walked slowly to the window, looking out at the London street view that appeared even darker in the drizzle, with a deep sense of powerlessness and loneliness flashing in her eyes. She knew that the Prime Minister of Eagle Country, known as the Iron Lady, was now forced into a dilemma by a young businessman from the East. Long time. She slowly turned around, with a determined and resolute expression on her face. Peter. Her voice was hoarse and exhausted. Contact Sir Lei Chao immediately. Tell him, me, Margaret Thatcher, Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. At 10, Downing Street. Personally meet him. Peter Jones heard this, and a hint of imperceptible joy flashed in his eyes. He knew that Mrs. Thatcher ultimately made the only and most correct choice. He knew that a top-level political game was about to kick off in this ancient city. At 9:30 a.m. the next day, 10, Downing Street, London, Lei Chao, dressed in a sharp dark blue handmade suit, slowly walked off the Rolls-Royce Phantom surrounded by a group of black-clad bodyguards. There was no expression on his face, only an absolute calmness that looked down upon sentient beings like a deity. He ignored the swarming media reporters at the entrance and stood quietly in front of the black gate at 10, Downing Street. His gaze pierced through the thick wooden door, as if he saw the Iron Lady waiting for him inside. He knew that this game was not just a game of money, but also a game of power, and more importantly, a game of will. He knew that Lady Thatcher, the Prime Minister of Eagle Country known as the Iron Lady, would definitely try to suppress and control him with her strong aura and firm will. However, he, Lei Chao, has never been a puppet that can be controlled by anyone. He slowly raised his hand and lightly knocked on the black door. Dong, dong, dong. 3 dull knocking sounds echoed in this ancient Prime Minister's office, like the final whisper of death. The door slowly opened. An old butler wearing a neat British butler uniform stood respectfully at the door, bowing slightly to Lei Chao. Sir Lei, the Prime Minister has been waiting inside for a long time. A cold, confident, and mocking curve curved at the corner of Lei Chao's mouth. He knew that this game had just begun. He knew that the chips in his hands were enough to make this once arrogant Iron Lady bow down in front of him. In his pocket, he carried a top-secret military deployment map of the Argentine military in the waters surrounding the Falkland Islands, which was recently intercepted by the Eye of Heaven system. This intelligence is enough to change the course of the entire war in the Falkland Islands. This intelligence is enough to make Lady Sakir look at him with new eyes. Chapter 261. The Confrontation at Downing Street. Intelligence is my trump card. Sir Ray, the Prime Minister has been waiting for you inside for quite some time. At number 10 Downing Street, the world's most renowned black door creaked open. A venerable butler, impeccably clad in a tailored British uniform with hair meticulously combed, stood respectfully at the threshold, offering a slight bow to Lord Ray. His posture was impeccable, yet imbued with an air of aloofness, as if guarding a fortress. A cold, confident smirk curled at the corners of Lord Ray's lips, radiating an unyielding self-assurance laced with derision. He paid no heed to the frenzy of media reporters outside, their cameras clicking like sharks sensing blood in the water. Instead, he brushed off non-existent dust from his deep blue suit, handcrafted by Italy's finest artisans, and strode into the political heart of the British Empire with a calm, yet resolute gait. The atmosphere in the study felt as if it had solidified, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. The crackling flames in the fireplace could not dispel the icy chill that permeated the room, akin to a Siberian cold front. Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady renowned for her steely resolve, sat quietly behind her imposing oak desk. Her expression was devoid of emotion. Her blue eyes, typically brimming with confidence, now resembled two sharp, ice-blue scalpels, scrutinizing the Eastern man who had just entered with unwavering intensity. She was evaluating him, simultaneously projecting the last vestiges of the sun never set's empire's pride and authority. Lord Ray, please take a seat. Her voice was frigid and unyielding, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, much like her infamous moniker. I believe there are matters between us that require forthright discussion. Yet, Lord Ray did not take a seat. He instead ambled towards the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the somber London streets rendered even grayer by the drizzle. His silhouette stood tall and regal, embodying a formidable strength that appeared capable of challenging the world itself. Prime Minister, I believe you have misapprehended the nature of our discourse. Lord Ray's voice was calm and composed, as though engaged in a trivial afternoon tea with a mundane business associate rather than conversing with the leader of a global superpower. Today, it is not you who will be negotiating with me. He slowly turned to face her, his deep-set eyes shimmering with a palpable, world-conquering dominance. The terrifying aura of a sovereign king momentarily unsettled even the steadfast Mrs. Thatcher, seated as she was upon her metaphorical throne. Rather, it is I, Ray, here to inform you of my decision. Preposterous. Mrs. Thatcher slammed her hand upon the desk, her typically composed visage betraying an unprecedented fury. She felt her authority as Prime Minister of the British Empire affronted by a naked provocation. Lord Ray, mind your language. You stand in number 10 Downing Street, not in your lawless Hong Kong. In response to her thunderous ire, Lord Ray merely smiled with disdain. A smile suffused with pity and mockery for a relic of a bygone era soon to be eclipsed by time. Prime Minister, I believe you are yet to grasp the present circumstances. He approached her grand desk with deliberate steps, disregarding her fiery glare, and retrieved 2 meticulously prepared folders from his briefcase. The first contained the much-discussed strategic restructuring and future development plan of the Rover Group. I trust you have already perused this document. Lord Rei's voice was icy and imbued with unwavering confidence. I am prepared to rescue your beleaguered rover group with a cash infusion of 10 billion, preserving the livelihoods of tens of thousands of workers, and committing to transform it into a world-class automotive giant that can rival Germany's Volkswagen and Japan's Toyota within 5 years. But, Mrs. Thatcher interjected sharply, her voice cutting like a steel blade, your condition is the aviation engine technology of Rolls-Royce. Lord Rei, you are dreaming. I could never, and would never, trade our nation's crown jewels for a sordid deal. Is that so? A devilish smile crept across Lord Rei's lips. He gradually opened the second folder and, like a proud yet benevolent deity, gently pushed it toward the already pallid Mrs. Thatcher. The cover bore a chilling, massive title stamped in both Russian and English. Complete strategic deployment plan for the military landing operation of the Rosario military junta in Argentina. Boom. At the sight of that title, Mrs. Thatcher felt as though her mind had been struck by a detonated bomb, leaving her momentarily blank. Her blue eyes, usually so full of steadfastness, widened in disbelief, as if two dead fish were about to burst from their sockets, filled with boundless shock and incredulity. She could not comprehend, she truly could not fathom, how this absolute top-secret military intelligence, which her most capable operatives at MI6 had been unable to acquire despite immense resources, lay so casually within the grasp of this Eastern man. Who was he? What terrifying, unfathomable intelligence power lurked behind him? Prime Minister. According to this little gift provided by my associates, Lord Rei's voice was as calm as if delivering the evening weather forecast. Yet each word struck like the most precise and weighty gavel of judgment, resonating harshly against the already fragile heart of the Iron Lady. The Argentine Navy's aircraft carrier group, the May 25th, will launch a premeditated assault on our overseas territory of the Falkland Islands in the South Atlantic within the next 48 hours. Our Royal Marine garrison of fewer than 100 personnel stationed on the islands will not withstand their multifaceted assault, which will come from land, sea, and air, for more than 3 hours. 3 hours later, a cruel smile graced Lord Rei's lips. You, along with the esteemed empire you lead, will find yourselves humiliated before the world's media, suffering the greatest disgrace since World War II. And you, Margaret Thatcher, will become the most infamous and inept defeated Prime Minister in the annals of British history. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Thatcher's already fragile heart could bear no more under the weight of such overwhelming fear and pressure. Her vision blurred, and she collapsed into a heap, utterly defeated upon the very seat that symbolized her supreme power. She knew she had lost utterly. Now, Lord Rei's voice, like the final decree of death, echoed slowly through the deathly silent study. Let us discuss that minor transaction regarding the Rolls-Royce aviation engine technology. Chapter 262, The Humiliation of £1. Who is the true victor? Sir Rei, I represent the government of the British Empire, and in principle, I have agreed to your terms. After a long pause, Margaret Thatcher slowly lifted her head from the depths of shock and despair. Her voice was hoarse and dry, imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. Those sharp blue eyes, usually as keen as a hawk's, now appeared as dim as two extinguished stars. She understood that from the moment she laid eyes on the top-secret intelligence capable of altering the course of a war, the initiative in this game had irrevocably shifted from her hands to that of the formidable young man before her. He was not merely a businessman. He was a warlord wielding a terrifying power capable of subverting national governance. Excellent. I relish trading with intelligent individuals, Lei Chao remarked, a victorious smile gracing his face. He leisurely took a seat on the sofa opposite Mrs. Thatcher, exuding an air of composure as if he were the true master of this office. However, Prime Minister, I am not particularly fond of the term in principle. The corners of Lei Chao's mouth curled into a playful arc. I prefer a more direct and efficient mode of collaboration. What do you desire? Mrs. Thatcher's voice was laden with fatigue. She knew that since he had revealed his trump card, it was now his turn to collect the bountiful spoils. I require a government authorization document, personally signed by you, which possesses the highest legal validity, Lei Chao stated calmly, yet with an undeniable air of dominance. I need the Eagle Nation's government to publicly acknowledge that my Rei Group holds 100% indisputable legal ownership of Rover and all its associated assets, including the entirety of Rolls-Royce's shareholdings in the aerospace sector. This is impossible. Mrs. Thatcher rejected without a moment's hesitation. Rolls-Royce is a vital national asset. Its technology encompasses our country's most critical military secrets. I could never sell it to a foreigner. This is an insurmountable bottom line for the British Empire. A bottom line. Lei Chao chuckled, his laughter dripping with derision. Prime Minister, forgive my candor, but does a nation on the brink of losing its overseas territories still have the right to discuss a bottom line with me? You. Mrs. Thatcher trembled with indignation, her face flushing a deep shade of crimson from the humiliation embedded in his words. Do not be agitated, Prime Minister, Lei Chao gently gestured for her to calm down. I am well aware of your concerns. Therefore, I have prepared a supplementary clause brimming with sincerity for you. With that, he produced a third document from his briefcase. I can assure you in the agreement, Lei Chao's voice was laced with seduction, that for the next 20 years, all core research and development teams and production lines of Rolls-Royce will remain on the soil of the Eagle Nation. Our Lei Group will only act as strategic investors and technological partners in its future developmental planning. Furthermore, Lei Chao's lips curled into an even more enigmatic smile. As a gesture of our amicable cooperation, I can also present to you a portion of the theoretical design drawings for the next-generation vector thrust engine developed by our Lei Aerospace Technology Laboratory, free of charge, as a gift to the Royal Air Force of the Eagle Nation. Vector thrust? Mrs. Thatcher's pupils constricted sharply. Though not a military expert, she had heard this term, imbued with a sense of science fiction, more than once from her Minister of Defense. She understood it to be a groundbreaking technology that would enable fighter jets to perform extraordinary maneuvers akin to UFOs. The ultimate trump card coveted by every major aviation power in the world. And now, this man was offering it as a greeting gift, a portion for free? Sir Ray, who exactly are you? Mrs. Thatcher felt her worldview being irrevocably shattered in that moment. The more she learned about this man, the more he seemed unfathomable, akin to an endless black hole. Who I am is of little consequence, Lei Chao replied with an inscrutable smile. What matters is what I can offer the British Empire, what you need most. The future. Mrs. Thatcher fell silent. She realized she had no justification or leverage left to refuse this devil's bargain. Very well, I concede to your terms, she finally uttered, closing her eyes as if summoning every ounce of strength to force out these words laden with humiliation and resentment. However, regarding the acquisition price, she attempted to salvage whatever little dignity remained for herself and the British Empire. We cannot simply hand it over to you. This would provoke a tremendous backlash from the public and Parliament. You must pay a reasonable price. Of course, Lei Chao smiled, fully aware that even a proud lioness, though defeated, requires a dignified exit. Then, let us settle on this price. Lei Chao slowly extended a finger. Mrs. Thatcher gazed at that finger, her heart tightening, and instinctively asked, 100 million pounds? Lei Chao shook his head. 1 billion? Lei Chao still shook his head. Could it be 100 billion? Mrs. Thatcher's heart raced, knowing that while Rover was a troubled entity, its brand value and fixed assets collectively warranted that price. If they could indeed sell it for 100 billion, she would not only avoid treason, but would also perform a tremendous service for her country. Yet, Lei Chao shook his head once more, a cold smirk of utmost humiliation and derision gracing his lips. No, it is 1 pound. Puffed. Mrs. Thatcher felt a surge of blood rise in her throat, nearly spewing forth at the absurdity. 1 pound? He intended to acquire the entire Rover Group for a mere pound? This was no longer a simple business acquisition. It was an unabashed, unvarnished, and public humiliation of the entire British Empire. However, before she could fully comprehend the magnitude of this humiliation, Lei Chao's cold, emotionless voice resonated once more in her ears, as chilling as a death knell. Prime Minister, I believe you may not fully grasp the situation. Purchasing Rover for 1 pound is not me taking advantage of you. Rather, it is me assisting you in disposing of a colossal financial burden that incurs losses of billions annually while supporting tens of thousands of lethargic union members. It is I who am using my own funds to pay for your government's incompetence and inefficiency. Therefore, you should be grateful to me. Grateful that I only charged you 1 pound for the waste disposal. This statement, filled with the venomous logic of capitalism, pierced like the sharpest of knives into the proud heart of the Iron Lady. Ultimately, under the dual pressures of national interest and her personal political future, Mrs. Thatcher, with tears of humiliation streaming down her face, signed her name on the acquisition agreement, symbolizing the end of an era for the paltry sum of 1 pound. That night, the front pages of major media outlets in the Eagle Nation exuberantly reported this historic transaction with a tone of victory and pride, offloading the burden. The Thatcher government successfully sold the heavily loss-ridden Rover Group to Hong Kong tycoon Lei Chao for a symbolic price of 1 pound, a paradigm of UK-China cooperation. The British government's wise decision saved taxpayers billions in fiscal subsidies. Everyone believed that it was the British government that had struck an extraordinary deal, successfully passing a hot potato to an unsuspecting dupe from the East. However, within the opulent presidential suite of the Savoy Hotel, Lei Chao gazed at the newspaper, adorned with self-congratulatory reports steeped in the spirit of acumen, a sardonic smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, suffused with icy disdain. He slowly raised the glass of Louis XIII in his hand, gently swirling it while contemplating the London nightscape that belonged to him. He was acutely aware of who the true victor in this game was. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the Eagle Nation's Rover Group and its subsidiary, Rolls-Royce Aerospace. You have mastered the core technology of the world's leading aerospace engines. Your personal technology tree has successfully unlocked the aviation power branch. The system is currently assessing your comprehensive strength based on the strategic assets you have obtained. Assessment complete. Congratulations, host. You have successfully achieved the hidden accomplishment, Barbarian of Industry. A genuine smile of triumph illuminated Lei Chao's face. He understood that his audacious dream of world domination had just completed a crucial and steadfast piece of the puzzle. However, he did not linger in the euphoria of victory for long. Almost the moment the contract was signed, he pressed the red emergency button that directly connected to the highest command of Hell Island. Abu. His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Initiate the Dragon's Nest plan. The blueprints, the data, and those German and Eagle Nation engine experts we have long been monitoring. I want to see them, along with their expertise, appear in our secret laboratory in Hong Kong within 24 hours. Chapter 263. The Great Technological Relocation. Engineers must be packed and taken away. Boss. MI6 has set its sights on us. London. The night was as dark as ink. An unremarkable black Ford van quietly traversed the rural road leading to Rover Group's Engine Research and Development Center in Coventry. Inside the vehicle, Abu's perpetually icy expression revealed a hint of gravity for the first time. He peered through the one-way bulletproof glass of the window, catching a glimpse of two black Jaguar sedans that had been tailing them since their departure from the hotel. Judging by the license plates and vehicle models, they belonged to MI6 Special Operations Division, the elite field team. Abu's voice was low and laced with caution. It seemed that old woman, Sakel, was still not at ease with us. On the surface, she signed a contract with us, but behind the scenes, she dispatched her most ferocious hounds to keep watch over us. As expected, yet, in the driver's seat, Lei Chao maintained an air of effortless composure. He even had the leisure to take out a cigar from his pocket, allowing the pig-lard boy in the passenger seat to light it for him. If she wasn't prepared for at least this contingency, then she was not the Iron Lady who could wrestle with the Soviets. Lei Chao inhaled deeply from the cigar, slowly releasing a perfect smoke ring. However, she still underestimated me, Lei Chao. Did she think that sending a few dogs to follow me could keep an eye on my treasures? The corners of Lei Chao's mouth curled into a cold, disdainful arc. He knew from the moment he signed that £1 contract, he had become the highest-level monitoring target of the entire Eagle Nation's intelligence system. Every move he made, every phone call he made, every person he met, was under the omnipresent surveillance of MI6. But so what? In the face of Lei Chao, who possessed the Heavenly Eye Global Intelligence Network and the Pandora's Box blackmail database, MI6's proud traditional espionage tactics seemed as childish as a child playing house. Abu. Proceed with the plan as scheduled. Lei Chao's voice was calm, imbued with an undeniable authority. Yes, boss. Without hesitation, Abu pressed the button on what appeared to be an ordinary mobile phone, but was, in fact, a high-level tactical command terminal capable of issuing orders to dozens of covert operational teams worldwide. Dragon's Nest Plan, Phase 2, initiated. Simultaneously, hundreds of kilometers away in Liverpool, the second-largest port city of the Eagle Nation, a meticulously orchestrated series of unexpected and fortuitous events was unfolding silently. In the Liverpool dock area, a freight warehouse controlled by remnants of Jardine Matheson suddenly erupted into flames without warning. Fire illuminated the night sky, thick smoke billowing, as dozens of fire trucks rushed to the scene, sealing off the entire port area. Following closely were reporters from the Eagle Nation's largest tabloid, The Sun, which had already been secretly acquired by Lei Chao, who arrived at the scene like sharks sensing blood. Armed with their cameras, they captured images of the contraband items, smuggled goods ignited by the fire, emitting noxious chemical fumes, previously placed by the Lei Shield agents, in vivid detail. The next day, the shocking scandal of Jardine Matheson suspected of smuggling chemical weapons raw materials erupted onto the front pages of every media outlet across the Eagle Nation with a thunderous impact. The public discourse throughout the Eagle Nation was instantly ignited. MI6, Scotland Yard, and all relevant powerful departments were thrown into disarray by this sudden, monumental case, compelled to deploy all their elite forces into a comprehensive investigation of Jardine Matheson. Meanwhile, as the entire attention of the Eagle Nation was firmly captivated by this diversionary tactic orchestrated by Lei Chao, another true upheaval was taking place within the seemingly tranquil Rover Engine Research Center in Coventry, proceeding with the speed and force of a thunderbolt. Hurry, hurry, hurry. All core blueprints, all experimental data, all CAD models. Not a single one can be missing. Pack it all up. Digital backups, physical backups, double insurance. In the highest-level archive room of the research center, which housed decades of painstaking work from Rolls-Royce, Wan Xiong led his team of 50 elite black-scale technical operatives, operating with the efficiency of a top-notch moving company, feverishly transporting those top-tier aviation technology treasures that would make any nation envious. Each of these technical operatives was a prodigious youth meticulously selected by Lei Chao from the most prestigious defense technology universities in the mainland of Huaxia. They possessed not only extraordinary physical prowess, but also a terrifying memory and logical analysis capabilities rivaling that of supercomputers. In less than 3 hours, they had thoroughly transferred the tens of thousands of paper blueprints and technical documents, stacked like mountains in the archive room akin to a small library, into their own minds and onto the high-capacity encrypted solid-state drives developed by Lei Electronics. Meanwhile, on the other side of the research center, a similarly lucrative and human-focused seduction operation was concurrently underway. Dr. Schmidt, good evening. In an independent office adorned with a chief engineer's plaque, Abu, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, exuded the air of a most refined gentleman, smiling as he sat before the visibly pale and trembling German old man, Dr. Gunter Schmidt, the chief designer of the aerospace engine department of Rolls-Royce. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know any Mr. Lei. You must let me go. Otherwise, I will call the police. Dr. Schmidt's voice trembled violently with overwhelming fear. However, Abu merely laughed disdainfully. He refrained from engaging in further futile discourse with this antiquated relic still struggling in vain. Instead, he slowly retrieved a tablet from his pocket and gently pressed the play button. Instantly, a heartwarming and joyous family video appeared on the screen. The setting was a picturesque estate in Munich, Germany. A charming little girl, seemingly no older than 7 or 8 and resembling a porcelain doll with her golden locks, gleefully rode a brand new children's bicycle on the lawn, chasing after a beautiful butterfly. Behind her, a stunning woman with golden hair and striking blue eyes, exuding grace, gazed lovingly at her daughter, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. That was none other than Dr. Schmidt's wife and their little girl. Your daughter is truly adorable. Abu's voice was as soft as if he were admiring a beautiful painting. Yet, the content of his words plunged Dr. Schmidt into a chilling abyss, colder than the depths of the inferno. Our boss, Abu continued, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth like that of a devil, has taken a particular liking to children. Therefore, he has prepared a seaside villa in Hong Kong for your family, 10 times larger than your estate in Munich, along with a relocation check for $50 million. He shifted his tone abruptly, his voice turning as cold as steel. Of course, if you refuse our boss's goodwill, I cannot guarantee that you will see news of your beloved daughter in the morning papers, tragically struck down by a runaway truck on her way home from school. You are monsters. Monsters. At that moment, Dr. Schmidt's psychological defenses crumbled completely. He slumped like a puddle of mud in that cold chair. Ultimately, under the dual pressures of his unending concern for his family and the immense fear of death, this esteemed German expert, who had dedicated his life to the field of aerospace engines, along with his equally skilled colleagues, unhesitatingly chose to cooperate. The following morning, as MI6 agents finally regained their composure from the smuggling scandal instigated by Jardine Matheson and turned their attention back to the Rover Research and Development Center, they found only empty, desolate archive rooms, alongside several resignation letters penned by Dr. Schmidt and his colleagues, filled with disappointment towards the company and hopes for the future. Meanwhile, Lei Chao was already aboard his sleek black private jet, accompanied by his substantial spoils and a few top engine experts who willingly joined his ranks, disappearing into the overcast skies of London, leaving behind a silhouette imbued with endless humiliation and anger for the entire British Empire. Chapter 264, The Godfather of Capitalism teaches the Eagle Nation how to capitalize. Strike. Strike. We demand a strike. Down with the capitalists. Restore our right to work. Chinese go home from Coventry. Rover belongs to us, the workers of the Eagle Nation. Outside the Rover assembly plant in Coventry, a cacophony erupted, filled with fervent voices. Thousands of Eagle Nation workers, clad in blue overalls and hard hats, rallying behind various union leaders wielding provocative slogans, completely blocked the factory gates. With red eyes, they roared and bellowed, hurling stones and rotten eggs at the newly installed, futuristic sign emblazoned with a silver lightning logo. The air was thick with the scent of class struggle and xenophobia. Ever since Lei Chao acquired the entire Rover Group for a mere £1, he had become the #1 target of condemnation from all union organizations and leftist media across the Eagle Nation. They portrayed him as a greedy, cold-blooded, inhumane vampire from the East, a demon intent on using his brand of Oriental despotism to obliterate the freedoms and dignity of their proud British working class. Today marked the official first day of this demon's takeover of the factory. Everyone eagerly anticipated witnessing his downfall, curious to see how this unassuming outsider would be thoroughly submerged in the ocean of their glorious labor movement. In the director's office on the second floor, overlooking the tumult below, the atmosphere was as tense as the sky before a storm. The original management of Rover, a group of elderly gentlemen past their prime, dressed impeccably in tailored English suits and exuding an aura of old-world aristocracy, sat stiffly on one side of the conference table. though their faces retained the last vestiges of dignity and restraint belonging to the elite of the sun never sets empire. Deep within their eyes flickered a hint of profound helplessness and anxiety towards the surging tide of protesters outside. Conversely, Lei Chao lounged leisurely in his expansive chair, upholstered in fine calfskin. His feet, rather unceremoniously, rested on the polished mahogany conference table. A faint, amused smile played upon his lips, as if the clamorous protests outside were merely the buzzing of a swarm of flies. Sir Lei, the former CEO of Rover, an elderly gentleman named John Smith, was the first to lose his composure. Clearing his throat, he cautiously spoke in a tone imbued with quintessential British politeness. "You see, our factory workers. Their emotions may be a tad agitated. I believe it might be prudent for us to temporarily avoid the situation. Once their feelings have calmed, we can send a union representative to engage in a friendly and candid dialogue." Dialogue? A derisive smirk curled at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth. "Mr. Smith, I believe you may be misunderstanding the situation. From this day forth, I, Lei Chao, am the sole owner of this factory, possessing ultimate authority." He contemptuously gestured towards the protesters still clamoring outside. "Just a bunch of worthless individuals I intend to dismiss." What? Upon hearing Lei Chao's audacious and bloodthirsty proclamation, Smith and the other members of the management team appeared as if struck by a thunderbolt from the heavens, rendered utterly speechless. Dismiss? He intended to fire all the workers? Had he lost his mind? Did he not recall that he had explicitly promised the Prime Minister, in black and white, not to lay off a single employee for 5 years in the acquisition agreement? Was he openly tearing apart his relationship with the entire union movement, and even 10 Downing Street? Yet, Lei Chao paid no heed to the stunned relics of the old era. He slowly rose from his seat and approached the immense floor-to-ceiling window. Looking down with a lofty perspective at the throngs of protesters below, a sea of anger and ignorance. In his eyes sparkled a cold, calculating wisdom, reminiscent of a deity. He understood that any negotiation or compromise with these indolent souls, thoroughly indoctrinated by the union's egalitarian and collectivist ideologies, would be utterly futile. There was but one language they could comprehend: the unyielding power of wealth, more unreasonable and capitalistic than they could ever be. Lei Chao activated the internal communication system. "Boss, what are your orders?" "Inform our associates." Lei Chao's voice resonated with an icy authority that brooked no dissent. "Have the revised employee benefits and remuneration reform plan printed in the largest font, 100,000 copies. Then, deploy our aerial gunship to rain them down over the factory like confetti from the heavens. I want every worker to clearly see how much they can earn by following me, Lei Chao." "Yes, boss." 10 minutes later, as the protesting workers outside the factory continued their vehement curses against the malevolent Eastern capitalist, an enormous, thunderous roar of engines descended upon them from the overcast sky without warning. Everyone instinctively lifted their heads. What they beheld was a jet-black, menacingly designed armed helicopter, an embodiment of both sci-fi and violent aesthetics, hovering ominously less than 100 meters above them, akin to a war demon risen from the depths of hell. The dark, honeycomb-like array of multi-barreled rocket launchers, the colossal blades spinning like the scythe of death, and the gleaming 30mm chain guns protruding from the sides emanated a chilling presence. A suffocating aura capable of crushing any normal person's will to resist into dust. "Oh my God, what manner of beast is that?" "It's the Russian deer. I've seen it on television. It's the devil's weapon the Soviets used to slaughter Afghan civilians. How did it end up here?" As the workers beheld this extraterrestrial war machine, they stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief, collectively silenced. Their hearts, which had been brimming with revolutionary fervor moments ago, were now shattered by an unprecedented, soul-deep terror. Just as they found themselves paralyzed by fear, the rear hatch of the helicopter slowly opened. Yet, what emerged was not a rain of death that would shred them to pieces, but thousands of pristine A4 sheets fluttering down like snowflakes. A bolder worker instinctively reached out to catch one of the flyers as it descended before him. He glanced down, and, upon reading the contents, his blue eyes, often clouded with confusion and rage, widened in shock, as if they might pop from their sockets. His breath caught in his throat. Employee Remuneration Reform Plan, Trial Version, of Lei Chao Rover Automotive, Eagle Country, Limited, 1. All employees' base salaries will be increased by 20% above the current standard. 2. All forms of collective bonuses will be abolished. A new incentive system based on individual performance and overall factory efficiency will be introduced, linking pay to output with no upper limit. 3. A voluntary overtime system will be established. All employees who choose to work overtime on weekends and holidays will receive triple pay and enjoy complimentary gourmet lunches and afternoon teas provided by the company. 4. An annual Outstanding Employee Award will be instituted. Each year, 100 exemplary workers will be selected from the front line. with each receiving a cash prize of £10,000 and a brand new Rover automobile gifted by the company. Boom. As the worker, his voice trembling with intense emotion, recited the contents of the flyer word for word, the protesting crowd experienced a brief, profound silence that lasted a mere fraction of a second before erupting into a cacophony of cheers, louder and more frenzied than ever, fueled by an instinctive craving for wealth. Oh my God, what have I just seen? Triple overtime pay, and free lunches and afternoon teas. This is even more sumptuous than the meals my wife prepares. An annual outstanding employee even receives a brand new car. Surely, I cannot be dreaming. To hell with the unions. To hell with the strike. I want to work overtime. I want to earn money. I want to drive my own Rover. In an instant, the once united brotherhood of the working class, fiercely united in their struggle, crumbled under the sugary bombardment of Lei Chao's straightforward monetary temptations. They resembled sharks that had caught a whiff of blood, frantically discarding their protest signs, shoving aside union leaders still attempting to incite further resistance, and rushing towards the closed factory gates, their absurd behavior starkly contrasting with their earlier image as fearless revolutionary fighters. In the office, former CEO Smith of Rover and his antiquated management team stared in disbelief at the surreal turn of events unfolding before them. They felt as if the advanced Western principles of labor relations and corporate management they had adhered to for decades were as fragile as a piece of paper punctured by a single blow. Utterly defenseless against the crude, unyielding power of money wielded by this Eastern man, they slowly turned their heads, gazing at the young man still standing by the window, a cold smile of complete control gracing his face, with a sense of reverence and admiration akin to that reserved for a genuine deity. They understood that from this day forth, under the guidance of this capitalist patriarch from the East, they would have to relearn what true capitalism really entailed. Chapter 265, The Birth of a Bestseller. Even the Iron Lady must stand aside. Hurry, hurry, hurry. What are those guys on line 3 doing? Slacking off? Tell them if they cannot complete the assembly of 150 engines by 5 this afternoon, they can forget about their bonuses this month. And also, those fools in quality control, tell them to keep their eyes wide open. If the error of any part exceeds 0.01 millimeters, it will be treated as scrap and thrown back into the furnace for remanufacturing. The boss said that our cars produced by Lei's Rover absolutely do not allow any defective screws. Coventry, in the final assembly plant of Roche Rover, the British factory, which was once filled with laziness, inefficiency, and endless afternoon tea time, was completely revitalized in less than a month under the transformation of Lei Chao's 996 and piece rate iron blood management methods full of Eastern characteristics, full of unprecedented vitality and struggle. All the workers are like wound-up robots, with red eyes and sweating profusely in their respective positions, crazily coiling inside, because they know that here, every drop of sweat you shed can be exchanged for real and tangible rewards. They are no longer the poor proletariat who had to rely on trade unions to beg for fixed wages from capitalists, as before. They are honorable workers. They are the fighters of the new era who can create unlimited wealth through their own hands. As the chief designer of this struggler movement, Lei Chao, however, did not hide in his luxurious and comfortable office like those traditional capitalists, feeling proud of the constantly rising numbers on his financial statements. He chose a more approachable and provocative approach. He eats and lives in the factory almost every day. He wore the same blue workwear as the workers and personally descended onto the assembly line filled with oil and noise. He will personally pick up a wrench to guide young workers who are not yet proficient in technology on how to tighten a screw faster and more accurately. He would personally carry the plates and stand in line with the sweaty workers in the factory cafeteria, filled with the aroma of food, chatting with them about football, women, and their beautiful aspirations for the future. At the annual commendation meeting for outstanding employees of the factory, he even personally presented the glittering trophies and the keys to the new Rover cars that symbolized success and glory to the model worker who had made outstanding contributions to the factory in the past year. He used his unique methods full of personality charm and money magic to completely conquer the hearts of the blue-collar workers in Eagle Country who had once been hostile and discriminatory towards him in the shortest possible time. He became the undisputed spiritual leader and life mentor in their hearts. And Rover, the once terminally ill and dying industrial giant, miraculously came back to life with a terrifying speed that no one could have expected under the dual treatment of acupuncture and moxibustion and powerful medicine of Lei Chao, the miracle doctor. 3 months later, London, Earl's Palace Exhibition Centre. A grand and highly anticipated press conference for the global debut of the new Lei's Rover brand and new models is being held here. Journalists from all the top automotive media around the world, along with thousands of enthusiastic car fans who were attracted by the free limited edition car models given away by the Lexus Rover, crowded the entire press conference venue. Everyone's faces are filled with infinite curiosity and anticipation for this century-old automotive brand that has been resurrected from the dead. They want to see what kind of amazing new work that magical kid from the East can bring them. Boom boom, accompanied by waves of powerful and wild roar. Like the roar of a fierce beast, the roar of a huge engine. The huge LED screen at the press conference was slowly pulled open. A brand new, square box-shaped off-road vehicle with a completely black body, muscular and futuristic lines, and an extremely rugged and domineering appearance. Resembling a futuristic tank directly driven from a science fiction movie, slowly drove onto the center of the stage like a king under the crazy pursuit of countless flashing lights. Oh my god, what kind of car is this? Is it too his mother handsome? This line, this muscular sensation. This is simply my dream car. Is this still the Rover we know who only produces vintage cars? All journalists and car enthusiasts, upon seeing this revolutionary new model, were stunned and fell silent as if they had been immobilized. They only have two words left in their minds. Shocking. And just when they were still immersed in this huge shock and unable to extricate themselves, the driver's door of the black tank was slowly pushed open. Lei Chao, wearing a black leather jacket full of tough guy vibe and a pair of huge-toed mirrors, slowly got out of the car like a Hollywood superhero who had just returned triumphantly from the battlefield. He walked to the center of the stage, took off his sunglasses, and revealed his handsome face that captivated all the women present. A cold smile full of confidence and pride appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the new student launch event of Lei's Rover. I know, everyone is curious now. What exactly is this big guy next to me that looks a bit different? I can tell you now. He slowly reached out his hand, like a proud father, showing off his best child to the world, gently caressing the cold, powerful steel body of the black tank. Its name is Defender, a true all-terrain rugged off-road vehicle designed to conquer all the most rugged, difficult, and complex road conditions on this planet. It is equipped with our latest RD all-aluminum engine from Roche, which has a V8 cylinder block and can produce over 300 horsepower. It has the strongest unibody body and the most powerful full-time four-wheel drive system in the world. It can take you anywhere you want to go, whether it's the Sahara Desert or the Amazon rainforest, whether it's the ice fields of Siberia or the congested and troubled urban jungle of London beneath our feet. It's not just a car. In Lei Chao's eyes, a fiery and crazy light ignited. It was a way of life. It is a tough guy spirit that fears no difficulties, dares to explore, and dares to conquer. And its price? Lei Chao paused for a moment, and a devilish smile full of goodwill appeared at the corner of his mouth. It only cost 20,000 pounds. Boom. When the crazy price full of ultimate cost-effectiveness and temptation comes out of Lei Chao's mouth. After a brief silence of 0.01 seconds, the entire press conference venue fell into a deathly silence. Instantly, a tsunami of cheers erupted, even larger, crazier, and more filled with the most primitive longing for this divine car than ever before. 20,000 pounds. Did I hear you correctly? How can such an amazing car be sold for only 20,000 pounds? Buy it. Buy it. Buy it. I am about to sell my dilapidated Ford. I am determined to purchase a Defender. Sir Ray is extraordinary. The Rover brand is magnificent. This is truly a conscientious automobile enterprise. The launch event was an unprecedented triumph. The Defender, which has been personally designed, or rather, copied, by Ray himself, transcends the norms of its time by at least 2 decades, igniting a fervor that has swept across Europe and the globe in a single night. Orders have poured in from all corners of the world, cascading like snowflakes towards the Coventry Superfactory, which operates around the clock. Rover, that lion which has slumbered for decades, has finally roared under the guidance of its tamer, Ray, sending tremors of awe throughout the world. And as the driving force behind all of this, the once skeptical Iron Lady, Lady Thatcher, has been thoroughly captivated by Ray's seemingly alchemical prowess. She not only attended the Defender's launch ceremony, but also made an unprecedented appearance in the solemn halls of the House of Commons, where she bestowed her highest official praise upon Ray, the commercial prodigy from the East, in front of all the parliamentarians and the global media. Sir Ray and his company have demonstrated through their actions to us and to the entire world the correctness and foresight of the privatization reforms we initially championed. He has infused our lethargic automotive industry with newfound vitality. He has provided invaluable and respectable employment opportunities for thousands of workers on the brink of unemployment. He is the most trustworthy strategic partner of our British Empire. Lady Thatcher's voice resonated around the world through countless cameras and microphones. The success of Rover is not an isolated incident. It stands as a paradigm, a magnificent commercial miracle forged through the closest and most sincere cooperation between our nations, Britain and China. This official endorsement, brimming with political acumen and lavish praise, served as a figurative golden ticket issued by the Prime Minister of the British Empire. In an instant, it catapulted Ray's reputation and status in the Eagle Nation to unprecedented heights, where he transformed from a controversial foreign intruder into a cherished guest. indispensable to both the government and society at large. Chapter 266. My Father's Dream of Nobility. The leading bird walker in Hyde Park, just as Ray was thriving in the business and political arenas of London. On the verge of becoming the uncrowned king of the British Empire, his lively father, Lei Lo, was not idle. This venerable patriarch of the Ray Group, having witnessed his son deftly maneuvering the once mighty figures of the Eagle Nation with whimsical ease, found his vanity, already filled with the spoils of wealth and power, expanding at an unprecedented pace. He felt that as the father of a deity, merely bearing the outdated title of a Justice of the Peace awarded by the Hong Kong government while mingling in London's elite circles filled with dukes and marquises was utterly beneath him. It would bring shame to his excessively accomplished son. Thus, on a bright and sunny afternoon, Lei Lo, clad in what he deemed a modest Versace robe hand-stitched with pure gold thread and clutching a Cuban cigar thicker than his arm, swaggered into Ray's presidential suite at the Savoy Hotel. "Son," he proclaimed, plopping himself onto the plush sofa, propping his feet, adorned with limited edition Hermes slippers, unceremoniously onto the exquisite coffee table crafted from solid Italian marble. Ray, engrossed in a pile of acquisition documents regarding Eagle Nation's telecommunications and Thames Water, lifted his head slightly, acknowledging his father with a distracted murmur. "I've been thinking." Lei Lo cleared his throat, a cryptic expression gracing his face. "Our family's foundation in London is somewhat shallow." "Oh." Ray finally raised his gaze from the documents, a wry smile playing on his lips. "And what, pray tell, is your esteemed opinion on how we might deepen our roots?" "Well," Lei Lo feigned contemplation for a moment before revealing his ulterior motive. "I've heard that you folks in the Eagle Nation have something called a lordship. It is said that once one attains this title, one can don flamboyant attire adorned with fur collars to attend high society parties reserved for kings and queens. Moreover, one could engage in parliamentary discussions with the Prime Minister and other ministers regarding national affairs. The most crucial part." Lei Lo's eyes sparkled with the ecstatic gleam of discovering gold. "I hear this lordship is hereditary. Son, you understand my meaning, don't you?" Lei Lo's face broke into a knowing smile that only a man could comprehend. "Just imagine, when you bless me with a grandchild. Our family will truly be a noble lineage, a fusion of British and Chinese aristocracy." Upon hearing this, Ray nearly choked on his own disbelief. He recognized his father's vanity, but he had not anticipated it to reach such feverish heights. A noble family, indeed. Did he not realize that the so-called aristocrats of the Eagle Nation, aside from their charming titles, were largely impoverished, barely able to maintain their ancestral castles? However, gazing at his father's face, filled with infinite hope and aspiration, Ray could not bring himself to shatter this delightful dream of nobility. All right, I understand," he relented, waving his hand. "It's just a lordship, after all. Not a big deal. I'll have Abu speak with the Speaker of the House of Lords tomorrow. I'll ensure you receive a lifetime honorary title, devoid of any real power. Solely for the sake of appearances, you will undoubtedly be dining with Her Majesty at the royal banquet next week in your flamboyant attire." "Ha! Excellent. Splendid." Upon hearing this, Lei Lo's face lit up with uncontainable joy, leaping from the sofa like a child who had just received a cherished toy, pacing excitedly in the living room. "I knew it. My son is the most filial of sons. Once I become a lord, my first order of business will be to visit Hyde Park. I shall procure hundreds of the finest thrushes and larks. Then, I will hire dozens of the most stunning Eagle Nation beauties in bikinis to follow me around, carrying my birdcages. I want all of London to know what true Chinese noble prestige looks like." Through Ray's unreasonable financial prowess and amiable negotiations, the House of Lords swiftly passed an unprecedented resolution. Mr. Lei Lo, who has made remarkable contributions to the friendly exchanges and economic cooperation between the United Kingdom and China, has been bestowed with the illustrious title of Life Honorary Lord of the British Empire. Lei Lo, a veteran figure who once commanded both the underworld and the elite in Hong Kong, has finally realized his long-held dream of donning a magnificent lordly gown, tailored exclusively for him by the royal seamstress of the Eagle Kingdom, adorned with an opulent mink fur collar and an array of glittering medals, reminiscent of medieval splendor. Each day, he parades in this striking attire, which he perceives as imposing, yet others view as akin to the garb of a madman escaped from an asylum. He carries a birdcage crafted from pure gold, encrusted with diamonds, surrounded by numerous bodyguards clad in black and bikini-clad beauties. He strides confidently through the tree-lined pathways of London's South Hyde Park, an atmosphere steeped in gentlemanly elegance. This scene, infused with elements of magical realism, quickly catapults him into the limelight as London's most sought-after internet celebrity and performance artist. Countless citizens of the Eagle Kingdom and tourists from across the globe flock to capture photographs with this legendary Eastern lord. Among the expatriates in London's Chinatown, he has been deified, regarded as the next beacon of hope for the Chinese in the West, following the illustrious Bruce Lee. who successfully carved a niche in mainstream Western society. They have even spontaneously erected a towering 3-meter statue of him, crafted entirely from gold, in the central square of Chinatown. Daily, throngs of Chinese gather to pay homage, beseeching him for blessings of prosperity and fortune in the new year. Lei Luo's vanity finds unprecedented gratification, and he feels that, at this moment, his life has reached its zenith. However, while Lei Chao and his family bask in the unparalleled glory and joy afforded by wealth and power in London, a far more insidious storm of crisis silently brews in the unseen shadows, rife with conspiracy and betrayal. Chapter 267. The Revenge of Jardine Matheson, the Shadow from MI6. My lord, our informants have uncovered something. London, night, 11 o'clock. In the presidential suite of the Savoy Hotel, which Lei Chao has transformed into a temporary global command center. The lights blaze brightly, yet the atmosphere is as frigid as the permafrost of Siberia. Abu, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, stands silently behind Lei Chao like a statue. His voice is low, laced with a palpable intent to kill. The puppeteers behind the media and labor unions, maligning our acquisition of the Rover Group and attempting to obstruct our access to the core technologies of Rolls-Royce, are none other than Jardine Matheson. Jardine Matheson? Lei Chao's brow furrows ever so slightly. A flicker of nostalgia and derision glints coldly in his starry eyes. This once mighty British conglomerate, which held sway in Hong Kong, had been obliterated by his financial nuclear strike, fleeing in disgrace. He never anticipated hearing this name, steeped in decay and desolation, once more. Indeed, my lord. Abu's voice turns even colder. According to intel from our contacts embedded within the city of London, Jardine Matheson did not wither away after we expelled them from Hong Kong. They liquidated their last remaining assets there and secured emergency financing from several venerable British banks to establish a small-scale revenge fund in London. Their singular objective is to harass and retaliate against our Lei Group at all costs. This operation has even received covert support from an unexpected powerful ally. Who? Me6. Me6. A flicker of understanding crosses Lei Chao's eyes. He realizes that this cadre of shadowy royal hounds has not relaxed their surveillance since he set foot on British soil. They circle above like the most patient and vicious vultures, waiting for the day he reveals a vulnerability, ready to swoop down and tear apart this audacious interloper who dares challenge their imperial authority. What do they want? Lei Chao's voice remains calm, devoid of any tremor, as if the name MI6, which sends shivers down the spines of world leaders, is merely that of an inconsequential gesture to him. They aim to frame you. Abu's voice trembles with barely contained fury. According to the highest level intelligence from a mole we've turned within MI6, they have entered into a nefarious pact with Jardine Matheson. Jardine Matheson will provide false testimony to slander you, alleging that during the acquisition of Rolls-Royce, you employed illegal corporate espionage tactics to steal the United Kingdom's most critical military secrets. MI6 will leverage their formidable influence within the judicial system to launch a national security-level investigation against you. Their goal is to uncover fabricated evidence planted in your London mansion and your Chelsea office, subsequently charging you with crimes jeopardizing national security and espionage. Abu falls silent, yet his cold eyes blaze with a palpable murderous intent. He knows that these despicable Eagle Kingdom operatives intend to eliminate his boss entirely. This is no mere commercial rivalry. It has escalated to a blatant, unabashed political persecution at the level of state violence. Interesting, Lei Chao muses. Just as Abu is on the verge of unleashing his pent-up wrath, preparing to seek permission from Lei Chao to eliminate those involved in this conspiracy from MI6 and Jardine Matheson, Lei Chao suddenly smiles, a cold smile, brimming with anticipation for the imminent game. So, they can no longer resist the urge to enter the fray themselves? Lei Chao rises slowly from his chair, moving to the grand window, gazing down upon the brilliantly illuminated yet tumultuous ancient city below. A chilling, predatory smirk spreads across his lips. Excellent. I was just lamenting that the treasures within my Pandora's box were beginning to grow stale. Since they wish to engage in politics with me, I shall oblige them with a grand spectacle. He turns slowly, his starry eyes flickering with a divine, calculating brilliance. Abu, boss, what are your orders? Inform our people. Lei Chao's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable, absolute authority. Prepare yourselves. We are about to deliver an utterly unexpected surprise to our esteemed guests from MI6. Furthermore, a cruel smile, reminiscent of a devil's, curled at the corners of Lei Chao's lips. Make sure those paparazzi from the Sun polish their cameras and lenses. Inform them that tomorrow morning, at the gates of Kensington Palace, there will be a headline they could only dream of capturing in their lifetimes. Chapter 268, Midnight Raid. Is this what you sought? Action, action, action. London, 3 o'clock in the morning. The night was profound, enveloped in silence. A dozen unmarked black Land Rover Defender SUVs, akin to phantoms seeping from the darkness, silently formed a tactically proficient encirclement outside Lei Chao's opulent mansion on Kensington Gardens Avenue, valued at tens of millions of pounds. The doors opened soundlessly. Dozens of elite MI6 operatives, clad in standardized black combat attire, equipped with night vision goggles and armed with silenced MP5 submachine guns, emerged from the vehicles like specters. Their movements were as swift as lightning, synchronized with precision. In less than 30 seconds, they impeccably secured all potential exits of the mansion. At the forefront stood a tall, sharply-eyed Caucasian man, his face marred by a vicious scar, a figure known as James Carter, codenamed Razor, the commanding officer for this raid and a premier MI6 agent. All units, attention! All units, attention! Carter's voice, devoid of emotion, transmitted through his throat microphone as he issued the final operational directives. Our targets are the master bedroom on the 3rd floor and the study on the 2nd. According to intelligence provided by our informant, that damn Chinese national has hidden evidence of our stolen state secrets in those 2 locations. Remember, our mission is to search, not to kill. Unless the target resists armed confrontation, we must strive to avoid endangering any civilian lives, especially that Chinese national himself. A flicker of apprehension crossed Carter's eyes. He was a favored individual before the Prime Minister, the most esteemed guest of the British Empire. Without explicit orders from superiors, no one was permitted to lay a finger on him. Understood? Good. Commence action. With Carter's command, the MI6 elite operatives, like the most agile of cheetahs, silently scaled the 3-meter-high wall and infiltrated the vast garden shrouded in darkness. However, as they believed their operation was undetected and nearing success, they could never have imagined that every move they made, every individual's real-time location, heartbeat, even respiratory rate, had long been meticulously monitored by hundreds of micro-surveillance devices. Smaller than pinholes, equipped with infrared thermal imaging and life sign detection, discreetly positioned throughout the mansion. This was being broadcasted in real time on a massive holographic screen before Lei Chao, presenting a godlike perspective of the scene. They've arrived. Deep within the mansion's 7th underground level, transformed into a doomsday bunker-level command center more advanced and secure than MI6 headquarters, Lei Chao leisurely donned his silk robe, cradling a glass of top-shelf whiskey that glimmered with a faint amber hue, thoroughly entertained by the professional yet absurd live broadcast unfolding on the screen. A playful smile graced his face, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Boss, shall we activate the defense mode? Abu, standing beside him, observed the MI6 operatives nearing the main entrance on the screen, a flash of cold malice flickering in his eyes. He knew that at Lei Chao's command, the hundreds of AI-controlled automatic defense turrets and high-voltage electric grids concealed beneath the lawns, within the walls, and above the ceilings would instantly obliterate these oblivious intruders, reducing them to nothing but smoldering ashes. Not yet. Lei Chao gently waved his hand, signaling Abu to remain calm. Let them in. I am curious to see what surprises they believe they might uncover in the abode of a law-abiding citizen. Bang! With a muffled sound of splintering wood, the opulent door crafted from precious teak was forcefully breached by the MI6 operatives using the most rudimentary and brutal means. Carter led his elite assault team like a whirlwind of darkness, dashing into the dimly lit, perilous expanse of the mansion's hall. Yet, instead of the cacophony of alarms and the chaos of gunfire they anticipated, they were met with an eerie silence. And there, seated leisurely on a plush sofa in the center of the hall, was a young Oriental man, wearing a friendly smile, as if he had been waiting for them. Mr. Carter, is it? Lei Chao rose slowly from the sofa, clad only in a loose silk robe and soft slippers, holding a half-finished glass of whiskey. His demeanor was relaxed and composed, as if he were not a suspect in a violent state raid, but rather an elegant host welcoming a group of uninvited guests into his home. How do you know my name? At the sight of Lei Chao, Carter's usually cold and confident scarred face displayed an unprecedented wave of shock and horror. He could scarcely fathom that not only was the man awake, but he also seemed to be awaiting their arrival like a director who had foreseen the script. I not only know your name, Mr. Carter. Lei Chao's lips curled into a devilish, icy smile. I am also aware of the purpose behind your visit. You and your subordinates seek this item, do you not? As he spoke, Lei Chao slowly retrieved a futuristic-looking, semi-transparent blue crystal USB drive from the coffee table beside him, previously prepared for this moment. Then, like the most arrogant yet benevolent deity, he tossed the high-tech, mysterious USB drive toward Carter, landing it at his feet. Carter instinctively glanced down, and as his keen, hawk-like eyes recognized the small engraved letters on the drive, they widened in disbelief, as if they might pop from their sockets. In that instant, his breath ceased. Rolls-Royce Project Pegasus Top Secret Boom. Carter felt as though his brain had been mercilessly struck by an exploding atomic bomb, leaving him momentarily blank. He understood that the small USB drive beneath his feet contained the ultimate objective of their operation, the complete core design schematics of the latest Pegasus series vector thrust engines developed by Rolls-Royce, true national treasures that would drive any nation to madness. How could he so casually toss it at his feet? What could he possibly intend? Just as Carter was engulfed in horror and confusion, Lei Chao's cold voice, reminiscent of a final judgment, slowly echoed in his ear. I have given you what you sought. Now, Lei Chao's eyes ignited with a palpable, icy fury. You may take it, and roll out of my home. Chapter 269, Pandora's Box, Royal Scandal Shakes the World. Roll out. James Carter, the ace agent of MI6, felt a violent twitch in his heart, which had been forged into an unwavering bastion through countless trials of life and death, upon hearing Lei Chao's command. Laden with overwhelming arrogance and humiliation, he realized that the sum of all the indignities he had endured in his life paled in comparison to the short span of minutes he had suffered that night. First, his adversary had anticipated all his operational plans through an unfathomable means. Then, like dismissing a beggar dog, he had carelessly cast the coveted national treasure that the British Empire had long coveted at his feet. And now, he was being ordered to take this hot potato and depart from his residence. This was an unparalleled disgrace. Sir Lei, kindly show some respect. Fury flared in Carter's eyes, akin to that of an injured wolf. We represent the government of the British Empire in the execution of our duties. You cannot treat us with such disdain. His voice quivered with authority. I now have serious suspicions regarding your involvement in the theft of our nation's highest military secrets. You will accompany us for an immediate investigation. With a swift motion, he gestured for the dozens of armed MI6 agents behind him to advance. The dark, deathly barrels of their weapons aligned menacingly towards the young Eastern man still standing in the center of the hall, a playful smile gracing his face. The air thickened with the scent of gunpowder, as the impending clash of a deadly shootout seemed imminent. However, in the face of this threat that would send any ordinary person fleeing in terror, Lei Chao remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as a cloud. To him, the pointed guns appeared merely as a collection of harmless toys. Investigate me? Lei Chao chuckled, rich with mockery. Mr. Carter, are you certain you possess the authority to do so? Or do you believe, a devilish smile curled at the corner of his lips, that you are more qualified than your esteemed M, who is about to resign due to a scandal involving wiretapping? What? Carter's typically cold and confident scarred visage transformed into one of indescribable shock and horror upon hearing the mention of M and the wiretapping scandal. M was the internal moniker for their enigmatic leader, a woman who never revealed her true face. This codename was known only to the most trusted inner circle. Not even the Prime Minister was privy to it. And the wiretapping scandal, Carter's heart plummeted. He recalled a week prior, when M had personally assigned him an absolute and clandestine top-secret mission to surveil Kensington Palace, to eavesdrop on the beautiful, kind, yet often disobedient Princess Diana, who had just been seen conversing amiably with Lei Chao and Chelsea. This matter was an absolute secret between him and M, one that could potentially destabilize the entire British monarchy. He could not fathom it. He truly could not understand why this Eastern man would know. Who are you? Carter's voice trembled violently with sheer terror. Before this Eastern man, he felt as exposed and vulnerable as a transparent figure stripped of all clothing, devoid of any secrets to hide. Who I am is irrelevant, Lei Chao replied, his expression inscrutable. What matters is, he slowly retrieved a compact, futuristic holographic projector from his robe pocket, developed by Lei Electronics, designed for showcasing valuable content. Gently pressing the play button, a beam of blue, imbued with technological prowess, instantly projected from the device. In midair, a clear, three-dimensional holographic image emerged, complete with surround sound. The content was a recorded conversation between Carter and his mysterious M. The dialogue detailed how to surveil Princess Diana, collect her discordant remarks with other royal members, and utilize such incriminating evidence as leverage in future political negotiations with the monarchy. Everything was revealed in the most lucid, undeniable manner, laid bare for all to see. Boom. Carter felt as though his mind had been struck by a detonated hydrogen bomb, leaving him blank once more. His scarred face, usually filled with cold confidence, drained of color, turning as pale as paper. He knew he was finished. MI6 was finished. And just as he stood aghast, utterly disoriented, an even more frantic cacophony of roaring car engines and flashing camera lights erupted outside the mansion. Dozens of interview vehicles emblazoned with the logos of the Sun, Daily Mail, and Mirror, the most audacious tabloids in the land, surged past the MI6 perimeter like sharks catching the scent of blood, surrounding the mansion in a frenzy. Countless paparazzi, armed with their cameras, charged like a pack of rabid dogs towards the already breached mansion doors. Their singular focus was clear, the explosive royal scandal that was reverberating throughout the entirety of the British Empire. Sir Lei, Carter has completely collapsed, he lamented. crumpling to the cold floor like a dog with a broken spine. He was acutely aware that he and his subordinates had, this evening, irrevocably fallen into a meticulously crafted death trap devised by that Eastern devil, brimming with humiliation and despair. Not only had they failed to accomplish their mission, but they had also become pitiful pawns, utilized by the adversary to ignite a far greater political tempest. The game is over, Mr. Carter. Lei Chao slowly advanced, casting a condescending gaze upon the once mighty ace agent. A cold smile, reminiscent of a deity's dominion over all, curled at the corners of his lips. Now, take your evidence and your people, and leave before I change my mind. The following morning, the headline screamed, MI6 scandal shocking the nation. Eavesdropping on royal family members. Princess Diana's privacy violated. Iron Lady faces backlash. Downing Street enters most severe trust crisis in history. Royal family outraged. Her Majesty the Queen may personally order a comprehensive internal purge of MI6. Every newspaper in the Eagle Nation, from the Serious Times to the Scandalous Sun, was dominated by this earth-shattering scandal, detonated by Lei Chao himself, capable of shaking the very foundations of the nation. Public opinion across the Eagle Nation boiled over overnight. Countless citizens spontaneously flooded the streets, brandishing images of Princess Diana and various furious protest placards. They surrounded Downing Street and the MI6 headquarters along the Thames, demanding the immediate resignation of Mrs. Thatcher and the highest-ranking MI6 officials. They called for the government to provide a reasonable explanation for their beloved princess. An unprecedented, colossal political storm swept through the entire empire upon which the sun never sets, in a manner that no one had anticipated. As the architect of this tempest, MI6, the once mighty intelligence empire that had stealthily controlled countless lives and deaths, now tasted the bitter fruit of public opinion's backlash. They were overwhelmed, flustered, and utterly devoid of the energy to concern themselves with the Eastern man leisurely savoring his afternoon tea far away on Kensington Garden Street. The state security investigation targeting Lei Chao, rife with political persecution, was dramatically and ironically stifled in its cradle. Chapter 270, The Twilight of the Empire. My feast has just begun. Sir, all MI6 personnel have withdrawn, Abu remarked, observing the black convoy fleeing like frightened hounds outside Lei Chao's private mansion on Kensington Garden Street. His voice carried a hint of the satisfaction and ease that only accompanies ultimate victory. They not only retracted all surveillance personnel, but also conveyed the most sincere apologies from their newly appointed acting director through our insider. Moreover, they assured you that at any time and place in the future, no MI6 personnel would disturb your and your family's normal life in any capacity. Abu's tone dripped with unabashed mockery. He understood that these erstwhile invincible royal hounds of the Eagle Nation had truly been frightened this time. They never envisioned that their proud national machinery of violence would be so easily dismantled by the unreasonable nuclear strikes of public opinion and a database of dirt wielded by that Eastern man. Yes, I understand. Yet, as the ultimate victor of this espionage drama, Lei Chao's countenance revealed not a shred of joy. He simply sat quietly upon the plush sofa, wrapped in fine calfskin, gently swirling the now lukewarm Bordeaux in his glass. His eyes, deep as the starry sky, gazed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, fixated on the ancient city outside, rendered even more somber and imbued with an apocalyptic aura by the drizzling rain. His expression bore a weight of solemnity that felt entirely incongruous with the victory. Boss, you seem rather unhappy, Abu ventured, puzzled by Lei Chao's fluctuating demeanor. Happy? A self-deprecating, bitter smile played on Lei Chao's lips. Abu, you do not comprehend. This time, although we have prevailed, our victory was far too precarious. Slowly, Lei Chao rose from the sofa, approaching the enormous window. With his long fingers, he lightly caressed the cold glass, still bearing a trace of the post-rain humidity. What if I did not possess the heavenly eye system? What if I lacked that divine perspective capable of foreseeing every danger? What if I did not have the Pandora's box filled with compromising material on the world's elite? He posed 3 hauntingly reflective questions, each resonating like the sharpest of hammers, striking with clarity and force upon Abu's heart, which had swelled with the arrogance of perceived invincibility. In that instant, Abu's expression turned grave. He recognized the truth in his boss's words. Their victory had indeed been too fortuitous. They had triumphed through technologies surpassing this era, narrowly overcoming a vast and entrenched national machine. However, such advantages were inherently temporary. Should their advantages falter one day, or should they encounter a more formidable and ruthless adversary? An endless abyss awaited them. In another's territory, we remained too passive. Lei Chao's voice carried a profound weariness and disillusionment. This is not Hong Kong, nor the Golden Triangle. This is London, the heart of the empire that once forced open the doors of our homeland with opium and cannon fire. Every individual here, at their core, harbors deep-seated arrogance and wariness towards us, the yellow-skinned outsiders. Today, we may have driven back an MI6 through compromising information, but what of tomorrow? The day after? When they regain their composure and field a smarter, more unscrupulous opponent, will we be so fortunate each time? Turning slowly, Lei Chao's eyes ignited with a resolute and fervent determination more intense than ever before. Thus, we must accelerate our plans. We can no longer engage in this delicate dance of probing and maneuvering. We must employ the quickest, most forceful lightning strikes before they can react. Empty the nation's most core and invaluable assets completely. At that moment, Abu's heart trembled violently. He realized that his employer intended to utterly strip away the facade of the refined investor he had so carefully maintained. It was time to embark on the final and most brutal harvest of this crumbling ancient empire. Just then, the cold system notification echoed in Lei Chao's mind once more. As expected, ding, it has been detected that the host has successfully thwarted the malicious political persecution from the highest intelligence agency of the target nation. Your political influence and deterrent power in the target nation have reached a brand new pinnacle. Congratulations, host. Your ultimate main quest, the Eternal Twilight, has reached a completion rate of 30. The system is unlocking a brand new task module based on your latest performance. Unlock successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new side quest, a Feast of Gluttony, comprehensive privatization. Task objective. In response to Prime Minister Mrs. Thatcher's call for privatization reforms, comprehensively acquire all core state-owned infrastructure industries in the Eagle Nation, including Thames Water, Eagle Gas, and the Central Electric Authority, in a bundled manner. Task hint. Due to the formidable obstruction of domestic union forces and widespread public concern over the loss of state assets, Mrs. Thatcher's privatization reforms are encountering resistance in these livelihood sectors that is even greater and more insurmountable than that faced in the automotive industry. Major state-owned enterprises are suffering severe losses, and their poor service quality has become the heaviest and most urgent financial burden that the Eagle Nation's government needs to shed. You, as the only one with sufficient financial resources and capability to take over these messes, will become the sole savior in Mrs. Thatcher's eyes. Upon finishing this, Lei Chao smiled, a smile so cold, filled with boundless anticipation for the epic bottom fishing and harvesting that was about to unfold. He slowly approached the enormous wall-sized distribution map of the Eagle Nation's energy and water systems. His gaze, akin to that of the most avaricious hunter, swept over the core nodes representing the lifeblood of the nation, all flashing with red loss alerts. The corners of his mouth gradually curled into a cold arc, reminiscent of a devil brimming with insatiable ambition and greed. He understood that his extravagant feast of acquiring the entire Eagle Nation, the most sumptuous and delectable main course, had only just begun. He slowly picked up the red encrypted satellite phone that could connect directly to 10 Downing Street. He knew that the Iron Lady on the other end, equally frazzled by this matter, had been waiting for his call for quite some time. Chapter 271. The Iron Lady's call for help. Am I to be the fall guy? Sir Ray, I need your assistance. Immediately. Right now? In London, at 10 Downing Street. The encrypted satellite phone that connected directly to Lei Chao's luxurious residence echoed with a woman's voice filled with suppressed anger and deep exhaustion. The voice belonged to none other than Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady who had barely managed to retain her position and political reputation by sacrificing her most capable intelligence chief in the storm of the MI6 scandal. At this moment, she lacked her usual grace and composure. Her meticulously styled golden hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and her once sharp blue eyes, akin to a hawk's, were now marred by bloodshot veins from sleepless nights and a profound worry for the country's future. Her desk was cluttered with urgent reports flying in from across the nation like snowflakes. The Thames Water Company Union has announced an indefinite strike starting next Monday, lasting for a month. The entire Greater London area will face a comprehensive water crisis. The Eagle Gas Group's North Sea oil and gas field has suffered a serious leak. Due to equipment aging and improper worker operations, at least 13 workers have died. This is expected to result in a more than 30% shortfall in the nation's natural gas supply this winter. The Central Electric Authority has issued the highest level red alert, due to multiple thermal power plants being forced offline due to equipment failures and fuel shortages. A catastrophic blackout affecting millions is highly likely during this week's peak electricity usage in London. Water, electricity, gas. These three core lifelines that sustain the normal operations of a modern nation simultaneously sounded the most jarring and deadly alarm for her, the supreme ruler of this country. The root of all this calamity pointed towards the controversial privatization reforms she had stubbornly pushed through. She had hoped to invigorate these state-owned zombie enterprises, which had long been suffering heavy losses and inefficiencies, by introducing private capital. However, she never imagined that the rot ran so deep within these enterprises. The lazy workers, coddled by unions for decades, the rusty and decrepit equipment on the brink of collapse, and the enormous debts that seemed like bottomless pits. All of this bore down on her like an insurmountable mountain, causing all private capital that caught wind of the situation to flee as if encountering a ghost. No one was willing to step forward as the fall guy. No one dared to wade through this murky water, except for one person, the miraculous young man from the East, who had recently revived another equally rotten mess. The Rover Car Company, at the humiliating price of £1. Prime Minister, it seems you may have encountered a little trouble? A calm, slightly amused voice of a young man resonated from the other end of the line. Mrs. Thatcher's face flushed crimson upon hearing that voice. She felt like a gambler who had lost all their chips, forced to humbly plead for a loan from the casino owner they had once considered a bitter enemy. The sensation was filled with endless humiliation and resentment. Yet, she had no choice. Sir Ray, I will not beat around the bush. Water, electricity, and gas, name your price. As long as you can take them off my hands and relieve our government of this financial burden, we can negotiate any terms. This statement was tantamount to sending Lei Chao a surrender letter filled with blood, tears, and helplessness. However, the Lei Chao on the other end did not respond immediately. He simply listened quietly. In his deep, starry eyes, a cold glimmer of calculating wisdom sparkled. He knew that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. The system had already presented all the mess of these three companies in the clearest and most direct data before him. Thames Water, annually incurring losses exceeding £2 billion. With an aging pipeline rate surpassing 70, the clean water loss daily due to leaks is sufficient to fill 10 standard swimming pools. Eagle Gas, experiencing an annual deficit of £3 billion, its oil and gas-fueled equipment is comprehensively outdated, resulting in frequent safety incidents. While the tangled influence of labor unions has transformed it into a terrifying financial black hole. Central Power Bureau, facing a staggering annual loss of £5 billion. Its transmission network suffers from a loss rate as high as 20, operating at an inefficient generation capacity and heavily reliant on imported coal, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Any normal businessman, upon encountering such a dismal financial report, would likely be struck with sheer terror. However, in Lei Chao's eyes, these are not mere liabilities, but three dust-covered treasures, colossal gold mines of immeasurable value. For within his system's marketplace lie three groundbreaking technologies capable of resurrecting these industrial giants. Superconducting nanorobots for automatic pipeline repair technology. These can function like countless miniature submarines, autonomously detecting and repairing all aging pipes without interrupting the water supply, reducing pipeline loss rates to nearly zero. Controllable plasma cracking technology for natural gas purification. This can elevate the energy conversion efficiency of natural gas to a staggering 99 and extract the precious helium, 3 from associated minerals, a substance even more valuable than gold. Third-generation smart grid management system, utilizing big data and artificial intelligence. It can dynamically allocate the city's power supply in real time, reducing transmission losses to below 1 and achieving peak shaving and valley filling, thereby completely eliminating power rationing. These innovations are the true foundation of his audacity to take on these three burdensome enterprises. Madam Prime Minister, you are aware that I am a businessman. After a prolonged silence, Lei Chao spoke slowly. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable, absolute authority. I never engage in unprofitable ventures. I am willing to take on these three companies, but I have one condition. What condition? Lady Thatcher's voice brimmed with urgency. What I desire is not one, nor two, but all three companies. A cold, devilish smile crept upon Lei Chao's lips, radiating boundless ambition and greed. I demand the complete ownership of these three companies, to be transferred to me in a bundled package, all at once. His tone grew increasingly frigid, laden with unabashed threats. The price remains the same as last time. £1. Chapter 272. I am here to lower the price, not to raise it. £1. You dare to propose purchasing our water, electricity, and gas for a mere £1. Lord Lei, this is nothing short of blatant robbery. It is an affront to the dignity of our entire nation. At number 10, Downing Street, upon hearing Lei Chao's audacious offer, Lady Thatcher felt her already fragile heart nearly explode from sheer rage. She felt akin to a once wealthy noblewoman, now fallen from grace, being ruthlessly demeaned by a newly prosperous country bumpkin. Yet, in the face of her thunderous wrath, Lei Chao merely laughed in disdain. Madam Prime Minister, I believe you are mistaken. My acquisition of these three vast financial sinkholes for £1 is not an exploitation of your circumstances, but rather a means of alleviating your burdens. A staggering fiscal weight that incurs annual losses exceeding £10 billion while supporting hundreds of thousands of workers who are only adept at striking and enjoying afternoon tea. I am using my own resources to compensate for your government's inefficiency and incompetence. Thus, you should be grateful to me for only charging you £1 as a waste disposal fee. This merciless rhetoric, steeped in capitalist logic, pierced the proud heart of the Iron Lady like a venomous dagger. Ultimately, confronted with the immense pressure of a nation on the brink of paralysis due to lack of water, electricity, and gas, and facing Lei Chao's uncompromising stance, either take it all or leave it, Lady Thatcher, with tears of humiliation, signed her name on the £1 acquisition agreement, a document symbolizing the last vestige of dignity for an aging empire, now trampled by a barbarian from the east. The news spread, igniting a frenzy across the entire Eagle Nation. National Humiliation Day. Our water, electricity, and gas have been sold to a Chinese man for £1. Invasion of the Eastern Dragon. London's lifelines have fallen into foreign hands. Our future is shrouded in darkness. Beware. That damn Chinaman will surely exploit every Eagle citizen through price hikes. All media, be it the left-leaning Guardian or the right-leaning Times, united in an unprecedented manner. They depicted Lei Chao as an Eastern vampire poised to drain the lifeblood from every Eagle citizen through monopolization and price increases, employing the most inflammatory, venomous, and racially charged language. Countless citizens, stirred by these malicious media narratives, took to the streets in spontaneous protest. They besieged number 10, Downing Street, and the Savoy Hotel where Lei Chao resided, brandishing placards filled with anger and xenophobia. They burned his effigies, hurling the most vile and despicable curses at the man they perceived as heralding disaster and darkness. In an instant, London was enveloped in a maelstrom of hostility and panic. Everyone believed that Lei Chao had truly overstepped his bounds. Although he had purchased ownership of those companies through financial and political maneuvering, he could never acquire the proud and exclusionary hearts of the Eagle people. He and his business empire were on the verge of being completely submerged by the raging sea of public sentiment and outrage. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Lei Chao retained an air of calmness, as if everything were well within his control. He sat quietly in his presidential suite overlooking the chaos in London, leisurely sipping a cup of premium Da Hong Pao tea from China. A cold, disdainful smile graced his lips. He understood that with this group, thoroughly brainwashed by the media's elitist and hypocritical rhetoric of liberal democracy, any explanation or defense would be utterly futile. The only thing capable of silencing them was one thing: the truth. Abu, boss, what is your command? Contact the BBC. Lei Chao's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Inform them that I, Lei Chao, will accept an exclusive interview on their highest-rated news program, Newsnight. I wish to have a candid discussion with the entire Eagle populace about whether our Lei Group's acquisition of their failing enterprises will lead to an increase or a decrease in their future water, electricity, and gas bills. That evening, at 8 o'clock, in the BBC's Newsnight studio, the atmosphere was as tense as that of a Supreme Court about to convene. The host, a renowned figure in Eagle Nation known for his sharp wit and acerbic tongue, Jeremy Paxman, regarded the young man before him, clad in a meticulously tailored black Zhongshan suit, exuding an aura of mysterious Eastern charm that starkly contrasted with the Western world. His eyes sparkled with unabashed scrutiny and provocation. Good evening, Sir Ray. Paxman's voice was icy and combative. I trust one need not reiterate that outside our studio, hundreds of thousands of citizens of Eagle Nation are gathering, filled with anger and concern for you. They are eager to know, as a businessman, after monopolizing our vital utilities, water, electricity, gas, at a mere charitable price of £1, are you now preparing to recoup that sum, perhaps even multiplying it 100-fold or 1,000-fold, through price hikes? This opening statement, laden with insinuation, struck at the very heart of Lei Chao like a razor-sharp blade. Yet, Ray's countenance remained an unruffled mask of calm. He even offered the camera a gentle, benevolent smile. Good evening, Mr. Paxman, and greetings to all the friends in Eagle Nation watching this program. I understand there is a pressing concern on everyone's mind. What changes will occur to your bills following my company's acquisition of your public utilities? I can provide you with a clear answer. He slowly extended 3 fingers. For the next 3 years, all public utility services under the Ray Group, water, electricity, gas, will not see a price increase of even a penny. A cold smile, brimming with confidence and pride, crept onto Ray's lips. That smile, transmitted through countless cameras, reached the television screens of millions of households across Eagle Nation in an instant. It was a smile imbued with a devilish allure capable of driving any ordinary citizen, burdened by anxiety over next month's bills, to the brink of madness. Moreover, on top of the existing prices, there would be an annual reduction of 10%. Chapter 273. Miracles abound. Londoners no longer need to bathe in cold water. What? A 10% annual decrease. For 3 consecutive years. When Lei Chao's audacious declaration, brimming with extreme confidence and generosity, resonated through the BBC's waves into the ears of millions of households, the entire son of her said empire. After a fleeting moment of deathly silence lasting a mere 0. 0.01 seconds erupted into a cacophony of disbelief and fervor greater than anything witnessed before. My God, did I hear that correctly? That Chinese fellow actually said he would lower our prices. How is that possible? Isn't he a greedy capitalist? How could a capitalist engage in such a loss-making venture? It's a trap. This is undoubtedly a trap. He must be attempting to lull us into complacency with sweetened prices, only to recoup his losses elsewhere. In the studio, the sharp-tongued host Paxman, upon hearing Lei Chao's utterly illogical counter-narrative, found his usually critical mind momentarily incapacitated. Sir Ray, are you certain you weren't joking just now? His voice trembled slightly with shock. You must understand, the 3 companies you acquired are currently incurring annual losses exceeding £100 billion. Not raising prices is already an act of charity, and now you wish to lower them. What exactly do you aim to achieve? I aim for efficiency. A cryptic smile graced Ray's face. Mr. Paxman, may I pose a question? Do you know how much of the tap water used daily by Londoners is wasted due to aging pipelines and leaks during its transit from treatment plants to your faucets? I'm not quite sure, Paxman replied, bewildered by the sudden inquiry. It's 40%, Ray stated, delivering a staggering figure that left everyone present aghast. This meant that for every £10 paid in water bills, £4 were squandered on corroded, leaky underground pipes. The first initiative of the Ray Group would be to deploy our cutting-edge, superconducting nanorobotic pipeline repair technology to eliminate this foolish waste entirely without affecting any citizen's water supply. And as for electricity, Ray's gaze sharpened further. Do you know the annual transmission loss rate of our esteemed central grid? It's 20%, Paxman answered, still reeling from the previous revelation. This implies that for every 5 units of electricity generated, 1 unit is wasted on outdated, overburdened wiring. Our second initiative at the Ray Group will be to comprehensively upgrade the entire London electrical grid using our newly developed, 3rd-generation smart grid management system, reducing transmission losses to below 1%. Mr. Paxman, do you still believe my promise of a 10% annual price reduction is unattainable? Ray's discourse, laden with advanced technology and professional acumen, struck like a finely honed, indomitable sword, rendering the once confrontational host, who had sought to leverage ethics and public sentiment against him, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, millions of ordinary citizens in front of their televisions, after digesting Ray's logical exposition, began to genuinely realize the inefficiency, wastefulness, and folly of the system they had endured for decades. The seething anger rooted in exclusion and discrimination within them was quietly supplanted by a more profound emotion, shame intertwined with anticipation. They began to feel a sense of hope, eager to witness the transformative changes that this remarkable young man from the East could bring to their stagnant, ancient city. Ray did not keep them waiting long. Just the day after that sensational television interview that reverberated throughout Eagle Nation, an unprecedented, lightning-fast upgrade of all infrastructures across Greater London, led by the Ray Group, commenced with an unstoppable momentum that took everyone by surprise. Thousands of engineers and technicians, clad in the uniform blue attire of the Lei Corporation, emerged overnight in every nook and cranny of London, akin to industrious ants responding to a supreme command. Unlike the leisurely state workers of the Eagle Nation, who once sipped afternoon tea while idling away the hours, these individuals displayed an almost frenetic zeal, embodying the efficiency of the East as they toiled tirelessly in the already excavated, muddy underground networks of pipes and cables. Countless futuristic nanorepair robots, developed by Lei technology and resembling sleek silver bullets, were continuously deployed into the labyrinthine subterranean water systems. Meanwhile, numerous smart grid allocators, equipped with artificial intelligence chips, were swiftly installed onto the rust-covered, antiquated transformer boxes. The entire city of London seemed transformed into a colossal construction site undergoing a heart bypass surgery. All held their breath, awaiting the moment to witness a miracle. And indeed, the miracle arrived as expected. A month later, as the citizens of London turned on their household faucets one crisp morning, they were astounded to find that the water flowing forth was no longer the murky trickle tinged with a faint metallic taste that had once intermittently graced their taps. Instead, it was a torrent of clear, sweet, and forceful water. When they activated their heating systems on a frigid winter night, they were equally astonished to discover that the warmth emanating from their radiators was no longer the feeble, sporadic breeze they had grown accustomed to, but rather a robust, steady wave of heat, sufficient to make them feel uncomfortably warm even in short sleeves. During peak electricity usage, as they powered all their appliances to revel in the conveniences of modern civilization, they found that the dreaded power outages and circuit breakers, which had previously plagued them at the most inopportune moments, had vanished entirely. My God, this is a miracle. Truly a miracle. I can finally take a comfortable hot shower in winter. I no longer have to worry about running out of hot water midway through my wash. And the electricity. Have you noticed? Our light bulbs seem brighter than ever, Moreover, there is no longer that annoying crackling sound when we watch television. It is Sir Lei, that extraordinary man from the East. It is he. He has brought us all of this. Following a brief moment of shock, London erupted into fervor. All those who had once doubted him, cursed him, or burned his likeness, were now transformed into the most devout of followers, inspired by this miraculous turn of events. They spontaneously emerged from their homes, flipping over the cardboard they had once used for protest signs, and inscribing with fervor their most profound and passionate praises for the deity who had granted them a new lease on life. Long live Sir Lei. You are the true savior of London. We apologize, Sir Lei. We were wrong. We should not have doubted you. From this day forth, whoever dares to speak ill of Sir Lei shall be the enemy of all Londoners. They raised these heartfelt confessions, filled with a delightful aroma of sincerity, as they surrounded the Savoy Hotel and the Lei Corporation's headquarters in London. But this time, they were not there to protest. They had come to express their gratitude, to pay homage. Chapter 274, The Eastern Robin Hood, Who Dares to Disturb the Poor's Cheese. The hearts of the people are the most inexpensive yet powerful weapon. In the presidential suite of the Savoy Hotel, which Lei Chao had long since claimed as his London palace, he stood quietly before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the streets below, now inundated with a fervent throng of fans filled with gratitude and admiration. His face bore no expression, as if the thunderous cheers of "Long live Sir Lei," sufficient to drive any politician mad, were mere inconsequential, melodious background music to his ears. Beside him, Lei Lo observed the grand spectacle of the adoring masses outside, a look of immense pride and satisfaction gracing his otherwise shrewd and calculating visage. Son, your maneuvering is 100 times more astute than my own when I engaged in sideline ventures in Hong Kong, Lei Lo exclaimed, patting his son's shoulder with unabashed admiration. First, you silence these shallow-eyed paupers of the Eagle Nation with lower prices and efficiency, allowing them to taste the sweetness of your offerings, making them reliant upon you. Then, you turn your blade upon those affluent fat cats residing in the upscale neighborhoods. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. A cunning glint sparkled in Lei Luo's eyes. He knew that after winning the hearts of the people, his son's next move would be to harvest the wealth of those who had once looked down upon them. Sure enough, just as the citizens of London were still reveling in the joy of reduced prices for water, electricity, and gas, a new, revolutionary, and controversial piece of legislation titled the Tiered Pricing Bill for Public Utilities in Greater London quietly appeared on the bills of all London residents for the following month. The content of this bill was straightforward yet audacious, embodying the spirit of Robin Hood as it sought to redistribute wealth. Simply put, it determined the cost of water, electricity, and gas based upon the real estate prices of one's neighborhood and household income. Living in a luxurious mansion on Kensington Gardens? Apologies. Your water bill will be 10 times that of a typical impoverished district. Driving a Rolls-Royce and frequenting high-end clubs? Regrettably, your electricity bill will be 20 times that of an average working-class household. Do you have a private swimming pool and expansive lawn to maintain? Even better, your monthly gas bill will reach astronomical figures that will surely cause you discomfort. The excess profits extracted from the wealthy neighborhoods would be continuously funneled back to the underprivileged residents of London's East End and other impoverished areas in the form of energy subsidies and community welfare, allowing them to enjoy public services that were now even more affordable, if not nearly free. The moment this class struggle-laden discriminatory pricing bill was announced, it triggered a seismic shockwave throughout London's upper echelons. Shameless plunder. That tyrant from the East is using his monopolistic power to conduct a sordid and illegal redistribution of wealth against us. This is the most ruthless trampling of the spirit of the free market, a gross violation of our private property rights. We call upon all nobles, all elites, all respectable individuals to unite, resist this yellow-skinned dictator. Countless elites residing in traditional affluent areas such as Belgravia and Chelsea erupted like a swarm of agitated cats. Their composure shattered. Through the media apparatus they controlled, they launched the most venomous and frenzied attacks against Lei Chao. They conspired with their representatives in Parliament, attempting to overturn Lei Chao's audacious and tyrannical terms through legislative measures. A grand counteroffensive, orchestrated by the upper echelons of Eagle Nation's elite against this perceived foreign invader, dramatically unfolded. However, they were blissfully unaware of the formidable adversary they were about to confront, not the previously silenced majority they could easily manipulate and oppress, but an irate, well-armed working class of Eagle Nation, united through the tangible benefits Lei Chao had bestowed upon them. Damn the aristocrats. Damn the elites. Must we, the impoverished, endure the world's highest utility costs while you, the gluttonous parasites, bask in the comforts provided by our taxes to maintain your wretched private pools and golf courses? Sir Lei was justified. This is precisely how it should be. Let these oblivious bastards experience the dread of rising living costs. Who dares oppose Sir Ray's tiered pricing? They become the enemies of the 3 million impoverished souls of London. There was no need for Lei Chao to intervene personally. The masses, who had already revered him as their savior and an Eastern Robin Hood, spontaneously organized. In their most straightforward and earnest manner, they retaliated fiercely against those elite mouthpieces who dared to attack Lei Chao in the media and the unscrupulous politicians who stood for the wealthy in Parliament. They stormed the offices of elite newspapers, drenching the unprincipled journalists in rotten eggs and squashed tomatoes. They besieged the homes of dishonest politicians, creating an impenetrable blockade, bombarding them and their families with deafening noise and vile graffiti, immersing them in the tumult of a people's war throughout the night. In an instant, all of London was engulfed in a raucous celebration of class struggle and populism, masterfully orchestrated by Lei Chao from his secluded presidential suite. A cold smile, reminiscent of a deity's dominion over all, curled at the corners of his lips. He understood that from the moment he successfully ignited class conflict within this nation, he had secured an invincible position, for he had irrevocably bound his fate to that of the vast lower class, the majority of the populace. Whoever dared to challenge him would be jeopardizing the livelihood of 3 million impoverished Londoners. Chapter 275, The Switch of Life. I hold the power in your parliament. Gentlemen, we can no longer tolerate that dictator from the East running rampant on the soil of our British Empire. In the Gothic style, solemn chamber of the House of Commons in Westminster, a portly Conservative MP, his hair grizzled and garbed in a crisp British parliamentary suit, stood fervently at his small seat, delivering a war-mobilizing speech filled with patriotism and class hatred to hundreds of equally indignant colleagues. He was none other than Sir Edward Green, the leader of the anti-Lei Chao coalition in Parliament and the representative for Kensington, one of London's wealthiest districts. He accused Lei Chao of corrupting our ignorant lower class with his filthy wealth. He claimed that through his vile tactics, he had incited class conflict within society. Now, he sought to wield his illegal monopolistic power to orchestrate an unprecedented and shameless plunder of wealth from those of us who have generated the most riches for this nation. If we do not rise to halt his tyranny today, tomorrow he will ride upon our necks, reveling in his power. He will transform our nation, steeped in centuries of glorious tradition, into his own dictatorial, Eastern-style private kingdom. Sir Green's incendiary speech ignited a fervor within the chamber. Indeed, down with the Eastern tyrant. We must immediately legislate to restrict the Lei Group's illegal price hikes. Let us reclaim our authority over utility pricing. Let him return to Hong Kong. The entire House of Commons was utterly immersed in a fervent atmosphere of shared outrage and deceptive prosperity. They envisioned that imperious Eastern man, battered and bloodied beneath the iron fist of the popular will they represented, fleeing London in disgrace. They had even drafted a bill aimed at preserving market fairness and safeguarding consumer rights, the Antitrust and Price Control Act, prepared to pass it with overwhelming support in the afternoon vote. However, just as they were about to raise their voting devices, an unexpected interruption occurred. Buzzing. The private phones of the hundreds of representatives resonated in unison, vibrating frantically as if prearranged. Everyone instinctively picked up their devices, puzzled. Then they saw it. Each phone displayed a brief, yet ominous message from the same number. Lei Group Energy, Eagle Nation, Limited. The message was simple, yet chilling. Dear members of Parliament, greetings. Due to routine safety inspections of some aging circuits in central London by our Central Power Bureau, we anticipate that from next Monday to Friday, there may be prolonged, unpredictable power outages in certain core areas, including Westminster Palace. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Boom. As all the MPs absorbed the polite, yet threatening notification, a profound silence enveloped the chamber for a fleeting moment before erupting into a cacophony of disbelief and terror, louder and more frenzied than ever before. Power outages. He dares to cut off our power in Parliament. Has he lost his mind? This is an outright political threat to the highest authority of the British Empire. This madman, this lawless Eastern tyrant. What on earth does he intend to do? Just moments ago, the once fervent and united anti-Lei Chao alliance crumbled in the face of Lei Chao's unreasonable and devastating physical threat, collapsing into utter disarray. They resembled individuals doused with a bucket of ice water at 30 degrees below zero, chilled to the bone. Only then did they belatedly recognize, with a sense of dread, how utterly vulnerable they and the so-called supreme authority they represented were before the Eastern demon who had firmly seized control of London's very lifeblood. Forget about any nonsensical legislation. Should the adversary desire, he could plunge the entire city of London back into the dark medieval times devoid of electricity, heating, and the internet within the next heartbeat. The privileged individuals, who had grown accustomed to the conveniences of modern civilization, would likely be unable to endure even a single day in such a grim reality. Cough, cough. Sir Green, who had just been passionately rallying everyone to resist tyranny, now resembled a rooster with its neck grasped, his complexion alternating between shades of blue and purple. Clearing his throat, he forced a smile more grotesque than tears. I suddenly feel that, regarding the details of this antitrust and price control bill, we may need to deliberate further. After all, legislation is a profoundly serious matter. We cannot act in haste, can we? This desperate and self-soothing rhetoric immediately garnered enthusiastic and unanimous support from the equally terrified members present. Indeed, Sir Green is right. We must proceed with caution. Caution, they echoed, emphasizing that the bill concerned the vital interests of millions of London citizens, insisting on the necessity of widely soliciting opinions and avoiding a dictatorial approach. I propose that we establish a dedicated legislative committee. Let us take 3 to 5 years to thoroughly and deeply research this matter. Thus, the bill, once imbued with their high hopes of curtailing Lei Chao's power, was dramatically and ironically rendered obsolete. Lei Chao, the Eastern man who single-handedly toyed with the entire House of Commons, became a name that could not be uttered within the halls of Westminster. A terrifying legend akin to Voldemort that instilled fear in all. He had unequivocally established himself as the true, undisputed underground governor of the city. Chapter 276. My father's exclusive passage. The airport is owned by my family. Ha! Son, look. At London Heathrow International Airport. Within the opulent and private Windsor lounge designated for the world's most elite VVIP clientele, Lei Lo, the emperor of the Lei family conglomerate, beamed with the enthusiasm of a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. He pointed at a massive sign in the center of the lounge, crafted from pure gold and shimmering with radiant brilliance, exclaiming in awe to his son, who wore a bemused smile. The sign bore an inscription in both Chinese and English, emblazoned in grand golden letters. Exclusive passage for members of the Lei family and VVIP guests. His Lordship Sir Lei Lo's exclusive passage. Beneath this inscription was a grand artistic photograph of Lei Lo, clad in his flamboyant lordly attire, holding a diamond-studded gold birdcage while strolling in Hyde Park. The absurdity of his ostentatious appearance starkly contrasted with the elegant decor steeped in British aristocracy surrounding him. Son, you've truly brought honor to our family, Lei Lo exclaimed, enveloping Lei Chao in a hearty embrace, his face, usually marked by a hint of irreverence, now radiating boundless pride and satisfaction. In my day at Kai Tak Airport in Hong Kong, I had to bow and scrape to the governor. And now, here I am at the capital of this sun-never-sets empire, with my very own exclusive passage. Even the Queen of England would have to wait in line behind me. The wheel of fortune has turned, indeed. This is what true fortune looks like. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning himself parading through London like an emperor, basking in the envious glances of all travelers in the golden passage reserved solely for the Lei family. That sensation surpassed even his former glory as the chief detective in Hong Kong by 100-fold. Father, please lower your voice. Lei Chao observed his flamboyant, vanity-driven father with a resigned shake of his head. His initial impulse to acquire a stake in Heathrow Airport was not to create an exclusive passage for his father, but stemmed from a far more calculated and ruthless strategic consideration. He understood that the airport, as a nation's most crucial gateway and transportation hub, held not just immense commercial potential, but also served as a core and sensitive node for intelligence and information dissemination. Every day, thousands of politicians, businessmen, spies, and terrorists traversed this space, their passport information, flight records, baggage items, and even every clandestine rendezvous laid bare under the omnipresent surveillance of Lei Chao's all-seeing eye. Heathrow Airport would become the most vital and efficient information-gathering node within Lei Chao's vast global intelligence network, an unblinking eye embedded in the heart of Europe. Naturally, these intricate machinations would remain unspoken to his father, whose mind was preoccupied with vanity and superficiality. Instead, he slowly retrieved a card, also crafted from pure gold, adorned with an eagle in flight, exuding a futuristic allure. With the finesse of an exceptionally attentive butler, he presented the card to his father. Father, this is for you. What is this? A new bank card? How much is on it? Lei Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is not a bank card. Lei Chao replied with a mysterious smile. This is a special privilege I've arranged for you at this airport. From now on, simply present this card, and you may indulge in unlimited, complimentary spending at any shop, restaurant, or duty-free store within Heathrow Airport. Moreover, there was a thread of devilishly enticing allure laced within Lei Chao's voice. He further revealed that one could summon all security personnel and VIP services at the airport at any time and from any location. This included our very own Gulfstream G650 private jet, which was stationed at the third tarmac and could take you anywhere in the world at a moment's notice. My goodness. After listening to his son's privileged and domineering presentation, Lei Luo's eyes, typically clouded with a hint of cynicism, suddenly ignited with an expression of disbelief. Akin to witnessing an extraterrestrial phenomenon, he realized that his son was not merely enhancing his own reputation. Rather, he had elevated his father to unimaginable heights. In that moment, he felt he was no longer just a lord. He was an emperor, the sole sovereign of this airport. However, while Lei Lo reveled in the overwhelming bliss and intoxicating euphoria bestowed by such limitless privileges, the tender smile of affection and indulgence that adorned Lei Chao's face vanished without a trace. In its stead emerged an expression of chilling gravity, as frigid and unyielding as ancient glaciers. This was prompted by the sudden, unheralded resurgence of the dormant celestial surveillance system in his mind, which now issued a more urgent and piercing S-level red alert than ever before. Ding! Warning! Warning! The celestial surveillance system has detected a large-scale, anomalous military assembly signal in the waters surrounding the South Atlantic Malvinas Islands, Falkland Islands. A formidable mixed fleet belonging to the Argentine Navy breached the internationally recognized maritime no-go zone an hour ago. Their course is clearly directed towards the Royal Navy's task force stationed at the Malvinas. According to the system's risk assessment model, a modern maritime and aerial conflict led by the Argentine Galtieri military government, aimed at reclaiming lost territory by force, is set to erupt within the next 24 hours. In that cold, remote South Atlantic, it will commence with great fervor. Chapter 277. The Clouds of War and the Arrival of My War Dividend. Is war finally upon us? At Heathrow Airport, within the opulent and private confines of the Windsor VIP Lounge, Lei Chao silently gazed at the holographic screen in his mind, visible only to him. Pulsating with a blinding red alert, his expression remained inscrutable, yet within his deep, starry eyes, a fervent blaze ignited, hotter, more frenzied, and imbued with an insatiable hunger for the war dividends that lay ahead. The Falklands War, a conflict that decisively shaped the political fate of the Iron Lady, Margaret Thatcher, in a past life, and fundamentally established the United Kingdom's second place standing in the late Cold War era, was about to unveil its bloody prologue to the world. This was a calamity, a bloody war fraught with uncertainty and ruinous risk between two sovereign nations. Yet, from Lei Chao's unique perspective, endowed with a divine vantage point as the sole time traveler, this was an unparalleled opportunity to entwine his vast commercial empire with the fortunes of the once mighty British Empire. He was certain that the British would emerge victorious, albeit at a harrowing cost. Their already diminished Royal Navy would suffer significant losses under the assault of the Argentines' elusive Exocet missiles, acquired from the French. They would pay dearly, with several capital ships sunk and hundreds of valiant naval officers perishing, to achieve a Pyrrhic victory. What Lei Chao intended to do was to descend like a savior at the most critical juncture of this war, utilizing the advanced technological intelligence and military equipment at his disposal to assist the aging lion, already weakened, in winning this battle for its dignity with greater ease and grace. He would then seize the most coveted and bountiful war dividends from its triumph. Son, what troubles you? Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Lei Lo inquired. Concern etched upon his face as he observed the sudden gravity that enveloped his son. Nothing, Dad. Lei Chao slowly retracted his murderous and calculating thoughts. His countenance once again adopted a demeanor of nonchalance, though he suddenly recalled a venture that might secure the Lei family's prosperity for the next 50 years. Meanwhile, in London, at number 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister's residence, within a war room thick with tension and oppression, the atmosphere was as taut as a powder keg on the verge of explosion. Generals, gentlemen, tell me, what are we to do now? The Iron Lady, known for her unyielding demeanor, now resembled a fully enraged lioness, unleashing a hysterical roar at her cabinet ministers and military leaders, who wore equally troubled expressions. Just half an hour prior, an official communication brimming with ultimatum-like implications from the Argentine Galtieri military government had landed on her desk. The contents of the correspondence were blunt, yet suffused with Latin arrogance and hubris. The Argentines demanded that the British government withdraw all military personnel and administrative officials from the Malvinas Islands within 24 hours. Returning the sacred territory that had historically belonged to Argentina to its rightful owners. Otherwise, they would resort to any means necessary to defend their national sovereignty. This was an unabashed and overt threat of war. Madam Prime Minister, our situation is quite dire, began Defense Minister John Nott, a lean, bespectacled middle-aged man, cautiously voicing his concerns. Due to substantial budget cuts in recent years, our Royal Navy's capability for prolonged naval operations has significantly diminished. We currently lack even a single aircraft carrier capable of accommodating a sufficient number of Harrier vertical takeoff and landing fighters. Meanwhile, the Argentines possess the aircraft carrier Aire 25 de Mayo, brimming with formidable A-4 Skyhawk strike aircraft and lethal Exocet missiles. Once conflict erupts, Our task force in the South Atlantic will be utterly exposed to their overwhelming aerial assault. Our chances of victory are virtually non-existent. Minister Knott's pessimistic and defeatist analysis landed like a bucket of icy water on the heads of the war hawks present, plunging the entire command room into a chilling silence. The faces of all present were etched with profound despair and humiliation. Once upon a time, their invincible fleet, steeped in centuries of glorious tradition, had fallen to such a pitiful state that it could not even contend with a third-rate nation in South America. This was undoubtedly the greatest disgrace in the annals of the empire upon which the sun never set. Could we merely stand by and watch that accursed dictator from Galtieri seize the territories of our British Empire from our grasp? The voice of Lady Thatcher trembled violently with intense rage. She understood that if she chose to compromise today, she, Margaret Thatcher, would be irrevocably nailed to the pillar of historical shame, becoming yet another Prime Minister of the Eagle Nation, following Chamberlain, whose reputation was tarnished by a policy of appeasement. This was something she absolutely, unequivocally could not accept. Just as the entire command room was enveloped in a stifling atmosphere of despair and pessimism, a faint, tentative voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Prime Minister, I may have a not-so-conventional solution. The speaker was Peter Jones, recently elevated to the position of Director of the Cabinet Office by Lady Thatcher due to his commendable performance. Speak. A flicker of hope ignited in Lady Thatcher's eyes, akin to grasping a lifeline. It is this, Prime Minister. Peter Jones cleared his throat and spoke cautiously. Although our Navy is lacking sufficient aircraft carriers, our logistical supply lines face an even more dire and substantial shortfall. The Falkland Islands are a staggering 8,000 miles from our homeland. Our meager supply ships are utterly inadequate to sustain our vast task force in a prolonged, high-intensity modern warfare over such a distance. We require more large merchant vessels capable of transporting personnel, equipment, munitions, and fuel. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the cabinet colleagues who bore expressions of dawning realization. There is but one entity within the Eagle Nation, and indeed the entire world, that possesses the largest, most modern, and most compliant deep-sea fleet. Chapter 278, The Queen's Call. Are you once again planning to take advantage of the situation, Lei Chao? When Peter Jones uttered that enigmatic and complex Eastern name, Lady Thatcher's brow instantly furrowed in concern. A profoundly intricate expression of revulsion, trepidation, and unavoidable humiliation crossed her face. She was acutely aware of the formidable fleet possessed by Lei Chao and his shipping company, a veritable printing press upon the seas. She also recognized that the man was astute, ruthlessly pragmatic, and adept at seizing opportunities in times of crisis. Last time, she was compelled to trade the nation's prized Rolls-Royce engine technology for his generous assistance regarding Rover. And now, for the fate of the entire British Empire. What bargaining chip could she possibly offer in this life-and-death negotiation? Prime Minister, we can no longer afford to hesitate. Defense Minister John Knott gazed at the countdown clock on the wall, his voice laced with unprecedented urgency. According to the latest intelligence from MI6 just received from Buenos Aires, the Argentine fleet has already set sail. We have less than 20 hours to prepare. If we cannot gather sufficient merchant vessels to establish our logistical supply line before their fleet departs, we need not even engage in battle. We have already lost. Knott's words struck Lady Thatcher's heart with the weight of a heavy alarm bell, jolting her from her indecision. She knew he was right. Time was no longer on her side, nor on that of the British Empire. Faced with the choice between national interests and her own trivial pride, she had no option but to choose the former once more. Connect me to Buckingham Palace. After a long pause, she finally squeezed out those words, laden with helplessness and concession. She understood that dealing with Lei Chao, a man who could not be coerced, would likely yield greater results if someone of higher stature, better representative of the face and traditional friendships of the British Empire, were to intervene. Ringing. Savoy Hotel, Presidential Suite. Lei Chao had just concluded a rather amusing business discussion with his whimsical father regarding the establishment of an authentic Peking duck restaurant in London's Chinatown, surpassing even Quanjude. He was preparing to indulge in an exotic essential oil spa meticulously arranged by Lin Qingxiao when the Golden Royal Hotline, a direct link to Buckingham Palace gifted to him by Her Majesty, erupted into an untimely cacophony. A mysterious smile, one of complete control, crept across Lei Chao's lips. He knew the fish had finally taken the bait. Slowly, he reached out and pressed the speakerphone button. A voice, both regal and elegant yet tinged with an unmistakable urgency and gravity, resonated throughout the suite. Sir Lei, good evening. I apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour. It was none other than Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, who had graced the throne of this nation for decades, the true symbol of the empire upon which the sun never set. Good evening, Your Majesty. Lei Chao's tone remained calm and composed, as if he were receiving a casual late-night greeting from an old friend rather than a distress call from the highest sovereign of the land. You wouldn't be calling me at this hour merely to discuss whether your delightful corgis enjoyed their supper tonight, would you? His irreverent jest, if uttered by any other citizen of the Eagle Nation, would have likely resulted in immediate expulsion by the royal guard. Yet, upon hearing it, the queen not only refrained from anger, but let out a bitter laugh, tinged with resignation and self-mockery. Ah, Sir Lei, you remain as humorous as ever. Very well. I shall be forthright. My voice now bears an unparalleled seriousness and gravity. Sir Lei, my country is facing an unprecedented crisis. The Argentinians, those despicable thieves, intend to seize the last and most sacred overseas territory of our British Empire. And we, once the fearsome and invincible fleet that made the world tremble, are now, due to circumstances you are well aware of, in a precarious state. The Queen's voice was heavy with a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. Thus, I, Elizabeth Windsor, in my personal capacity as Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, I hereby extend the most urgent and sincere request to you, Sir Lei Chao, our most loyal and dependable friend of the British Empire. I fervently hope that you and your esteemed shipping company can stand alongside us in this war that pertains to the honor and dignity of our nation. We require the most robust and reliable logistical support for our mixed fleet, soon to embark on an expedition to the South Atlantic. I assure you, Her Majesty's voice resonates with an unequivocal commitment. Should we triumph in this conflict, you and your family shall be bestowed with the enduring friendship of our entire Windsor royal family, along with any form of recompense you desire. This royal request, imbued with sincerity and temptation, would drive any mortal in pursuit of fame and status into a frenzy. Yet, Lei Chao remained silent, his countenance betraying no emotion, as though the royal friendship and unparalleled glory promised by Her Majesty were but empty checks devoid of practical value. After a prolonged silence, during which the Queen began to feel a twinge of unease due to the suffocating stillness, Lei Chao finally spoke. His voice was calm, yet laced with the unmistakable, unyielding coolness of a true businessman. Your Majesty, I am a Chinese man, and I am a merchant. My fleet can serve your war efforts. However, a cold, calculating smile crept upon his lips, revealing the unmistakable intent to exploit the situation. What tangible benefits can you and your government provide for me and my commercial empire? As Lei Chao's chilling words, laden with the stark realities of commerce, transmitted through the encrypted satellite signal to the opulent and classical confines of Buckingham Palace. Queen Elizabeth II, who had sat upon this throne for decades, accustomed to the humility and reverence of all who approached her, was confronted for the first time with an expression of profound astonishment. She had never anticipated that this Eastern man would be so utterly lacking in decorum, so brazenly forthright, daring to discuss terms before her, the sovereign of the British Empire. This was not mere rudeness. It was a flagrant trampling upon her dignity and the centuries-old traditions of the Windsor family. Yet, before she could fully process her shock and indignation, Lei Chao's cold, emotionless voice reverberated once more, akin to the pronouncement of an ultimatum. Your Majesty, I believe you may not fully grasp the current situation. It is you who seek my assistance, not the other way around. My fleet is intended for profit, not charity. To risk my ships and crew against the Argentine's Exocet missiles, transporting munitions and toilet paper for a war 8,000 miles away, is an investment fraught with peril. And I, Lei Chao, never engage in investments without returns. His words, steeped in the ruthless logic of capitalism, pierced the proud heart of Her Majesty like a poisoned dagger. She felt her blood pressure surge to an unprecedented height. She considered hanging up the phone and ordering the royal guards to seize this impertinent Eastern scoundrel and cast him into the Tower of London to keep company with the spirits of the royal disgraced. But she could not, for she knew better than anyone that what he spoke was the truth. Without his fleet, the war against Argentina could not be fought. Speak. She finally managed to utter, the words escaping her lips with an air of powerlessness and humiliation. What do you desire? Quite simple, Lei Chao replied, a victorious smile gracing his features as he realized that this proud, aging lioness had finally bowed her head. First, money, the operational costs, insurance, and war allowances for all my vessels during your military's requisition must be paid by your government at double the rate. Moreover, should any of my ships or crew suffer damage or accidents during this war, you are obliged to compensate me at 10 times the highest international market standard. The Queen's brow furrowed immediately. This was no mere opportunistic robbery. It was an outright plunder of the national treasury. Yet, before she could negotiate, Lei Chao's cold, unwavering voice resumed. Second, military contracts. After the war, all orders concerning the construction, upgrading, and maintenance of the next generation of naval vessels by your Ministry of Defense must be prioritized for my company, Raytheon Industries. I require at least a 30% share. What? The Queen's eyes widened in disbelief. She understood that the man before her sought to extend his influence into the very core of the British Empire's sensitive military-industrial complex. undermining the foundations of their once great empire. Third, and finally, Lei Chao's voice softened, imbued with an insidious allure, as though he were not presenting a condition, but rather a sweet poison irresistible to any mortal in pursuit of fame and status. I desire a genuine, hereditary title of Duke of the Eagle Nation, endowed with fiefdom and real power for my father. At this last, most audacious demand, it felt as though Buckingham Palace had been struck by a bolt from the heavens. An oppressive silence engulfed the room. Her Majesty was utterly petrified. Her aged hand, adorned with a silk glove, trembled uncontrollably as she clutched the phone. She could scarcely fathom that the extent of this man's ambition was so vast. He sought not only wealth, but the very lifeblood of the British military-industrial complex. He aimed to elevate a yellow-skinned Chinese man to the ranks of the true ruling class of this nation. This was the most ruthless and fatal subversion of the Windsor family's centuries-old traditions. However, just as she was on the brink of vehemently rejecting this outrageous and insane proposition due to overwhelming shame and fury, the cold, judgmental voice of Lei Chao emanated once again from the other end of the line, resonating like the final pronouncement of doom. Your Majesty, I believe it is imperative that you reconsider the conditions I have laid out, juxtaposed with the island you are on the verge of losing, along with your final dignity as the monarch of the empire on which the sun never sets. What weighs heavier? My patience is finite. You and your government have a mere 10 minutes to decide. Accept all my terms, or... A chilling smirk graced Lei Chao's lips. You may as well row your little boats and engage in a fair nightly duel with the Argentine aircraft carriers. Beep, beep, beep. With that, Lei Chao abruptly ended the call, leaving Her Majesty, clutching the cold receiver within Buckingham Palace, her complexion paling to a ghostly white in an instant. For the first time, a flicker of despair trembled within her usually graceful and composed azure eyes. Chapter 280, The Expedition of the Thunder Shield, Aiming for the Stars and the Sea. He agreed. 10 minutes later, when the weary and humiliated confirmation call from Lady Thatcher reached Lei Chao's personal mobile, an earth-shattering roar of jubilation erupted in the presidential suite of the Savoy Hotel. I can't believe it. Son, you actually did it. Lei Lo, the imminent first Chinese duke in the annals of the British Empire, was flushed with excitement, his words tumbling over one another. He abruptly scooped up the equally animated, rotund figure beside him and spun around 3 times in sheer exhilaration. I'm going to be a duke. An hereditary one at that. Ha! Ancestors. Our Lei family is truly destined for glory and historical renown. Yet, Lei Chao merely stood silently before the vast floor-to-ceiling window. His countenance bore no expression, as if the title of duke, which would send any ordinary person into a frenzy, was to him but an inconsequential trinket. His deep, starry eyes gazed through the frosted glass, fixated on the distant, perilous expanse of the South Atlantic. A cold, confident smile began to form at the corner of his mouth. He understood that the grand strategy he had devised for world conquest was finally about to execute its most crucial and lethal move. The following morning, at dawn, the Eagle Nation, Plymouth, Royal Navy Base. Military flags fluttered and military songs resounded. An unprecedentedly large and formidable task force, composed of dozens of various combat vessels and urgently requisitioned merchant ships, was making its final preparations for departure. The atmosphere was both solemn and foreboding. The faces of the naval officers and sailors, soon to embark on an 8,000-mile journey to a foreign battlefield to defend their nation's honor and dignity, were etched with the sorrow of parting from their families and the fearful uncertainty of the brutal war that lay ahead. Beside this Royal Navy, a private fleet, starkly contrasting in demeanor, was also poised to depart, comprising over a dozen jet-black, 10,000-ton special transport ships emblazoned with a silver, imposing Lei logo. They lacked the presence of tearful family farewells. Instead, rows of uniformed security personnel clad in digital camouflage stood rigidly, their faces devoid of expression, like javelins poised for flight. They gripped the world's most advanced M4A1 automatic rifles, with ample ammunition and grenades strapped to their waists. Their eyes reflected no fear, no sorrow, only a ravenous eagerness and excitement for the impending carnage and warfare. Within the massive containers behind them lay not ordinary logistical supplies, but cutting-edge war machines developed by Lei Technologies, capable of fundamentally altering the course of this conflict. The prototype of the Poseidon Spear electronic jamming system, able to disrupt the guidance signals of Exocet missiles, and the Eagle Eye airborne fire control radar that could grant the Harrier fighter jet standoff strike capabilities. Even more formidable was the black-scaled special infiltration team led by Yuan Xiong, equipped with exoskeletons and optical camouflage, quintessentially embodying the future warrior archetype. This was no mere logistical fleet, it was a meticulously armed expeditionary force. At the forefront of the fleet, on the bridge of the flagship super-transport vessel named Dragonmite, Lei Chao donned a crisp black naval officer's uniform. adorned with the golden stars of honorary rear admiral recently bestowed upon him by Her Majesty. He raised a custom-made military telescope from the German Zeiss Company, quietly surveying the divine legion that was to represent his will and that of the entire Lei group in the expedition across the South Atlantic. His expression remained impassive, yet his heart swelled with ambition. He understood that from this day forth, he would transcend the role of mere businessman, financial titan, or underground sovereign. He would emerge as a true warlord, capable of determining the fates of modern warfare. At that moment, on the holographic screen visible only to him, the Eye of Heaven system relayed the latest real-time updates regarding the Argentine Air Force bases. He observed that at the distant airbase situated on the South American continent, several super-military flag attack aircraft equipped with lethal Exocet anti-ship missiles were finalizing their pre-battle preparations. The pilots, brimming with vigor, were striding towards their aircraft, ready to deliver an unexpected and dire appetizer to the Royal Navy of the Eagle Nation, blissfully unaware of the impending doom that awaited them over the ocean. Watching this unfold, Lei Chao's lips curled into a cold smile, reminiscent of a deity orchestrating every aspect of fate. In his heart, he silently uttered a final judgment, filled with both pity and mockery for the Argentine dictator still dreaming grand dreams within the presidential palace of Buenos Aires. Galtieri, your ace, in my eyes, is nothing more than a heap of scrap metal I shall personally deliver to the depths of the sea. He slowly lowered the telescope and issued the final order to the fleet commander, Abu, who had been waiting patiently behind him, brimming with unbounded zeal. Set sail. Chapter 281, The Prelude to Doom, the death knell of the flying fish. Damn it, the Argentinians have truly lost their minds. How dare they? How dare they launch an assault on our esteemed Royal Navy's HMS Sheffield? In the war room beneath 10 Downing Street, heavy with an atmosphere of tension and oppression, the face of Defense Minister John Knott, perpetually pallid, was now drenched in cold sweat. He let out a desperate roar at the urgent telegram that had just arrived from the South Atlantic, its contents striking like a thunderclap, throwing the entire command room into disarray. The Argentine Air Force's super-attended attack aircraft, bolstered by French-made Exocet anti-ship missiles, had successfully struck and severely damaged the British Royal Navy's HMS Sheffield. This marked the first time since World War II that the Royal Navy had sustained such a catastrophic loss in combat. Madam Prime Minister, we must retaliate immediately. We must make those damned Argentinians aware of whom they have provoked. An admiral slammed his fist on the table, his face etched with fury and humiliation. Yet, there was no trace of joy on Mrs. Thatcher's countenance. She sat in silence, her blue eyes, usually filled with determination and confidence, now clouded with profound concern. She understood that this was merely the beginning. General, tell me, how many warships do we possess that can withstand such a saturation attack from these Exocet missiles? Her voice was hoarse and weary. A pained expression flickered across the admiral's face as he struggled to respond. Madam Prime Minister, our current air defense systems are nearly ineffective against these low-flying, high-speed Exocet missiles. If the Argentinians possess a sufficient number of them, our entire task force will face the imminent danger of being utterly sunk. The command room fell into a deathly silence. Despair and helplessness were etched on every face. They could scarcely fathom that the once invincible fleet of the Sun Never Sets Empire would confront such a lethal threat from a third-rate South American nation. Just as everyone teetered on the brink of despair, Lei Chao sat quietly in a private lounge at Heathrow Airport, cradling a cup of aromatic Blue Mountain coffee, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. His eyes, as deep as the night sky, were fixed on a holographic screen visible only to him, flashing with a glaring red alert. The real-time battle situation in the South Atlantic was presented with crystal clarity. HMS Sheffield, hit, damage control failure, sinking countdown. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in Lei Chao's mind. This vessel, once the pride of the Royal Navy, was now depicted in the precise simulations of the Sky Eye system, slowly submerging like a massive candle ignited in the frigid waters. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth. He knew this was no coincidence. This was a grand performance he had orchestrated, a prelude to a doomsday that would make the entire British Empire tremble. From the moment the Argentine military government decided to invade the Falkland Islands, Lei Chao's Sky Eye system had placed the entire military dynamics of the South Atlantic under the highest level of surveillance. The deployment of the Argentine Navy, the training plans of their air force, and even the stockpiles of super-attended aircraft and Exocet missiles purchased from the French, including crucial details about the radar guidance frequencies and jamming resistance of the Exocet missiles, were laid bare before him. He understood their capabilities better than the Argentinians themselves. A mere handful of outdated Exocet missiles had managed to corner the once mighty empire to this extent. Lei Chao scoffed inwardly. He recognized that the arrogance and hubris of the British had exacted a heavy toll. They had dismissed Argentina, a third-rate nation, and had failed to conduct a thorough assessment of the exocet, an antiquated weapon. This was precisely his opportunity. He slowly extended his hand and gently tapped on the holographic screen. In an instant, it switched to reveal a detailed analysis report on the exocet missile generated by the Sky Eye system. The report displayed glaring red text, clearly indicating the radar guidance frequency, the upper limits of its jamming resistance, and, most critically, the self-destruct codes for the exocet missiles. Abu. Lei Chao pressed the internal communication button. Yes, boss. Abu's steady voice responded immediately. Inform our contacts embedded within MI6 to discreetly leak this report to Defense Minister John Knott at an opportune moment. Ensure he believes this intelligence is the result of perilous efforts by their MI6 elites. A knowing smile graced Lei Chao's lips. Remember, it must seem like the intelligence was obtained at great personal risk. Understood, boss. A glint of bloodthirsty anticipation flickered in Abu's eyes. He knew the boss was about to get serious. Lei Chao gazed at the struggling HMS Sheffield on the screen, his expression devoid of emotion. He was acutely aware that the sinking of this warship was inevitable. This was the price he had to pay to make the Iron Lady truly grasp despair and recognize his irreplaceability. He intended for the entire British Empire to comprehend that. In this war concerning national fate, their sole savior was none other than him, Lei Chao. He slowly rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the London streets, now appearing grayer in the twilight. A cold, calculating glint shone in his eyes, reminiscent of a hunter's gaze. He knew that a far greater storm was about to unfold over this ancient land, and he, Lei Chao, would be its sole sovereign. War had never been merely a matter of military confrontation. Lei Chao mused silently. War was an extension of politics, a game of money, and a contest for hearts and minds. He would ensure that every British citizen understood that their fate was firmly grasped in his hands. He intended for the exocet missile to serve as his harbinger of death, proclaiming his dominance to the entire British Empire. This proclamation was merely the first offering he would present to a nation he was determined to buy out entirely. He knew that tomorrow, all of Britain would weep for the demise of HMS Sheffield, and he, Lei Chao, would commence his harvest feast amidst their lamentations. Chapter 282, The Death Deal. The Lethal Frequency of the Exocet. General, we have just received highly classified intelligence from MI6. In the war room at 10, Downing Street, Peter Jones burst in, his face radiating with incredulous joy. The document in his hands felt as heavy as lead. Defense Minister John Knott shot up, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Peter Jones. His voice hoarse and urgent. What intelligence? Speak quickly. It concerns the Argentine exocet missiles. Peter Jones's voice trembled with excitement as he spoke. The intelligence reveals that one of our MI6 operatives embedded in Buenos Aires has, at great personal risk, successfully obtained the radar guidance frequency of the exocet missiles along with their upper limits for jamming resistance. What? An uproar erupted in the command room. As if struck by a thunderbolt from the heavens, everyone stood in stunned silence, collectively speechless. Lady Thatcher abruptly rose from her seat, her blue eyes, which were typically brimming with determination and confidence, now radiated an indescribable shock and elation. She comprehended the significance of this moment. It heralded a flicker of hope for the fleet of the Royal Navy. Quickly, instantly relay this intelligence to the frontline commanders. Instruct them to adjust the air defense radar frequencies and activate all electronic countermeasure systems. It is imperative that the Argentine exocet missiles are intercepted beyond our defensive line. Lady Thatcher trembled with excitement, her voice infused with an unprecedented fervor. Yet, amidst the command room's euphoric atmosphere of survival, Lei Chao remained quietly seated in the presidential suite of the Savoy Hotel, cradling a glass of exquisite Bordeaux wine, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. His eyes, deep as the starry sky, fixated on the holographic screen in his mind, which only he could perceive, flashing with blinding red alerts. On the screen, an Argentine Navy aircraft carrier, the heir 25 de Mayo, housed a super-attended attack aircraft equipped with exocet missiles, gliding slowly toward the runway. The pilot's face was etched with fervor and confidence, poised to achieve glory for his nation. Abu. Lei Chao pressed the internal communicator. Yes, boss. Abu's calm voice resonated instantly. Notify our South American trading company in Buenos Aires to establish immediate contact with the Argentine military. A cold smirk curved Lei Chao's lips as he instructed. Inform them we possess a shipment of superior radar components, recently retired from a European nation, capable of compensating for their war losses. Remember, the price must be steep. A glint of bloodlust flickered in Lei Chao's eyes, intending to make them believe this was their sole and final lifeline. Understood, boss. Abu's eyes mirrored a similar thirst for blood, aware that the boss was now playing for keeps. Lei Chao recognized that the exocet missile intelligence he had just leaked to MI6 would help the British evade a portion of the impending catastrophe. However, The Argentine forces' stock of Exocet missiles was finite. Once depleted, their aerial superiority would vanish. His objective was to provide the Argentines with a seemingly benevolent assistance at this critical juncture, a lifeline they would grasp in desperation, yet ultimately lead them into the abyss of annihilation. The components he offered were not superior radar parts, but rather a batch of outdated, refurbished items he had personally modified to fail catastrophically at crucial moments. He aimed to deceive the Argentines into believing they had glimpsed the dawn of victory, only to be betrayed by their own weaponry at the decisive hour. He intended to transform this war into a death game, orchestrated solely by him, Lei Chao. 2 days later, in the South Atlantic, the waters surrounding the Falkland Islands bore witness to an unprecedented saturation missile attack launched by the Argentine Air Force against the British Royal Navy's task force. Dozens of Exocet missiles soared like the scythes of death, skimming low over the sea toward the British fleet. However, this time, the British were thoroughly prepared. Activate electronic countermeasures. Full-spectrum jamming. Maximum power. The captain of HMS Glasgow bellowed, his voice strained with urgency. Instantly, powerful electronic interference waves enveloped the incoming Exocet missiles like an invisible net. The originally locked-on missiles, now subjected to intense disruption, floundered aimlessly like headless flies before crashing into the frigid sea with reluctant, thunderous roars. We succeeded. We triumphed. Long live the Queen. Long live the Royal Navy. The crew of the British fleet erupted into thunderous cheers. Tears of joy streamed down their faces as they embraced. Overwhelmed with emotion, they knew they had escaped the clutches of death. Yet, while the British reveled in jubilation, a different scene unfolded in the Argentine military command in Buenos Aires. Report, General. Our Exocet missiles have all malfunctioned. A communications officer burst in, his face a canvas of dread and disbelief. What? Impossible. This cannot be. The Argentine Air Force commander leaped from his seat, his expression a mix of fury and despair. Our Exocet missiles are the most advanced anti-ship weapons in the world. How could they all fail? Yet, the grim reality stood before them. Their Exocet missiles' radar guidance systems had crumbled under the weight of British electronic countermeasures. General, our super-attended attack aircraft are also incapacitated due to radar failures. Another ground officer rushed in, his face a portrait of hopelessness. The radar components we just procured from the South American Trading Company are defective. What? The Argentine Air Force commander's vision blurred, a surge of blood nearly escaping his lips. He could hardly fathom that, at this pivotal moment, his own weapons had betrayed him. He raised his head sharply, his eyes gleaming with the desperate fury of a cornered beast. Damn it, we've been deceived. He realized that in this war, Argentina had suffered a catastrophic defeat. As the architect of this chaos, Lei Chao sat quietly in the private lounge of Heathrow Airport, holding a cup of rich blue mountain coffee, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips. His deep eyes gazed at the holographic screen in his mind, where jubilant British sailors celebrated while chaos and despair reigned in the Argentine command. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He knew he had profited immensely from this duplicitous transaction. Not only had he garnered the gratitude of the British, but he had also secured the despair of the Argentines. Slowly, he stood and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the dimming London streets, now shrouded in the twilight's embrace. His eyes sparkled with a predatory, calculating glint. The war had only just begun. Lei Chao mused silently. The best was yet to come. He understood that in the days ahead, the British would grow increasingly reliant on him, while the Argentines would sink deeper into despair. He aimed to transform this conflict into a death game, directed solely by him. Lei Chao. Chapter 283. The solitary vessel in the angry sea, Lei's lifeline. Damn it, this accursed weather. Is the devilish sea of the South Atlantic truly intent on swallowing all our vessels? In London, at 10 Downing Street, the wartime command room bore witness to the despair etched upon Admiral's weathered features. He stared intently at the massive maritime chart on the wall, where the blue arrow representing the Royal Navy's task force struggled amidst a region engulfed by a red cyclone. Report, General. The supply vessel Dolphin, while traversing the roaring 40th parallel, encountered a Category 12 hurricane. The hull suffered severe damage. Water has breached the engine room. We request urgent assistance. A communications officer burst in, his voice trembling with palpable urgency. What? The Dolphin has met with misfortune as well. A cacophony of shock erupted in the command room. Damn it, we have already lost 3 supply ships. At this rate, our task force will never reach the Falklands. Another admiral slammed his fist on the table, his face a portrait of anger and helplessness. Mrs. Thatcher suddenly rose from her seat, her blue eyes, usually filled with determination and confidence, now reflected profound despair. She understood that in warfare, the logistics supply line is the lifeblood of an army. Once that lifeline is severed, no matter how valiant their soldiers or advanced their weaponry, they are inevitably doomed to failure. Prime Minister, what shall we do now? The voice of Defense Minister John Knott was hoarse and weary. Mrs. Thatcher closed her eyes, and in her mind, the calm and self-assured visage of Lei Chao surfaced. That man had once proposed a condition tinged with opportunism over the phone. My fleet can serve your war. But what tangible benefits can you and your government offer to my commercial empire? She realized it was time. Time to lower her proud head to that man. Connect me to Sir Lei Chao's private line at Heathrow Airport. Her voice was laden with endless humiliation and reluctance. Yet, as despair and compromise enveloped the command room in a heavy silence, in the South Atlantic, amidst the tempestuous fury of a Category 12 hurricane, a fleet of over a dozen pitch-black, 10,000-ton specialized transport vessels adorned with a silver, commanding logo of Rei surged forth like a battalion of iron beasts, cutting through the waves with unstoppable ferocity, heading straight into the heart of the storm. The hurricane roared, and towering waves surged. Each vessel rocked violently, seemingly on the verge of being swallowed by the towering waves. However, every ship in Rei's fleet appeared as if imbued with life, standing resolute and unwavering amidst the tempest. Entirely unaffected. Captain, it seems our ship is being cradled by some mysterious force. A seasoned helmsman on the Dragon Majesty's bridge exclaimed in astonishment. He observed a faint, nearly imperceptible green halo flickering around the hull. That halo, like an invisible giant hand, securely lifted the entire ship, maintaining an astonishingly stable posture amid the raging winds and monstrous waves. This is the boss's cutting-edge technology. The captain, a retired officer of the Royal Navy, trembled with excitement. He understood that this vessel, along with the entire Rei fleet, had been thoroughly armed to the teeth with Lei Chao's avant-garde technology, anti-wind and wave attribute. This was a black technology that Lei Chao had exchanged for exorbitant points in the system mall, tailor-made for his deep-sea fleet. It allowed his fleet to navigate any adverse sea conditions with the ease of walking on solid ground, utterly unaffected. Full speed ahead. Destination, the Falkland Islands. First supply point. We must deliver all supplies within 12 hours. The captain shouted with fervor. Aye, Captain. All crew members erupted in thunderous cheers. They knew they were on the brink of creating a miracle. 6 hours later, in the waters surrounding the Falkland Islands, at the first supply point, the officers and soldiers of the Royal Navy Task Force resembled a group of refugees stranded on a desolate island, suffering from hunger and cold, their ammunition nearly exhausted. Their faces were etched with despair and fatigue. Captain, we can't hold out any longer. The fuel is almost gone. The ammunition is running low. An officer rushed in, his voice brimming with hopelessness. Are we truly to perish here, trapped by this damned weather, at the hands of those wretched Argentinians? The captain slammed his fist on the table, his face a canvas of defiance and rage. Yet, just as he was about to relinquish all hope, a report came in. Captain, the radar has detected an unidentified fleet. It is approaching us at high speed. A radar operator rushed in, his voice quivering with shock. What? An unidentified fleet? Is it the Argentinians? The captain leapt from his seat, his expression one of vigilance and alarm. No, it's not the Argentinians. They appear to be Rei Group S transport vessels. The radar operator's voice was filled with disbelief. What? The captain and all the officers were struck dumb, as if hit by a bolt of lightning from the heavens, collectively rendered speechless. Rei Group S transport fleet. In this Category 12 hurricane. How is that possible? Yet, the truth was undeniable. A dozen 10,000-ton specialized transport vessels, entirely black and emblazoned with a silver, commanding logo of Rei, now appeared as if they were a legion of iron beasts, cutting through the waves with unyielding ferocity, gradually entering their line of sight. The hulls displayed massive banners billowing in the wind, inscribed in both Chinese and English in bold, gilded letters. Rei Shipping, mission guaranteed. Your logistics, I shall protect. My God, this is a miracle. This is undoubtedly a miracle. The officers and soldiers of the British fleet erupted into thunderous cheers. Tears of joy streamed down their faces as they embraced one another. They knew they had survived the grip of death. Meanwhile, as the mastermind behind it all, Lei Chao sat quietly in the private lounge of Heathrow Airport, cradling a cup of exquisite Blue Mountain coffee, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips. His deep, starry eyes were fixated on a holographic screen, visible only to him, flashing with blinding red alerts. On the screen, the British Fleet's officers and soldiers were celebrating, while chaos and despair reigned in the Argentine military command. A cold smirk played at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth. He understood that his business of supplying life was immensely profitable. He had not only gained the gratitude of the British, but also the despair of the Argentinians. He slowly rose, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the dimming London streets bathed in the glow of the setting sun. His eyes shimmered with a predatory coldness, filled with calculated malevolence. War has never been merely a military confrontation. Lei Chao silently mused. War is a continuation of politics, a game of wealth, and a contest of human hearts. He intended to make all the British understand that their fate was firmly grasped in his hands. He aimed for the Ray fleet, cleaving through the furious seas, to become his declaration of life to the entire British Empire in this war. This declaration serves merely as a second greeting from him, Lei Chao, to the nation he is poised to acquire in its entirety. He is acutely aware that tomorrow, all of Britain shall rejoice in the marvels of lei shipping. Amidst this cacophony of celebration, he, Lei Chao, shall commence his grand harvest upon this land. Chapter 284, The Triumph of the Iron Lady, the Manipulator Behind the Scenes. My fellow countrymen, we have triumphed. We have secured victory in this war, which pertains to our nation's honor and dignity. In London, before Buckingham Palace, the square is teeming with people, flags fluttering in the breeze. Lady Margaret Thatcher, the Prime Minister renowned as the Iron Lady, stands upon the balcony, addressing the millions of ecstatic citizens below, delivering her impassioned and powerful victory speech. Her voice, amplified by high-powered speakers, resonates clearly in every ear, imbued with unprecedented fervor and pride. With our courage, our wisdom, our blood, we have proven to the world that the British Empire shall never bow to any aggressor. We shall forever remain the once glorious empire upon which the sun never sets. Long live, Madam Prime Minister. Long live the British Empire. A thunderous cheer erupts from the square, overwhelming all in attendance with tears of joy as they embrace one another. They raise their national flags high, waving them fervently, transforming the area before Buckingham Palace into a jubilant sea of celebration. On Lady Thatcher's face, an unprecedented radiance shines. She understands that this victory not only salvages her from the precipice of political oblivion, but also elevates her prestige to unparalleled heights. She has become the savior of the entire British Empire, the greatest Iron Lady in the hearts of all British citizens. Yet, amidst this moment of adoration, her gaze inadvertently wanders to a shadowed corner of the square, where a pitch-black Rolls-Royce Phantom rests. A complex glimmer of gratitude, trepidation, and humiliation flashes in her eyes. She knows that everything she possesses today is inextricably linked to the Eastern man sitting within that vehicle, observing quietly. Lei Chao, Madam Prime Minister, you are truly remarkable. Peter Jones bursts in, his face alight with incredulity and joy. Our public approval rating has reached an all-time high. You are now the savior of the entire British Empire. Lady Thatcher remains silent. She quietly returns to her office and slowly retrieves a top-secret document from her drawer, personally signed by her. The document is emblazoned with glaring letters. Secret report on Sir Lei Chao's special contributions in the Falklands War. The report meticulously details how, in the war's early stages, Lei Chao provided her with the radar frequencies of Exocet missiles through MI6, enabling the British fleet to evade catastrophic strikes. It also records how the Lei shipping fleet courageously delivered supplies to the front lines amidst a Category 12 hurricane, saving the lives of the entire task force. Peter, how do you think we should repay Sir Lei? Lady Thatcher's voice is hoarse and weary. A flicker of hesitation crosses Peter Jones's face as he cautiously replies. Madam Prime Minister, Sir Lei indeed played a monumental role in this war. However, we cannot allow him to wield too much influence over our nation. Influence? Lady Thatcher scoffs. Peter, you are still too naive. His influence over our country has already surpassed your imagination. She understands that Lei Chao's contributions extend beyond mere intelligence and logistics. He has, through his omnipresent surveillance system, orchestrated the entire course of the war. Like a master chess player, he has silently maneuvered the pieces of both the British and Argentine sides, ultimately guiding the entire conflict towards the victory he desired. And she, Margaret Thatcher, is merely the puppet he has thrust into the limelight to bask in the fruits of victory. What does he want? A resolute glint crosses Lady Thatcher's eyes. Whatever he desires, we must grant him. She knows she is now irrevocably bound to this man, Lei Chao, on his chariot of war. She owes him a monumental favor, one that could alter the future of the entire British Empire. And this man never engages in transactions that leave him at a loss. His desires encompass far more than mere monetary gain. He seeks the nation itself. At that moment, her secure phone rings unexpectedly. On the other end, the voice of Queen Elizabeth II radiates with joy and gratitude. Margaret, you are truly a hero of our British Empire. You have led us to victory in this war. The Queen's voice is filled with unprecedented elation. I have decided to host a grand celebration at Buckingham Palace next week. I shall personally honor you and all the heroes who have contributed to our nation. A strained smile, more grotesque than tears, surfaces on Lady Thatcher's face. She knows this celebration is not solely in her honor. It is also for the Eastern man seated in the corner, who is quietly observing it all. She understands that the recompense he seeks will be thoroughly fulfilled at this gala, and she, Margaret Thatcher, shall be the witness to this transaction. Chapter 285, The feast at Buckingham Palace, the coronation of a king. In London, at Buckingham Palace, a grand and opulent celebration is underway. The banquet hall, resplendent with gold and brilliance, is illuminated by dazzling crystal chandeliers, the air infused with a blend of premium champagne and exquisite perfume. Dignitaries, royal family members, military leaders, and luminaries from around the world, clad in splendid attire, exude joy and pride. The star of the evening is none other than Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, who has just led Britain to victory in the Falklands War. Adorned in a deep blue gown, she navigates the crowd with vigor, relishing the adulation and admiration of her guests. Yet, her gaze frequently drifts to a particular seat at the main table, where a young Eastern man lounges beside her. A subtle, knowing smile gracing his lips. Lei Chao, dressed in a black tailcoat meticulously crafted by Italy's finest artisans. A royal service medal bestowed by Her Majesty glints on his chest, casting an ethereal glow under the lights. His deep, starry eyes calmly survey the once arrogant British elite, whose faces now reflect awe and curiosity towards him. Sir Lei, your contributions in this war have been monumental. An elderly duke proclaims, wineglass in hand, a sycophantic gleam in his eyes. Without your timely intelligence and material support, our Royal Navy would surely have met with disaster. Indeed, Sir Lei, you are the savior of the British Empire. Another parliamentarian chimes in, his face adorned with a mask of flattery. Lei Chao merely smiles faintly, choosing silence. He knows that these British accolades are but a facade, veiling their trepidation and utility beneath a veneer of politeness. What he desires transcends these hollow praises. At that moment, in the heart of the banquet hall, Queen Elizabeth II, surrounded by the royal guard, gracefully ascended the podium adorned with flowers and national flags. Dressed in an exquisite white gown, crowned and holding a scepter, she emanated an aura of regal authority and nobility. My subjects, my warriors. Although her voice bore the weight of age, it resonated with undeniable, absolute authority. Today, we gather here to commemorate a monumental victory. We also honor the heroes who have made extraordinary contributions to our nation. Firstly, I declare. The Queen's gaze slowly swept across the assembly, finally resting on a position at the main table. I shall bestow upon Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher the highest honor of the British Empire, the Order of the Garter. Hail! Long live the Queen! Long live the Prime Minister! The hall erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Mrs. Thatcher's face radiated an unprecedented brilliance as she ascended the podium to receive the Queen's personal accolade. Yet, all were aware that the main event was yet to come. Next, I am to confer honors upon two members of the Lei family, who have made significant contributions during the Falklands War for our British Empire. The Queen's voice rose an octave, her gaze once again fixating on the main table. All eyes turned in unison towards Lei Chao and Lei Lo. I declare. The Queen's voice, filled with undeniable authority, proclaimed, I shall award Mr. Lei Lo the Knight Commander of the British Empire, KB. Boom. As the Queen announced this news, the banquet hall was engulfed in an uproar of astonishment. Everyone felt as though struck by a bolt of divine thunder, rendered speechless. The KB. This was one of the highest honors of the British Empire, reserved for those of the nobility who had rendered immense service to the nation. Lei Lo, once a formidable figure in Hong Kong's underworld, trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. He never imagined he would one day attain such monumental glory. He leapt from his seat like a child who had received their most cherished toy, flailing in joy, speechless. I, Lei Lo, am truly to become a lord of the commander level. His excitement rendered him incoherent, forgetting his surroundings as he let out an exuberant roar filled with a dialect from Chaos Han. Lei Chao, observing his father's exaggerated expression of naive delight, could not suppress a fond, wry smile. He recognized that his father's dream of knighthood had finally materialized. However, the Queen's voice did not cease. Next, I shall bestow honor upon the head of the Lei family, Sir Lei Chao. The Queen's gaze fell upon Lei Chao once more, her eyes flickering with a complex blend of reverence, apprehension, and compromise. In recognition of Sir Lei Chao's outstanding contributions during the Falklands War for our British Empire, and his foresight and formidable strength for our nation's future development, I, Elizabeth Windsor, in my capacity as Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, hereby declare, I shall bestow upon Sir Lei Chao the title of Life Peerage in the British Empire. Boom. As the Queen made this announcement, the banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone felt as though struck by a divine thunderbolt, left dumbfounded and voiceless. Life peerage. What does this mean? This signifies that Lei Chao, this man from the East, would be irrevocably integrated into the core power structure of the United Kingdom. He would possess the right to participate in parliamentary affairs. He would be granted hereditary titles and estates. He would unequivocally become a true master of this nation. A cold, ambitious smile finally graced Lei Chao's face. He understood that the opportunity he had long awaited had finally arrived. He slowly rose from his seat, his deep, starry eyes calmly surveying the entire hall. His gaze seemed to penetrate Buckingham Palace, London, and the entirety of the British Empire. He knew that from this day forth, he, Lei Chao, would no longer be merely a businessman, a financial tycoon, or a sovereign of the underworld. He would become a true, crowned king, capable of shaping the fate of a nation. He walked deliberately to the podium and knelt before the queen. Her Majesty personally adorned him with the golden insignia, symbolizing life peerage. Yet, at the moment the medal was bestowed, only the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lei Chao's mind. Ding. Detection indicates the host has successfully obtained the highest noble title in the target country. Your political influence and societal penetration in the target nation have reached a new pinnacle. Congratulations, host. Your ultimate main quest, the Eternal Twilight, has reached 40 completion. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lei Chao's lips. He knew that his audacious feast to acquire the entirety of the United Kingdom was merely beginning. Chapter 286, Adorned with Medals, A Father's Moment of Glory. Ha! Son, look. At the celebratory banquet in Buckingham Palace, Lei Lo, dressed in a bespoke lord's attire tailored by royal seamstresses and adorned with luxurious fur and numerous gleaming medals, strutted around the hall like a proud rooster, beaming with uncontainable pride and satisfaction, as if he were the true star of the celebration. On his chest, the KB, recently bestowed by Her Majesty, sparkled under the chandelier's light, dazzling everyone in attendance. I never dreamed, in my entire life, that I would receive an accolade from the Queen of England in Buckingham Palace. He suddenly grabbed a nearby man, who appeared to be an ambassador from a small nation, and, overflowing with excitement, exclaimed, "Do you know what this medal represents? It is the highest honor of the British Empire, 100 times more prestigious than when I was the chief inspector of Hong Kong, the small nation's ambassador." Taken aback by Lei Luo's sudden enthusiasm, turned pale and stepped back, yet dared not offend this newly anointed noble from the East. He could only force a smile more painful than tears, nodding vigorously. "Yes, indeed, Sir Lei, you are absolutely right. This medal is indeed unparalleled glory." "What do you mean, unparalleled glory?" Lei Luo thunderously slapped his thigh, his voice booming to almost drown out the music in the banquet hall. "This is what we call glory to the ancestors. Do you understand? From this day forth, the Lei family is completely redeemed. From wanted criminals in Hong Kong to hereditary nobles of the British Empire." As he spoke, he suddenly grabbed hold of a nearby duchess clad in an exquisite evening gown, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. "Madam, look at this old man of mine. Do I not appear far more charming than those youthful lads who can only dance?" The duchess, taken aback by his unexpected flirtation, blanched in shock, struggling to free herself, yet too hesitant to retaliate. She could only manage an awkward smile before seizing the chance to escape from the overly enthusiastic Oriental elder. Lei Chao observed his father's exaggerated expression, one that spoke of naivety and innocence, and could not help but reveal a hint of affectionate exasperation. He understood that his father's dream of lordship had finally come to fruition, achieved in a manner so grand and dignified that he had never dared to imagine. "Father, lower your voice." Lei Chao approached and gently patted Lei Luo's shoulder, signaling him to be mindful of the occasion. "Lower my voice." Lei Luo turned abruptly, his face brimming with excitement and confusion. "Son, what nonsense are you spouting? Today, I am a lord, honored by the Queen herself, a benefactor of the entire British Empire. I intend for the whole world to know that the Lei family has risen. We have been redeemed." As he spoke, he forcefully pulled Lei Chao closer, pointing at the golden medal on his chest, a symbol of lifelong nobility, and boisterously proclaimed to the astonished guests surrounding them, Look, my son, he has been bestowed the title of lifelong noble by the Queen herself. He is even more formidable than this old man. He is the future Duke." Everyone was utterly astonished by Lei Luo's unrefined exuberance and indiscreet proclamations. They could hardly believe that this nouveau riche from Hong Kong would exhibit such audacity at a celebration within Buckingham Palace. Yet, Lei Chao maintained an air of composed serenity, quietly observing his father's face, which radiated happiness and pride. A flicker of a complex emotion, one only he could decipher, glimmered in his eyes. He understood that his father's vanity and braggadocio, though perceived as crude and disrespectful by the old guard, served as his most effective disguise. He aimed to convince the British populace that the Lei family was merely a group of newly wealthy country bumpkins, possessing nothing but their newfound riches. He wanted them to see the Lei family as nothing more than vainglorious jesters, easily manipulated and exploited by the established elite. Only then could he, in silence and stealth, extend his ambitious and greedy hand into every corner of this realm. He sought to reveal to those self-important aristocrats that what they perceived was merely an illusion he had woven for them. The true game had only just begun. He slowly turned his gaze, piercing through the facade of insincere smiles in the banquet hall, landing on a cluster of old aristocrats who stood nearby, whispering amongst themselves, their faces brimming with haughtiness and disdain. He was acutely aware that these old moneyed elites would not easily accept their new money counterparts. They would wield their entrenched arrogance and prejudice in an attempt to exclude them from their exclusive circle. He could already see the unmistakable glimmers of contempt in their eyes. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lei Chao's lips. He recognized that a new war was on the cusp of unfolding on this ancient soil, a brutal and bloody class war, ignited by the clash of new wealth against old. And he, Lei Chao, would be the sole sovereign of this conflict. Chapter 287. The Chasm on the Polo Field, the Old Arrogance. In London, at Windsor Great Park, an annual charity polo match hosted by the British royal family was in full swing. The verdant lawns, ancient oak trees, and elegantly attired nobility, adorned with a variety of hats, painted a quintessential portrait of the British upper class. The air was thick with the scent of horse sweat, fresh grass, and the mingled aromas of champagne and cigars. Dressed in a meticulously tailored beige suit, Lei Chao, arm in arm with Zhao Yazi, stood out conspicuously in the crowd. His father, Lei Lo, donned a lordly outfit resplendent with medals, topped with a tall hat, while holding a solid gold birdcage containing a songbird that chirped melodiously. His fusion of Eastern and Western attire drew many curious glances. Son, look, that old man over there. Could he possibly be a relative of the Queen? His attire is truly impressive, Lei Luo exclaimed, pointing at an elderly nobleman clad in traditional polo attire, mounted on a magnificent steed. Lei Chao merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. His deep, starry eyes calmly surveyed the array of noble figures on the polo field. He knew that while these old money elites feigned respect, they were inwardly rife with contempt for their new money counterparts. Indeed, as Lei Chao, Zhao Yaji, and Lei Luo attempted to integrate into a small circle of duchesses and earls, the lively conversation abruptly ceased, as if muted by an unseen hand. Their gazes turned into frigid spotlights, scanning Lei Chao and Zhao Yaji inch by inch, ultimately settling on Lei Luo's incongruous attire and birdcage. Oh, dear Mary, have you heard that the London Polo Club is opening its membership to those newly wealthy tycoons? One duchess remarked with a tone dripping with British sarcasm, directed at a nearby countess. Her voice, though soft, was clear enough for all within earshot. Indeed, dear Anna. I've heard they even plan to offer cultural courses for those unfamiliar with polo etiquette, the countess chimed in, her face plastered with a hypocritical smile. Yet her eyes betrayed an unmistakable disdain. Though Lei Luo could not comprehend their veiled sarcasm, he sensed a profound hostility emanating from their disdainful gazes. His typically proud and braggadocious countenance darkened in an instant, just as he was about to unleash a tirade in his native dialect against these ignorant British women. Lei Chao's tranquil gaze halted him. A faint, enigmatic smile lingered on Lei Chao's face. He recognized that these old money elites sought to deliver a warning through their highest form of social maneuvering. They wished to impart the lesson that while money could purchase medals, titles, and even a football club, it could never buy the recognition of their aristocratic lineage. He gently placed a hand on Lei Luo's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. His deep, starry eyes swept over the self-important duchesses and earls. A cold curve graced his lips. He knew the opportunity he had long awaited was finally at hand. He intends to make these old money individuals comprehend that in this world, there exists nothing that money cannot procure. If it cannot be bought, it merely indicates that the price you offered was insufficiently high. He slowly retrieved a compact, futuristic satellite phone from his pocket. He understood that his objective was not to engage in a tedious verbal spar with these elderly women. Rather, he aimed to impart a more direct and blood-soaked lesson to them. Lei Chao pressed the internal communication button. Yes, boss, Abu's steady voice immediately resonated. Inform our associates stationed in the UK to assist me in investigating the ownership and detailed information regarding the Polo Club in Windsor Great Park and its members. Lei Chao's voice was calm, yet exuded an undeniable dominance. Understood, boss. A glint of bloodlust flickered in Abu's eyes. He recognized that his employer was about to embark on something serious. Lei Chao's gaze once again fell upon the self-important duchesses and earls. A cold, confident smirk played on his lips, filled with mockery. He knew that tomorrow, the entire polo community of London would tremble before him, Lei Chao. He was determined to make these old money individuals understand that wealth is not merely a means to acquire everything. It can also trample upon all. He slowly turned his head to Lei Luo and Zhao Yaji, a playful smile gracing his face. Father, Yazi, let us depart. This polo club appears to be rather intriguing. Chapter 288. The Clearing of Wealth. The curtain falls on the polo field. What? The Lei Group is acquiring our Windsor Great Park Polo Club. In the members' lounge of the Windsor Great Park Polo Club, steeped in classic British elegance, chaos reigned supreme. Dozens of elegantly attired old British nobles, their faces etched with arrogance and superiority, were like a swarm of agitated hornets, thrashing about in the lounge, roaring in outrage. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Our Windsor Great Park Polo Club boasts a history of over a century. It is the oldest and most prestigious polo club in the entire British Empire. How could it possibly be acquired by an upstart from Hong Kong? An elderly earl, his hair white and clad in impeccably tailored polo attire, slammed his hand on the table, his face a mask of fury and disbelief. Exactly. Our club is personally sponsored by Her Majesty the Queen. It is the pride of the British royal family. That Chinese fellow, does he think a mere handful of filthy lucre can buy our entire empire's dignity? Another duchess chimed in, her face adorned with a facade of false smiles, yet her eyes betrayed a blatant contempt. However, while they continued to bellow, attempting to resist Lei Chao's financial onslaught with their pitiful dignity and pride, the door to the lounge slowly swung open. Lei Chao, dressed in a well-tailored beige suit, wore a subtle, enigmatic smile as he entered, flanked by a cadre of black-suited bodyguards. Following him were the equally imposing Zhao Yaji and the audacious Lei Lo, who clutched a birdcage in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, Lei Chao raised his glass, signaling for silence. Instantly, the room fell silent. All eyes fixed upon him like fervent disciples awaiting their deity to speak. I understand that everyone is presently concerned about one pressing matter. Lei Chao's voice was calm and magnetic, akin to a preacher addressing his congregation, the acquisition of the Windsor Great Park Polo Club by the Lei Group. I can provide you with a definitive answer. He paused, a cold, menacing smile curling at the corners of his mouth, sending a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Yes, the Lei Group has officially acquired 100% of the shares of the Windsor Great Park Polo Club. Lei Chao's voice was unwavering, filled with an undeniable authority. From this day forth, this club will unequivocally bear the surname Lei. As Lei Chao declared this news, the lounge erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Everyone appeared as if struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens, their mouths agape in collective disbelief. They could not fathom that this upstart from Hong Kong dared to purchase their polo club, a symbol of the British Empire's noblest lineage and tradition, with mere money. You are robbing us. This is an open provocation against our entire British Empire's dignity. The elderly earl leapt from his seat, his face a tempest of rage and despair. Dignity? Lei Chao chuckled, his laughter dripping with mockery. I believe you may not fully grasp the situation, Mr. Earl. I, Lei Chao, do not engage in business through robbery. His eyes flared with an overwhelming aura of dominance. I prefer fair transactions. If you deem this club to represent your dignity, then I shall utilize the very money you disdain to purchase your dignity. He extended his hand, lightly tapping the holographic screen. The display shifted to reveal a thick acquisition agreement drafted by the Lei Group's legal team. This agreement has been voluntarily signed by all shareholders of your club in the face of an offer from my legal team that was impossible to decline. Lei Chao's lips curled into a chilling smile. Thus, legally speaking, the Lei Group is the sole, legitimate owner of this club. Of course, I understand that you old aristocrats may feel somewhat ill at ease with our new wealth joining your ranks. A devilish smile graced Lei Chao's face, filled with benevolence. Therefore, to facilitate a smoother adjustment for everyone, I have decided that, starting today, the membership fees for the Windsor Great Park Polo Club will be raised tenfold. As Lei Chao's statement, laden with ultimate humiliation and the weight of financial dominance, echoed through the room, an eerie silence enveloped the lounge. Everyone stood as if struck by yet another celestial thunderbolt, wide-eyed and speechless. Tenfold. This meant that those old nobles, who previously paid only a few £100s annually, would now face membership fees amounting to thousands, even tens of thousands of pounds. For those who had long been living off their meager ancestral legacies, this was an astronomical figure. You are openly expelling us. You are destroying the tradition of our century-old polo club. A duchess pointed an accusatory finger at Lei Chao, her face a tapestry of fury and despair. Tradition? Lei Chao laughed, his tone thick with derision. My dear lady, I believe you may still be misinformed. I, Lei Chao, conduct business without any regard for so-called traditions. A palpable aura of dominance radiated from his being. I only value efficiency. I speak solely of value. This club now belongs to me. Lei Chao's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I shall play as I please. If you find it too costly or feel out of place, then you are free to leave. My Lei Group would be more than happy to furnish you with a severance package substantial enough to allow you to resume your noble lives in other clubs. Of course, Lei Chao's lips curled into a chilling smirk, should you be unwilling to accept even that meager severance. I could also assist you in disposing of those ancestral antiques that appear rather valuable. This venomous rhetoric, laden with the weight of financial oppression and brazen threats, pierced the proud hearts of all the old aristocrats present like a finely honed, poison-tipped dagger. They realized they had lost, utterly defeated. Their once proud lineage and traditions crumbled before the might of this Eastern money mogul. The faces that had always radiated arrogance and superiority were now marred by boundless humiliation and despair. One by one, they slowly retreated from the gathering room, their silhouettes appearing forlorn and desolate in the fading light of dusk. Lei Chao observed their retreating figures with an inscrutable expression. He understood that this financial purge had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had he secured complete ownership of the Windsor Park Polo Club, but he had also, in the most direct and brutal manner, proclaimed the advent of a new era to these old nobles. He turned slowly to Lei Luo and Zhao Yasi, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips. Father, Yasi, from this day forth, this polo club is ours. You are welcome to come and play as you wish, whenever you desire. Lei Luo gazed at his son's regal and commanding figure, and his heart, previously filled with frustration and anger, swelled with uncontainable relief. He disdainfully spat at the still-dazed Zhu Yuze. Humph, what are you so proud of? It won't be long before this cursed place is completely Lei. At that moment, the cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated in Lei Chao's mind once more. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully subdued the arrogance of the old aristocracy in the target country through financial pressure. Your social influence and class penetration in the target country have reached an unprecedented height. Congratulations, host. Your ultimate mainline task, the Eternal Dusk, has reached 45 completion. The system is unlocking a new task module based on your latest performance. Unlock successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the new function, political manipulation. A cold smile graced Lei Chao's lips. He knew that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. The financial upheaval was merely the beginning. Next, he intended to firmly seize power in this country into his own hands. Chapter 289, The Pandora's Box, Prelude to Political Manipulation. Political manipulation at the Savoy Hotel. In the presidential suite, Lei Chao sat quietly before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of top-shelf whiskey that glimmered with a faint amber hue. His deep, starry eyes were fixated on a holographic screen pulsating with a blinding blue light, visible only to him. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed, repeatedly outlining the newly unlocked function of political manipulation. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth. He understood that this signified his transformation from a behind-the-scenes financial player to an overt power broker, capable of steering the political direction of a nation. Political manipulation, function, effect 1. Manifestation of influence, your wealth, prestige, military power, and all intangible assets in the target country will automatically convert into quantifiable political influence points. These points can directly affect elections, legislation, and core political processes in the target country. Effect 2. Puppet master as strings, you can delve deeply into the backgrounds, weaknesses, needs, and political stances of all political figures in the target country through the Eye of Heaven system. Utilizing the blackmail contained within Pandora's box, you can precisely influence their thoughts and subtly manipulate them into becoming your political agents. Effect 3. Public opinion direction. You can use the Lei Media Group to strategically influence and guide public opinion through all mainstream media in the target country, thus swaying the political inclinations of the populace and creating the most favorable narrative environment for your political agents. Lei Chao gently swirled his whiskey, the ice clinking against the glass with a crisp sound. He recognized that this function was tailor-made for him as an illicit advantage. With it, he could incite an unprecedented storm in British politics. He extended his hand and lightly tapped the holographic screen. The display instantly shifted, revealing a comprehensive database of political figures in the UK Parliament, generated by the Eye of Heaven system and the political manipulation function. The database meticulously documented the details of every member in both houses of the UK Parliament, including their political stances, party affiliations, family backgrounds, financial statuses, personal privacy, and even predictions for their political careers over the next decade. Beneath each member's portrait, glaring red text highlighted their respective weaknesses and manipulability indices. Some members, driven by greed, had a manipulability index as high as 90. Others, due to chaotic personal lives, reached an astonishing 95. Even those who appeared upright and incorruptible had manipulability indices soaring to 80, fueled by their insatiable thirst for power and prestige. A cold smile graced Lei Chao's lips. He understood that in this world, no one was truly clean. Each individual harbored their weaknesses and desires. His mission was to exploit these vulnerabilities, to turn them into his puppets. He casually swept his hand across the holographic screen. His starry eyes glimmered with a calculating wisdom, cold as that of a deity. He realized that British politics had never been merely about democratic elections. It resembled a game of power, orchestrated by a select few elites. And he, Lei Chao, would emerge as the sole manipulator within this game. He intended to transform the entire British Parliament into his personal club. He aimed to render those once lofty British politicians, who had always regarded them as mere colored folks with disdain and prejudice, into his marionettes. He slowly rose and approached the window, gazing out at the dimly lit London streets, now shrouded in a fine drizzle. In his eyes flickered a chilling, predatory gleam, imbued with ambition and avarice. Lei Chao pressed the internal communication button. Yes, boss, the steady voice of Abu immediately resonated. Inform our personnel to promptly initiate the Pandora project. Lei Chao's tone was calm, yet undeniably authoritative. I require a comprehensive report on all individuals under the age of 40 who have already exhibited exceptional political prowess and ambition among the young parliamentarians. Remember, finances are not an issue. A frigid smile curled at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth. What I seek are results. Understood, boss. A glint of bloodthirst flashed in Abu's eyes. He recognized that the boss was about to engage in serious business. Lei Chao's gaze returned to the dreary streets of London, rendered even grayer by the drizzle. He understood that a political war more tumultuous than those in Hong Kong, the Golden Triangle, or the Middle East was about to unfold on this ancient land. And he, Lei Chao, would be the sole master of this epic confrontation. He knew the British elections were fast approaching. His intent was not merely to influence an election. He aimed to fundamentally alter the future of this nation. Chapter 290. The Kingmaker, Candidate for Prime Minister. Thomas Hayes, age 35. A graduate of the University of Oxford's Political Science Department, former political commentator for The Times, and currently serving as a Labour Party Member of Parliament representing the impoverished constituency of East London. In the presidential suite of the Savoy Hotel, Lei Chao sat quietly before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, cradling a glass of top-tier whiskey that glimmered with a subtle amber hue. His profound, starry eyes fixated on a holographic screen in his mind's eye, visible only to him, radiating a dazzling blue light. The screen displayed the enlarged image of a young, handsome, and vibrant white man. His credentials were impeccable, yet the glaring red text below delineated his vulnerabilities and manipulability index. Family background, commoner origins, both parents ordinary workers, lacking traditional aristocratic lineage and financial backing. Financial status, burdened with substantial student loans, living in straitened circumstances, having overdrawn credit cards multiple times to support impoverished constituents. Personal privacy, had a brief affair with a married female journalist, exposed by her husband through media threats, ultimately silenced with a hefty payout. Political stance, ostensibly a staunch supporter of the Labour Party's leftist policies advocating for wealth redistribution, yet harbors an insatiable thirst for power, yearning for recognition from the upper echelons of society, and desires to alter his class destiny. Manipulability index, 85. A cold smile crept across Lei Chao's lips. He recognized that this young parliamentarian named Thomas Hayes was the epitome of a perfect puppet tailored for his purposes. He possessed talent, ambition, and ideals. However, he lacked wealth, background, and connections. He resembled an eagle ensnared in a quagmire, yearning to soar into the skies, yet shackled by the chains of reality. What Lei Chao intended to do was sever those chains, enabling him to ascend. Then, he would ensconce him under an invisible thread, firmly within his grasp. Lei Chao pressed the internal communication button. Yes, boss, Abu's steady voice resonated immediately. Please arrange for me to have a seemingly chance encounter with this Thomas Hayes. A knowing smile curled at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth. Let the venue be a charity event in the East London constituency he represents. Remember, make him believe it's merely a coincidence. A predatory, calculating gleam flickered in Lei Chao's eyes. Understood, boss. A bloodthirsty light danced in Abu's gaze. Aware that the boss was about to engage in serious business. 2 days later, in a dilapidated community center in East London, a winter warmth-giving event organized by a local charity was in progress. Parliamentarian Thomas Hayes, clad in a faded old suit, bent down to kindly distribute hot soup and bread to the ragged, impoverished elderly. His face bore signs of fatigue, yet radiated a sincere smile. Mr. Hayes, you are truly remarkable. You are the hope of all the impoverished people in East London. An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, grasped Hayes' hand tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks in excitement. A warm smile illuminated Hayes' face. He understood that everything he did was for the destitute souls residing at the very bottom of society. He yearned to change their fates, to bring them hope. Yet, he was acutely aware that all he possessed was a childlike heart. In a world rife with wealth and power, a pure heart was far from sufficient. He needed money. He needed power. He needed the force to genuinely change the world. At that moment, the door of the activity center was slowly pushed open. Lei Chao, clad in a well-tailored black coat, wore a subtle yet playful smile as he entered, flanked by a cohort of bodyguards. His arrival instantly transformed the atmosphere of the center into something peculiar. All eyes instinctively turned towards Lei Chao. They knew this man was the most sought-after figure in London, having acquired Chelsea, taken control of the city's utilities, and even received a lifetime nobility title from Her Majesty the Queen. He was akin to a living legend. Sir Lei Chao. Upon seeing Lei Chao, Hayes' face registered an indescribable shock and curiosity. He never dreamed that this exalted Eastern magnate would appear at a charity event in such a marginalized area. Mr. Hayes, it is an honor to finally meet you. Lei Chao approached, extending his long, powerful hand toward Hayes. His voice was calm and magnetic, akin to a charismatic preacher addressing his congregation. Hayes, feeling a touch of nervousness, extended his hand to grasp Lei Chao's. He felt his own hand appear diminutive and feeble in the warmth and strength of Lei Chao's grip. Sir Lei Chao, I never expected you to personally come here. Hayes stammered. This is merely a charity event for the impoverished. There is nothing of significance for you to concern yourself with. Mr. Hayes, you are mistaken. Lei Chao's lips curved into a cold smile. In my eyes, this is precisely the place in all of London that warrants attention. Here resides the country's largest populace, and the people are the true masters of this nation. Hayes' pupils constricted in shock. He could hardly believe that this lofty Eastern magnate would utter such populist sentiments. Before this Oriental man, he felt as exposed as a transparent figure stripped of all garments, devoid of any secrets. Mr. Hayes, I have heard that you are currently experiencing some financial constraints in preparation for the upcoming election. The voice of Lei Chao suddenly transformed into an exquisitely gentle whisper, imbued with an endless allure. It seemed as though what he was about to utter was not merely a question, but rather a sweet poison that no mortal, driven by the pursuit of fame and status, could possibly resist. Congressman Hayes's body trembled violently. The countenance that was typically adorned with sincerity and hope now flickered with an indescribable shock and terror. He could scarcely fathom that his secret would be so brutally and mercilessly exposed by this Eastern man. His eyes, usually brimming with ideals and ambitions, were now filled with an abyss of despair. As Lei Chao observed the astonishment and fear etched upon Congressman Hayes's face, a cold smirk played upon his lips. He realized that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Slowly extending his hand, he gently patted Hayes on the shoulder. His voice was calm, yet undeniably authoritative. Congressman Hayes, I, Lei Chao, hold great admiration for your ideals and aspirations. However, in this world, mere ideals and ambitions are woefully insufficient. You require wealth, power, and the strength to genuinely alter this world. Lei Chao's gaze pierced through Congressman Hayes's eyes, delving deep into the very core of his soul, where an insatiable ambition for power resided. I can provide you with all of this. His voice dripped with a devilish temptation. I can elevate you to the position of Prime Minister of this nation. What do you truly want? Congressman Hayes's voice trembled violently with sheer terror. It is quite simple. Lei Chao's lips curled into a chilling arc. I will assist you in ascending the throne, while you merely need to become my puppet. He slowly turned away, casting an amused glance at Abu. Abu, please reach out to the Sun and the Daily Mail. Inform them that I, Lei Chao, am prepared to offer our party's youngest and most promising congressman, Thomas Hayes, a substantial campaign fund sufficient to secure the Prime Minister's seat. Yes, boss. A glint of bloodthirsty excitement flashed in Abu's eyes, for he recognized that his boss was about to embark on a serious endeavor. Lei Chao's gaze once again settled upon Congressman Hayes's astonished and fearful visage. A cold, ambitious, and greedy smile graced his lips. He understood that a grand game of kings, more tumultuous than those in Hong Kong, the Golden Triangle, or the Middle East, was about to unfold upon this ancient land. And he, Lei Chao, would be the sole sovereign of this epic battle. He knew that Thomas Hayes, this young and ambitious congressman, was on the verge of confronting the greatest temptation of his life, one potent enough to compel him to forsake all principles and boundaries, utterly becoming a puppet of power in Lei Chao's grasp. And he, Lei Chao, would quietly watch as Hayes, with his assistance, took step after step toward the throne that rightfully belonged to him. He was acutely aware that the British elections were imminent, and he, Lei Chao, would emerge as the shadowy financier behind this political contest. Chapter 291. The Game of Kings commences. The Prime Minister is my puppet. I can make you the Prime Minister of this nation. Lei Chao's calm, yet devilishly enticing voice reverberated like the deadliest poison within the dilapidated community center of East London. Thomas Hayes, this youthful and idealistic Labour MP, felt his entire worldview shattered in that fleeting moment. He stood as rigid as a statue under a spell. His blue eyes, often filled with sincerity and hope, now bulging with disbelief, akin to two bells on the verge of bursting from their sockets. The Prime Minister? This ultimate dream, representing the pinnacle of power in the country, which he had aspired to for half his life, yet remained ever elusive. How could this man from the East so casually promise it to him? as if he were merely buying a cabbage at the market. Was he jesting? Or had he lost his mind? Sir Lei, I believe you may have misunderstood. Hayes finally managed to regain his composure after what felt like an eternity of shock. He swallowed hard. His voice, strained with anxiety, was dry and hoarse. I am but an ordinary congressman from the slums, without any background. I lack the capacity and the qualifications to run for prime minister. It was not that he did not wish to. Rather, he was too afraid. He understood that the prime minister's seat in the UK was never attained through mere ideals and public opinion. It required astronomical campaign funds, overwhelming media support, and the intricate web of political compromises and exchanges among various factions within the party. And he, Thomas Hayes, possessed none of these. He was like a bare-handed soldier foolishly attempting to seize a fortress forged from steel and flames. Such an endeavor was not courage, but rather a death wish. Capacity? Qualifications? Yet. Lei Chao merely laughed dismissively, his expression filled with absolute disdain for the so-called rules of this world. Mr. Hayes, I fear you have yet to grasp the situation. Lei Chao approached with deliberate slowness. His eyes, deep as the cosmos, seemed capable of discerning every heart and piercing through all facades, reaching the very core of Hayes's soul, where an insatiable fire for power burned fiercely. In this world, what is deemed capacity and qualifications has never been the most crucial. What truly matters are two things. He slowly raised a finger. First, wealth. He extended a second finger. Second, power. And with a cold smile that suggested a divine control over all, he declared, I, Lei Chao, possess both. He turned, delivering a command to Abu, who had been waiting patiently behind him, one that would send shockwaves through the entire British political landscape. Abu. Yes, boss, what is your command? In the name of the Lei Group, establish a brand new non-profit political action committee. Lei Chao's voice was calm, yet filled with undeniable authority. The committee shall be named the Britain Rebirth Foundation. Its sole purpose will be to support truly capable politicians who possess ideals and are willing to serve the underprivileged citizens of our great British Empire in the upcoming elections. I hereby announce, in my capacity as the chairman of the foundation, Lei Chao turned once more, his gaze settling upon the still-stunned Congressman Hayes, that we will make our first and only political donation. All donations shall be directed to the youngest and most promising star of our Labour Party, Mr. Thomas Hayes. The amount of the donation? Lei Chao paused momentarily, a devilishly benevolent smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us set a modest target, shall we? 100 million pounds. Boom. As that terrifying figure, imbued with the sheer power of wealth and an overwhelming sense of dominance, escaped Lei Chao's lips, the entire community activity center, after a fleeting moment of deathly silence, erupted into a cacophony of exclamations, more colossal, more frenzied, and more primal in their adoration of money than ever before. My God, 100 million pounds, just to support Mr. Hayes's campaign. This is no longer a mere political donation. This is an investment in creating a prime minister. Sir Lei is magnificent. Sir Lei is indeed the true savior of the impoverished. As the epicenter of this storm, Thomas Hayes felt as if his mind had been struck by a detonated hydrogen bomb, leaving him momentarily blank. His heart, usually brimming with ideals and aspirations, was at that moment completely overwhelmed by an unprecedented temptation, potent enough to shatter all his reason. He understood that if he accepted this money, he would cease to be the dragon-slaying youth who stood tall for his ideals. He would instead be reduced to a soulless puppet, manipulated at will by this Eastern devil before him. Yet, he recalled the precarious life he led, burdened by substantial student loans. He remembered his campaign team, struggling due to a lack of funds. Most hauntingly, he recalled the countless sleepless nights spent tossing and turning, tormented by his insatiable ambition for power. Ultimately, reason was utterly vanquished by desire. He slowly, laboriously, like a Faust on the verge of selling his soul to the devil, knelt before the young man with a victorious smile on his face. His voice, hoarse yet filled with an unprecedented fervor and boundless hope for the future, uttered, I am willing to serve you, my master. Lei Chao regarded the future prime minister, who had finally bowed his proud head to reality, and a genuine, satisfied smile spread across his face. He knew that this game of king-making, imbued with elements of magical realism, had only just commenced with the most crucial and intriguing first step. He gently helped Hayes to his feet, like the most elegant and benevolent monarch comforting his newly subjugated loyal knight. Well done, Thomas, he said warmly, having transformed the once formal Mr. Hayes into the more intimate Thomas. From this day forth, you need only to do one thing: win this election and claim the throne that rightfully belongs to you. As for everything else, including your competitors, the skeptical media, and the undecided voters, Lei Chao's lips curled into a cold smile reminiscent of death. Leave it to me. I shall handle it. Chapter 292. The Storm of Public Opinion. My newspaper only speaks the truth. 100 million pounds in political donations. Has that upstart from Hong Kong lost his mind? Does he believe the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom can be bought with money? In London, at the Conservative Party headquarters, Thomas Hayes's principal rival in the election, the current Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lord Albert Harrington, who hailed from Eton and Oxford, with the purest blue-blooded aristocratic lineage, was incensed upon seeing the provocative headline on the front page of The Sun. In a fit of rage, he hurled his expensive cup of freshly brewed Blue Mountain coffee to the ground. His face, typically adorned with the elegance and composure of an English aristocrat, was now clouded with fury akin to a storm brewing on the horizon. "My lord, please calm your anger," said his impeccably dressed campaign manager, cautiously attempting to placate him. "According to our analysis, this is merely a stunt concocted by that Chinese fellow to attract attention. A greenhorn from the slums, regardless of how much money he possesses, poses no threat to you." The campaign manager's tone was rife with disdain and contempt for Hayes, the politician of humble origins. "A stunt?" Harrington scoffed, a hint of gravity flickering in his shrewd blue eyes. Though he too looked down upon Hayes's background, he dared not underestimate the man standing behind him, the Eastern devil who had deftly maneuvered through London's business, political, and even royal circles within less than a year. "Relay my orders." Lord Harrington's voice was cold, exuding an authority that brooked no refusal. "Have the Times and all our allied media turn their fire on that Chinese man named Lei Chao. I care not what methods you employ. I want the voters of the United Kingdom to see clearly that so-called Eastern moneybags is nothing more than a foreign agent with ulterior motives, attempting to corrupt our sacred democracy with his filthy wealth. And Thomas Hayes is merely his sycophantic lapdog, a vast network of public opinion, orchestrated by the Conservative Party to vilify and demonize Lei Chao and Hayes, quietly yet forcefully enveloped the skies over London. However, they were blissfully unaware that this time, they were not facing the weak opponents they could easily manipulate and smear. They were up against a true master of warfare, someone who had long since mastered the weapon of public opinion. "Boss, Harrington's old dog has begun to bite," reported Abu from the presidential suite at the Savoy Hotel, presenting a collection of newspapers brimming with malicious slander and baseless speculation against Lei Chao and Hayes, freshly gathered from London newsstands. Lei Chao couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. He leisurely savored his cup of premium De Hong Pao, a staple in his repertoire, a playful smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. "Excellent. I was just lamenting that the script for our king-making game was rather mundane. Now, the antagonist has finally made an entrance. This performance is about to become truly captivating." He slowly set down his teacup, and in his starry, profound gaze, a tempest of terror erupted, one powerful enough to send shockwaves through the entire London media landscape. "Abu, boss, what are your orders?" "Notify the editor-in-chief of The Sun." Lei Chao's voice was calm yet icy. "Instruct him to place the exclusive gift we had previously prepared for Lord Harrington on the front page of tomorrow's newspaper. I have already devised the headline for him." A cruel smile, reminiscent of a devil S, curled at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth. "It shall read, how our Chancellor of the Exchequer used taxpayer money to build a 30 million secret holiday mansion for his mistress and illegitimate son on the Côte d'Azur." Furthermore, Lei Chao's tone grew increasingly frigid, laden with an unmasked threat of death. "Direct our paparazzi to polish their lenses and station themselves at the mansion's entrance for a full 24 hours. I want the entirety of the British public to witness the other side of their supposedly virtuous chancellor, a facade of familial warmth and paternal love." "Yes, boss." A glint of bloodthirsty excitement flashed in Abu's eyes. He understood that the boss intended to thoroughly pin the oblivious Lord Harrington to the pillar of historical disgrace, condemning him to eternal obscurity. The following morning, as the citizens of London, as per their routine, purchased the latest issue of The Sun from the newsstands, they beheld a scene that would forever etch itself into their memories, a shocking and unfathomable spectacle. The front page, emblazoned in the most glaring, blood-red font, featured a scandal so monumental that it would send any conscientious taxpayer's blood pressure soaring. Adjacent to the scandal, a high-definition family portrait, surreptitiously captured by paparazzi using a long lens, offered a pristine view. The backdrop was a luxurious mansion, reminiscent of a Mediterranean palace, beside a glistening swimming pool. The protagonist of the photograph was none other than Lord Harrington, who always presented himself as a devoted family man in public. However, at that moment, he was not engaged in matters of state. Instead, he stood bare, his once-toned physique now flabby, benevolently lifting a 7- or 8-year-old illegitimate son, adorned with beautiful golden curls. High above his head, beside him, a young mistress, equally golden-haired and stunningly curvaceous, clad only in a revealing bikini, nestled happily in his embrace, flashing a victorious smile at the camera. The image exuded warmth, harmony, and familial affection. Yet, the mansion's opulence, the mistress's youthful beauty, and the very existence of the illegitimate child struck like poisoned daggers into the hearts of ordinary citizens, who were preoccupied with their looming bills. Boom. The public opinion across Britain reversed overnight. All those conservative mouthpieces who had vocally condemned Lei Chao and Hayes just the day prior suddenly found themselves silenced, like roosters with their necks grasped. Meanwhile, the common people, thoroughly incensed by Harrington's hypocrisy and corruption, spontaneously surged into the streets. They surrounded the Conservative campaign headquarters, brandishing that ironically charged family portrait. In the most furious and direct manner, they unleashed their loudest roar at the unscrupulous politician who had deceived them. Harrington, step down. Fraud. Hypocrite. Return our tax money. We support Hayes. We stand with Sir Lei, who genuinely cares for the impoverished. Thus unfolded a masterclass in public relations warfare, orchestrated by Lei Chao, dismantling the once untouchable Lord Harrington and casting him into an abyss of irretrievable disgrace. Meanwhile, Lei Chao remained quietly ensconced in the serene confines of his presidential suite, a cold smile, reminiscent of a deity orchestrating the fates of men, gracing his lips. He knew he had already won half of this Game of Thrones. Chapter 293, The Fatal Blow of the Race Card. Who is the true discriminator? Incompetence. A bunch of imbeciles. The Conservative campaign headquarters resounded with Lord Harrington's mounting fury. His face, typically exuding aristocratic grace, had turned a shade akin to liver, swollen with rage. With a violent sweep of his arm, he sent everything on the table crashing to the floor. That damn Chinese. Where on earth did he acquire those photographs? Only I and my lawyer knew about that mansion. He stormed around his lavish office, a caged beast driven to madness, howling in fury. He recognized his fate was sealed. The moment that ironically laden family portrait was published in The Sun, his political career had been irrevocably sentenced to death. He would become the greatest laughingstock in British politics, a pitiful figure defeated effortlessly by an outsider from the East, due to his scandalous personal life and corruption. Such a reality was utterly unacceptable to his proud, elitist heart. No, it cannot end here. A glint of unprecedented madness and ferocity flickered in Harrington's eyes. He understood that conventional political attacks had utterly failed against the merciless Eastern devil. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to the oldest, dirtiest, yet often most effective trump card, race. Convey my orders. He addressed the trembling campaign manager beside him, delivering a cold, venomous directive. Ensure all media under our control directs its focus toward Lei Chao's Chinese heritage. Inform our ignorant, xenophobic electorate. That yellow-skinned Chinese individual has come to our Britain not for investment, not for charity. He has come to rob us of our jobs, to seize our wealth, to take everything from our nation. We must make them understand. A sinister grin crept across Harrington's face as he proclaimed that, in this country, true authority would forever rest with those of pure Anglo-Saxon blood. As for those yellow monkeys, his voice dripped with unmasked, deep-seated racism. Let them take their money and return to their filthy, backward East. A campaign steeped in white supremacy and xenophobia, more grotesque and vile than ever, swept through the streets of London overnight like a loathsome plague. Countless far-right groups and football hooligans, covertly supported by the Conservatives, unleashed havoc within various Chinese communities, engaging in provocative and harassing acts of destruction. They hurled rotten eggs and incendiary devices at Chinese restaurants and shops, on the walls of Chinatown. They inscribed various unsightly and racially charged derogatory slogans in crimson paint. The entire Chinese community in London was shrouded in a pervasive atmosphere of fear and unease. However, just as Harrington believed his malevolent scheme to divert public attention and isolate the outsider, Lei Chao, was about to succeed. He could never have anticipated that a far larger and deadlier net of demise had already been silently woven above his head. Boss, that old dog is even more shameless and devoid of morals than we imagined. Savoy Hotel, Presidential Suite. Abu respectfully placed a report before Lei Chao, detailing the attacks on the Chinese community by far-right extremists, which he had just gathered from Chinatown. His voice brimmed with suppressed fury. Shall I send someone to deal with that scoundrel Harrington physically? Not yet. Lei Chao's face remained an unyielding mask of tranquility, as if the turmoil besieging the Chinese community were merely a farcical performance by a troupe of clowns. To confront such cowards lurking in the shadows, resorting to underhanded tactics, would be a disservice to his capabilities. A chilling smile, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, curled at the corners of his lips. I want him to publicly confess, in front of the entire UK and indeed the world, just how despicable, shameless, and laughable a racist piece of filth he truly is. He slowly retrieved a compact, futuristic-looking microphone, developed by Lei Electronics, designed for recording and playback. He gently pressed the play button. A clear recording, laced with aristocratic accents, yet brimming with the most vile and hateful racist rhetoric, reverberated throughout the presidential suite. As for those yellow-skinned monkeys, let them take their money and return to their filthy, backward Orient. The recording was none other than the secret directive Lord Harrington had issued to his campaign manager in what he believed to be an impenetrably secure campaign headquarters just the night before. Steeped in white supremacist ideology, the minuscule listening device, smaller than a fly, had been stealthily installed days earlier by Lei Chao's agents within the ornate lampshade of Harrington's lavish antique lamp. Abu, boss, what are your instructions? Anonymously send this recording to the BBC, CNN, Reuters, and all the most mainstream and influential media outlets we can reach. Lei Chao's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I care not how you accomplish it. I want, by 8 o'clock tonight, for the entire world to hear the genuine voice of their esteemed Lord Harrington, straight from his soul. Understood, boss. That evening, at precisely 8 o'clock, as millions of households across Britain settled in front of their televisions to watch the BBC's flagship news program, Newsnight, they witnessed and heard something they would never forget. One of the most disgusting, shameless, and repugnant recordings imaginable. The audio, rife with derogatory terms about yellow-skinned monkeys, detonated like a biochemical weapon, instantly triggering the most sensitive and fragile nerve of political correctness across the entire UK and Western world. Boom. The British public discourse erupted overnight. All the conservative supporters who had rallied behind Harrington's patriotic rhetoric were suddenly struck, as if slapped 100 times, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, those Labour supporters and centrist voters, already disillusioned with the conservative elite, found themselves incensed by Harrington's fascistic and Nazi-influenced remarks. They surged onto the streets, encircling the conservative campaign headquarters, brandishing various anti-racist protest signs. They voiced their outrage in the most furious and direct manner, directing their loudest roars at the shameless politician who had brought disgrace upon the entire British Empire. Harrington, step down. Racist. Fascist. Get out of Britain. We apologize to all our Chinese friends. We are ashamed to have such a shameless politician. An unprecedented political storm swept through the sunless empire with a fervor that took everyone by surprise. At the eye of this tempest, Lord Albert Harrington, upon hearing that earth-shattering recording, realized he was finished, utterly and irrevocably finished. He had not only lost the election, he had been socially annihilated. He would forever be nailed to the pillar of historical shame, becoming the most infamous symbol of racism in the annals of the British Empire. As the architect of this chaos, Lei Chao remained quietly ensconced in the serene isolation of his presidential suite, a cold smile akin to that of a deity who controls all curling at his lips. He knew that the final obstacle in this game of kings had been deftly removed by his own hand. Chapter 294, The Birth of a King. The Prime Minister's first phone call. On election night, London seemed to have been pressed into a pause, enveloped in a peculiar silence that was both tense and expectant. Millions of British citizens held their breath, poised before their televisions, awaiting the revelation of the final outcome that would determine the fate of their nation for years to come. However, on the other side of the city, within Lei Chao's opulent mansion on Kensington Garden Street, the atmosphere was entirely different. The place radiated with light and laughter, hosting an extravagant private party brimming with the essence of victory and revelry. Top-tier dignitaries, business magnates, media tycoons, and even a few reclusive members of the royal family gathered around the young man clad in a relaxed white suit, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He was the sole host of this gathering, and soon to be crowned king in this city, the true kingmaker. Sir Lei Chao, a toast to you, exclaimed a newly minted media mogul who had just successfully acquired the Daily Telegraph with Lei Chao's backing, approaching him with a wineglass in hand, a sycophantic smile on his face. If it were not for your inscrutable and extraordinary methods, we would never have been able to so effortlessly bring down that obstinate old man, Harrington. Indeed, Sir Ray, you are nothing short of a savior of British politics. Another Labour MP, who had also received political donations from Ray, chimed in with a beaming face. Once our esteemed Hayes is elected, our Labour Party will undoubtedly remember your outstanding contributions to our cause. As Ray listened to these insincere and sycophantic accolades, a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He said nothing, merely swaying his glass of Louis XIII, which glimmered with a faint amber hue. He understood that the reason these fair-weather friends were treating him with such reverence was solely because he was poised to emerge as the ultimate victor in this game. His gaze had long since pierced through the cacophony of this hall filled with fame and desire, resting on a young man sitting alone on a corner sofa, anxiously fixated on the enormous television screen mounted on the wall. Thomas Hayes, the very individual he was about to elevate to the pinnacle of power, the future Prime Minister. At that moment, he was devoid of the composure and calmness he had exuded while distributing bread in the slums. His forehead was slick with beads of sweat, and his blue eyes, typically brimming with ideals and aspirations, were now filled with profound anxiety and apprehension about his uncertain fate. He knew that his life was on the verge of undergoing a monumental transformation that very evening. He would either ascend to become the youngest prime minister in the history of the nation or face utter defeat, reduced to a mere pawn, ruthlessly discarded by the Eastern Devil. Just then, on the television screen, the renowned BBC News anchor, known for his gravitas and authority, suddenly displayed an indescribable expression of excitement and shock. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice trembled slightly with overwhelming emotion. I am about to announce to all of Britain, and indeed the world, a historic moment destined to be etched in the annals of history. According to the final results of our BBC exit poll, in the recently concluded general election, Mr. Thomas Hayes, representing the Labour Party at the tender age of 35, has achieved an overwhelming victory with a staggering 58% of the vote. He has successfully defeated his opponent, becoming the youngest Prime Minister in the history of the British Empire since William Pitt. Boom. As the miraculous and disruptive result reverberated across countless television screens, instantly spreading throughout the vast sunless empire, a thunderous roar of applause and cheers erupted in Ray's mansion, even greater and more frenzied than before. Filled with a primal adoration for the victor, everyone seemed to go wild, hoisting the incredulous new Prime Minister, still seated on the sofa, high into the air. At the eye of the storm, Thomas Hayes felt his mind go blank the moment he heard the result. He had won. He had truly won. This boy from the slums had, with the aid of the Eastern Devil, ascended to the throne of the highest power in the land. The sensation was utterly surreal, imbued with the absurdity of magical realism. After a considerable time, he slowly emerged from the depths of uncontainable joy and dizziness. He extricated himself from the throng of colleagues still cheering for him. The first thing he did was not to embrace his tearful wife, nor to answer the congratulatory phone calls pouring in from around the globe. Instead, he walked deliberately, like a devout worshipper approaching his sole deity, towards the young man standing by the window, wearing a cold smile that hinted at complete control. Then, under the watchful and complex gazes of all the guests present, he, Thomas Hayes, the new Prime Minister of the British Empire, bowed deeply and sincerely to the Eastern man. His voice was hoarse, yet filled with an unprecedented reverence and submission to power. "Thank you, my master." At that moment, his pocket began to ring frantically with a red phone capable of directly connecting Buckingham Palace and number 10 Downing Street, the highest-level emergency communication device. He knew it was a congratulatory call from Her Majesty the Queen, traditionally extending an invitation to form a government. However, he did not even glance at the ringing phone. Instead, he retrieved another black phone from his pocket, unremarkable in appearance but connected to the highest-level encrypted communication network of the Ray Group. Then, in front of everyone, he dialed the number he had long memorized. The call connected instantly. "Hello?" A calm, magnetic voice resonated from the other end. "It is I." Thomas Hayes's voice trembled with overwhelming emotion. "I have won. I know." The voice on the other end remained serene and undisturbed, as if this was merely an inconsequential outcome he had anticipated. "Now tell me, what should I do next?" This humble and deferential exchange detonated like a bomb, silencing the British elite who still harbored illusions about Ray's true position. They understood that from that moment on, when this new Prime Minister made his first call to the Eastern man instead of to Her Majesty the Queen, the real, unequivocal Shadow Prime Minister of the country had been born. Chapter 295, The Shadow Prime Minister's Dividend. My group pays no taxes. Prime Minister, regarding your promise during the campaign to comprehensively reform our nation's tax system, our cabinet has drafted a preliminary proposal for your review. In the Prime Minister's office at number 10 Downing Street, rich in classical British style, the newly appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer, a middle-aged man from the Labour Party named Gordon Brown, respectfully placed a thick folder on Thomas Hayes's grand desk. However, Prime Minister Hayes did not even cast a glance at the crucial document that could impact the nation's fiscal revenue for years to come. Instead, he slowly withdrew another prepared document, lighter in weight, yet bearing a significance of monumental consequence, from his custom-made briefcase, crafted from the finest crocodile leather. Then, like the most efficient and steadfast executor, he gently slid the document before his cabinet colleague. "Gordon, there's no need for such formality." Hayes' voice was calm, underscored by an undeniable authority. "Regarding the tax reform bill, I have a more refined and developed version." Minister Brown, with a hint of perplexity, accepted the tax reform bill drafted personally by the Prime Minister. He lowered his gaze to inspect it. In an instant, his shrewd and calculating eyes widened to the point where they seemed ready to pop from their sockets. His breath halted at that moment. Supplementary bill on tax reductions and antitrust exemptions for certain multinational corporations that have made outstanding contributions to the economic recovery and social stability of the British Empire. Draft. Article 1. Any enterprise meeting the standards of outstanding contribution as stipulated in this bill shall permanently enjoy a 50% reduction in income tax for all commercial activities conducted within the United Kingdom. Article 2. Any enterprise meeting the standards of outstanding contribution as stipulated in this bill shall permanently enjoy a comprehensive exemption from the antitrust law for any form of business mergers and market expansion conducted within the United Kingdom. Article 3, and the most outrageous, the final interpretation of the standards for outstanding contributions as outlined in this bill shall belong to a newly established non-profit organization directly overseen by the Prime Minister's office, named the Britain Revival Foundation. Boom. Minister Brown felt as though his mind had been struck by an exploding atomic bomb, plunging him into a void of confusion. Though he was unaware of the true nature of this so-called Britain Revival Foundation, he could surmise with his Scottish acumen for money and interest who was truly behind it. Moreover, he questioned the true intent of this so-called tax reform bill. This was no mere tax reform. It was clearly a shameless and avaricious license for wealth plunder, meticulously tailored by that Eastern devil for his own benefit. Isn't this bill a tad too radical, Prime Minister? Minister Brown's voice trembled with extreme shock. If we submit it to Parliament as is, it will likely provoke a significant backlash from the Conservatives and the press. Backlash. A cold, disdainful smile curled at the corners of Hayes' mouth, mirroring that of the man behind him. Gordon, I believe you have yet to grasp the current situation. From this day forth, in this nation and within this Parliament, every word I, Thomas Hayes, utter is law. As for the so-called backlash, Hayes' eyes gleamed with a sharp, blade-like coldness. Let them come. I wish to see what choice our esteemed MPs will make amidst the ravenous voters and the scandalous materials that could ruin them. This declaration, imbued with the essence of dictatorship and menace, poured over Minister Brown like the coldest water, dousing his heart still clinging to ideals of democracy and procedural justice. He realized that this young Prime Minister was no longer the dragon-slaying idealist he once was. He had transformed into a new dragon, even more formidable and unreasonable than those he sought to challenge. Meanwhile, as Prime Minister Hayes navigated his office rife with power and intrigue, blazing a trail for his benefactor's commercial empire, an even greater crisis, steeped in scandal and intrigue, quietly brewed within the noble and traditional depths of Buckingham Palace. Your Highness, do we truly have to proceed with this? In Kensington Palace, within a room imbued with feminine grace and warmth, Princess Diana's private secretary, a similarly young and beautiful blonde, gazed anxiously at her lovely mistress, who was meticulously preparing herself before the mirror. If this reaches the ears of Prince Charles and Her Majesty the Queen, the consequences? Princess Diana slowly turned, a tragic smile filled with resolve and madness gracing her face, usually so kind and innocent. Sarah, you don't understand. In this cold, gilded cage of lies and betrayal, I have had enough. I am weary of that man's indifference and neglect. I am tired of the constraints and oppression imposed by these formalities. And I am most exhausted by the so-called royal family, lurking in the shadows like a venomous serpent, constantly watching and monitoring me. Diana's eyes sparkled with an intense yearning for freedom, akin to flames. I need someone who truly understands me, truly respects me, and has the genuine ability to rescue me from this prison. She slowly approached the window, her gaze piercing through the thick palace walls, toward the mysterious and powerful Savoy Hotel on the far side of the city. A smile of youthful anticipation and adoration graced her lips. And I have found that person. With that, she hesitated no longer. She donned a carefully prepared outfit, resonating with the commoner's essence. Then, under the astonished and disbelieving gaze of her private secretary, she, Diana, the future queen of the British Empire, quietly slipped out through the back door of Kensington Palace, like an ordinary lovesick girl embarking on a clandestine and thrilling rendezvous. Her destination was singular. Chapter 296, The Royal Plea for Help, Gossip Bombs. I'm here to disarm. What? Diana is missing. In Kensington Palace, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of royal guards, the future queen had vanished into thin air. In Buckingham Palace, within the study of Queen Elizabeth II, the always composed and elegant monarch now resembled an enraged lioness, hurling everything on her desk to the ground in fury. Her face, usually marked by dignity and nobility, was now clouded with the dark, tempestuous fury of an approaching storm. Incompetence. A bunch of useless fools. She pointed a trembling finger at the terrified royal guard commander before her, unleashing a hysterical roar. I don't care what methods you employ. Dig to the depths of the earth, seal off the entire city. I must see Diana reappear in front of me unscathed before tonight. Otherwise, the eyes of Her Majesty the Queen shimmered with a chilling, killing intent, like 10,000 years of mysterious ice. All of you, take off your military uniforms and roll to the front line of Ma Island to feed me sharks. The entire Buckingham Palace was plunged into a sea of panic and chaos due to the sudden disappearance of the future queen. However, just as the powerful departments throughout Britain were busy searching for their capricious queen, the protagonist of this storm herself, but just like a happy little bird that has finally freed itself from all constraints, sitting quietly on the outdoor balcony of the presidential suite on the top floor of the Savoy Hotel, overlooking the entire night view of London. In front of her was a cup of top-quality West Lake Longjing, which emitted a faint fragrance and was brewed by Lei Chao himself for her. And across from her sat the mysterious and powerful Eastern man who haunted her. Sir Lei, thank you. On Princess Diana's face, there was a pure little girl-like smile that only appeared in front of the closest and most trusted people. Thank you for listening to me. The canary in this cage talks so much boring nonsense. Your Highness, you have spoken too harshly. There was a gentle smile on Lei Chao's face that was just right and full of gentlemanly demeanor. His deep, starry eyes gazed silently at the pitiful woman before him, who was beautiful, kind, yet tightly bound by the shackles of fate. There is no desire in his eyes. Yes, it's just a complex light full of pity and calculation. Like an elder looking at a younger generation who has made a mistake. He knew that Diana had taken the huge risk of losing her reputation today by escaping from Kensington Palace to meet him, not only because of her despair over the non-existent royal marriage. Moreover, she saw something in him, an outsider, that she had never seen before in those so-called royal nobles. One that can ignore all rules, overturn all traditions, and be absolute power. And this kind of power is exactly what she needs the most now. Sir Lei, I know my request may be very presumptuous. Diana's eyes gleamed with a fragile light filled with pleading and hope. But I really have no other way. That man and his lover, they have pushed me to the brink of despair. And Her Majesty the Queen and the entire royal family, for the sake of their ridiculous face and tradition, will only choose to turn a blind eye. They see me as someone who can be sacrificed at will to maintain their hypocritical royal fairy tale tools. Diana's voice trembled slightly with extreme grievance. For the first time, a flame of revenge filled with hatred and determination appeared in her blue eyes, which were always filled with kindness and innocence. So, I need your help. I need you to use your omnipotent power to help me retrieve what belongs to me from this golden cage freedom. This plea for help is full of great disobedience and deviation. If anyone in Buckingham Palace heard it, they would probably be scared out of their wits on the spot. However, Lei Chao's face still had the calmness of the ancient well without waves. As Diana said, it was not a shocking scandal that could shake the foundation of the entire British Empire, but it's just a trivial family dispute between neighbors. Your Highness, how can I help you? Lei Chao's voice remained calm and full of reassuring power. I want a divorce. Diana closed her eyes, as if using all her strength to squeeze out these words from between her teeth that were enough to shake the whole world violently. But I don't want to be kicked out by them as a loser and betrayer. I want them to pay the price. I want that man and his lover to pay the most painful and humiliating price for everything they have done to me. I want everyone in the world to see clearly. Diana suddenly opened her eyes. In her beautiful blue eyes, there was a raging flame of revenge. Like the flames of hell. Behind their so-called royal fairy tales lies how dirty, hypocritical, and nauseating it really is truth. Lei Chao listened quietly. His face showed a victory smile that had been anticipated. He knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He slowly took out a small, futuristic miniature recording pen from his pocket, developed by Raytheon Electronics specifically for recording and playing good things. Then, he gently pressed the play button. A clear, explicit and ambiguous late-night private phone recording, enough to make any married woman angry on the spot, rang clearly throughout the entire presidential suite. The two sides of the recording are none other than Diana's respected husband, Prince Charles. Camilla, who is also from a noble background but has already become a famous and influential confidant, is his true love. And the content of the recording is full of interest and fantasy between them, about sanitary tampons, full of philosophical speculation, in-depth communication. Boom. After listening to the recording that made Diana feel like her ears were completely stained, her beautiful face, always filled with kindness and innocence, suddenly lost all its blood color and turned pale like paper. She knows. The recording in my hand is enough to completely shatter the hypocritical and noble face of the entire Windsor royal family nuclear bomb. And the person who handed her this nuclear bomb, it was the Eastern man in front of me with a devilish smile on his face. Your Highness the Queen. Lei Chao's voice is full of endless temptation. Now, the remote control to detonate this bomb is in your hands. You want it to quietly become a bargaining chip for friendly negotiations with the royal family. I still want it to bloom brilliantly in front of all the media around the world. What about revenge fireworks? It depends on you. Chapter 297. The sound of cars and horses in front of Lei Fu Gate. My father is even more powerful than the governor of Hong Kong. Ah Chow. Do you think that our current situation is even more powerful and domineering than when we were the chief inspector in Hong Kong back then? London, Kensington Garden Avenue. In front of the top luxury mansion that has long been jokingly referred to as the Lei Mansion by the Chinese community in London. Lei Lo was wearing his favorite Versace nightgown, hand-sewn with pure gold thread, holding his diamond-studded pure gold birdcage in his hand, looking with emotion at the private lane outside the door that was blocked by various top luxury cars. The owners of those luxurious vehicles are none other than the elite power brokers whose mere stamp of the foot can tremble the very ground across Britain and indeed the entire continent of Europe. Among them are silver-haired hereditary dukes leaning on their civilized canes, impeccably suited chancellors clutching the lifeblood of the nation's economy, and Hollywood's most glamorous starlets, adorned in opulence and radiating an aura of shimmering jewels. There are even a few cardinals in black clerical robes hailing from the Vatican. Today, they gather like the most devout of worshippers, reverently awaiting at the threshold of the residence of Lord Lei. Their singular purpose is to seek an audience with the true puppeteer behind a royal scandal that has shaken the very foundations of the British Empire, Lei Chao. Father, choose your words carefully. Lei Chao emerged from the grand archway, adorned in a relaxed white leisure outfit, holding a cup of fragrant morning tea, a hint of a wry smile playing on his lips. This is not called tyranny. This is what we refer to as respected social eminence. Nonsense social eminence. Lei Lo scoffed, a disdainful spit escaping his lips, yet his eyes, usually clouded with a playful irreverence, now reflected a profound sense of introspection and melancholy. Legible only to him. In my lifetime, I have witnessed storms of every kind, both in the underworld and the upper echelons. Yet, I have never seen anyone play the game quite like you. He turned slowly, regarding his son with the gaze reserved for an unfamiliar monstrosity, fixating on the boy whose success seemed almost excessive. In Hong Kong, we seized our domain through the barrel of a gun and the shadows of illicit wealth. Wherever we tread, others tremble and respect us, not out of reverence, but out of fear of annihilation. His gaze shifted back to the crowd braving the biting London morning wind, standing reverently outside. Yet they do not seem afraid of us. They appear to be beseeching us. Father, you finally grasped the essence. A smile of satisfaction graced Lei Chao's countenance. He recognized that his father, who had navigated the treacherous jungle laws of the old era for much of his life, was beginning to comprehend the true nature of a higher dimensional power play. In this world, the pinnacle of authority is not derived from instilling fear, but rather from engendering a sense of need. When everyone requires your presence, there is no need to brandish a weapon. They will willingly proffer everything they possess, for they understand that only you can grant them their most coveted desires, be it wealth, status, or honor. His gaze pierced through the morning mist, fixated on the resplendent and traditional Buckingham Palace at the city's far end. It is dignity. After successfully leveraging a scandalous recording imbued with betrayal to secure the unwavering loyalty of Princess Diana and a clandestine promise of allegiance from the entire Windsor family, he had irrevocably become a figure of untouchable reverence within the city, one that all must look up to. Those who once scorned and ostracized him, the old aristocrats of yore, now followed him like lapdogs, tails wagging in supplication. For they knew that this Eastern devil held in his grasp the blackmail material that could unravel them all. Similarly, politicians who once regarded him as a calamity now donned friendly visages, eager to forge connections with this shadowy prime minister. Fully aware that he possessed their electoral fates and political destinies, Lei Chao had undeniably ascended to become the unparalleled sovereign of this city's immense power. Yet, just as he was poised to revel in this exalted glory, a more immediate and complex dilemma presented itself before him. Boss, news has arrived from Beijing. Abu, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, appeared silently behind Lei Chao like a statue. His voice shattered the serene ambience of that Versailles-like morning. The first round of high-level negotiations regarding Hong Kong's future will commence next month. Our iron-willed prime minister, fresh from her triumph in the Falklands War, is preparing to personally journey to Beijing for a serious discussion with that elder who has drawn a circle in the South China Sea. Chapter 298. At the crossroads of history, the Iron Lady to confront the Iron Board. Negotiations? Upon hearing this momentous tidbit laden with historical significance, Lei Chao's brow furrowed tightly. For the first time, a gravity that defied description illuminated his normally composed and fathomless eyes. Hong Kong, the launchpad of his soaring ambitions, the foundation of the prosperous commercial empire he had painstakingly built, a city of profound personal significance, steeped in nostalgia and roots, was approaching a historical crossroads. He understood that the forthcoming negotiations would not merely be a simple diplomatic discussion about sovereignty transfer. It was a gamble concerning Hong Kong's fate for decades, even centuries to come. It represented an ultimate confrontation between two proud and resilient nations regarding their shared history and future. In a previous life, the outcome of this confrontation saw Iron Lady Thatcher, buoyed by her victory in the Falklands, stride confidently onto Chinese soil, only to find herself battered and humiliated before a resolute Eastern Titan. The infamous fall on the steps of the Great Hall of the People, laden with historical irony, left an indelible mark on the annals of time. Yet this time, due to his intervention, the trajectory had shifted. The reason she could still comfortably occupy the prime minister's seat rather than being forced into resignation over the scandal of the royal family's eavesdropping, was because Lei Chao had, at a pivotal moment, suppressed the discourse bomb that could have detonated the entire political landscape. Lei Chao understood that this proud, aging lioness still harbored the deeply rooted arrogance and prejudice of the sun never sets empire within her very bones. She would never willingly relinquish Hong Kong, that jewel of the East, the most sumptuous and alluring remnant of her colonial legacy. Like in a past life, she would undoubtedly attempt one last futile struggle. Employing her theory of the three-legged stool, rife with the logic of a brigand and hypocritical rhetoric. Such a struggle, in the face of the resolute Eastern Titan, who had long since resolved to reclaim sovereignty without compromise, would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, an act of self-humiliation. Lei Chao wished to avert such a scenario from unfolding once more. He did not pity Thatcher. Rather, he felt sorrow for the city he loved, which was on the brink of a prolonged crisis of confidence and uncertainty due to these volatile negotiations. No, he must do something. A fierce, resolute light flickered in his eyes, as sharp as a blade. He slowly turned around, gazing at his father, who was still reveling in the commotion outside their mansion. His voice took on an air of grave seriousness. Father. Huh? What is it, son? Is some oblivious duke inviting me for afternoon tea again? From today onward, you are forbidden from going anywhere. Lei Chao's voice bore an undeniable authority. You and Zhu Yuzi, pack your bags immediately. We are returning to Hong Kong. Returning to Hong Kong. Upon hearing this news, a deep sense of shock and confusion crept onto Lei Luo's face, which was typically adorned with pride and arrogance. Why? Son, aren't we doing just fine here? I haven't had my fill of being a duke yet. Because something has happened at home, Lei Chao replied, his voice low and laden with suppression. A matter that could potentially obliterate all of our family's holdings in Hong Kong. This alarming declaration was like a bucket of ice-cold water, instantly extinguishing Lei Luo's inflated vanity. He realized that for his son, who remained unflappable even in the face of calamity, to utter the words obliterated meant that it was indeed a monumental issue. All right. Lei Luo clenched his teeth, a flicker of resolute ferocity flashing in his eyes. We shall return. I want to see who dares to threaten the roots of the Lei family in Hong Kong. Meanwhile, as Lei Chao prepared for the impending colossal gamble that would affect both the fate of the nation and his family, an echo of tension filled the air. In London, at 10 Downing Street, Mrs. Thatcher was also sleepless. Like a queen poised for battle, she engaged in her final strategic deliberations with her cabinet members in her office. Steeped in power and glory, Madam Prime Minister, according to the latest intelligence from our embassy in Beijing, began the Foreign Secretary. An old man with a hawkish nose filled with elite superiority, reporting cautiously, the Chinese are exhibiting an unusually hardline stance. They seem determined to reclaim all sovereignty and governance over Hong Kong after 1997. Hardline. A disdainful smile curled at the corners of Mrs. Thatcher's lips. I am curious to see just how much of this so-called hardline they can muster. Rising slowly from her seat, she approached the vast world map that adorned her office. Her gaze, sharp as two bloodied dragon-slaying blades, fixed firmly upon that small yet wealth-laden red at the southern tip of the eastern continent. Her eyes burned with a fiercer, more frenzied, and greedier fire than ever before. She understood that what she was about to initiate was not merely a diplomatic negotiation. It was a battle for divine recognition. Chapter 299, A Warning Before Departure. Do not show off in front of China. Madam Prime Minister, Sir Lei seeks an audience. Just as Mrs. Thatcher was lost in her lofty fantasies of historical grandeur, her private secretary, Peter Jones, suddenly burst into her office, his expression fraught with urgency. Lei Chao? Mrs. Thatcher's brow instinctively furrowed at the mention of his name. In an instant, her heart, which had been buoyed by the prospect of impending victory, sank. She was uncertain why this elusive, omnipotent Oriental devil had come to see her at such a critical moment before her expedition to Beijing. Let him in. After a long pause, she managed to utter those words, tinged with apprehension and displeasure. Soon, Lei Chao, clad in a sharply tailored black trench coat and flanked by a cadre of dark-clad bodyguards, entered the office that symbolized the apex of British imperial power. Resembling a true monarch, his expression remained inscrutable, yet his deep, starry eyes bore a complex glimmer of compassion and warning that only he could decipher. Sir Lei, what urgent matter brings you here at such a late hour? Mrs. Thatcher's voice was cold and distant, attempting to assert her dignity and pride as the leader of a victorious nation. However, Lei Chao did not so much as glance in her direction. He proceeded to the massive world map, then retrieved a thick folder filled with detailed data and precise analyses from his custom-made crocodile leather briefcase. He gently placed the folder upon the map, resting it atop the vast expanse that represented China. Madam Prime Minister, Lei Chao's voice was calm and composed. I know you are set to depart for Beijing tomorrow. I also understand that you are filled with confidence regarding this journey to the east. You believe that having just triumphed over a powerful South American nation equipped with aircraft carriers and exocet missiles in the Falklands War, you are well positioned to negotiate with an ancient Eastern nation that has only recently emerged from a decade-long catastrophe and is now in a state of rebuilding. You may even naively think, a mocking smile played at the corners of Lei Chao's lips, that you can employ your colonialist rhetoric of sovereignty for governance to preserve the last, most lucrative piece of your British Empire's fig leaf in the East. Sir Lei, please watch your words. Lady Thatcher slammed her hand upon the table, and for the first time, a flicker of indignation, as if her innermost thoughts had been utterly laid bare, appeared on her face, which was typically characterized by unwavering resolve and confidence. My visit to Beijing represents our illustrious British Empire's endeavor to engage in a diplomatic negotiation that is both equitable and amicable. Is it not as you described, equal, friendly? Lei Chao chuckled, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Prime Minister, I fear you may still be rather oblivious to the situation. He slowly opened the folder resting atop the map. Then, like the most haughty yet benevolent instructor imparting a final, pivotal lesson to a benighted student, he commenced his discourse. This document is a meticulously prepared national assessment report regarding China, crafted by my company, Lei Strategic Consulting. Over the past 6 months, through our state-of-the-art Sky satellite system and hundreds of commercial information collection points established within the Chinese mainland. In this report, you shall discover. Lei Chao's voice turned gravely serious. Although China's economy has endured significant blows over the past decade, the intrinsic resilience, diligence, and wisdom embedded within their nation, qualities unmatched by any other in the world, are propelling this ancient land to reconstruct itself at a terrifying speed beyond your imagination. Their industrial output has seen an annual growth rate exceeding 10% for the past 3 years, while their technological prowess in civilian sectors may still lag. In critical areas of national defense, such as atomic and hydrogen bombs, artificial satellites, and nuclear submarines, Lei Chao's eyes sparkled with a proud and reverential brilliance. They are not inferior to you, nor even to the Americans. And though their military may not yet rival your invincible fleet, which recently triumphed in the Falklands War, Prime Minister, please never forget. Lei Chao's voice resonated like a heavy alarm bell, striking the Iron Lady's heart, which had already been clouded by the euphoria of victory. 30 years ago, on the icy battleground of the Korean Peninsula, it was such an army, deemed by you as under-equipped and ragged, that compelled the 16-nation United Nations Command, led by the United States, to retreat from the Yalu River back to the 38th parallel. And at that time, your British Empire's forces were among them. You. Upon hearing this, Lady Thatcher's already fragile heart could bear no more of the immense historical weight pressing down upon her like a mountain. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed utterly, a mere puddle of despair upon the chair that symbolized her supreme power. She realized her grave error, one that was utterly absurd. She had been completely blinded by the illusory triumph of the Falklands War. She had forgotten that what lay ahead was not a third-rate military government like Argentina, but a true Eastern giant, steeped in 5 millennia of civilization and having vanquished countless invaders far more formidable than her British Empire over the past century. Thus, Prime Minister, Lei Chao slowly closed the folder that could alter the course of history. His voice echoed like the final whisper of death in the silence of the office. I have come not to interfere with your diplomatic decisions. I merely wish to offer you, as a friend, the most sincere and final warning. You may go to Beijing, and you may engage in negotiations, but, Lei Chao's lips curled into a cryptic smile. Never, under any circumstances, attempt to strike again upon that iron plate, long soaked in the blood of countless heroes. For should you do so, it is you who will fall. Chapter 300. The dusk of the sun never sets. My new era commences. As Lady Thatcher's aircraft ascended from Heathrow Airport's runway, bearing the weight of Lei Chao's foreboding and prophetic sentiments, vanishing into London's dim, overcast sky, Lei Chao understood. He and his vast commercial empire had successfully completed the first phase of their colonial and transformative agenda in this ancient empire upon which the sun never sets. In less than 2 years, he had manipulated this once glorious world power with a near miraculous, unyielding force. He purchased its football, compelling that blue lion to fight valiantly on the pitch for a yellow-skinned Oriental, thereby restoring the dignity of the British people. He acquired its automobiles, reviving a once rusty vintage car into a formidable symbol of strength that captured global attention. He seized its utilities, employing technology that transcended the era to bring unprecedented light, warmth, and efficiency to this moribund ancient city. He even purchased its parliament, securing its future, installing an agent he had nurtured into the seat of the Prime Minister, the epitome of the nation's power. And he himself transformed from a controversial foreign invader into a member of the ruling class, bestowed with a lifetime title of nobility by Her Majesty the Queen. He, Lei Chao, as a Chinese, executed a thorough and humiliating reverse colonization of this former sovereign state that had once forced open the doors of his homeland with opium and artillery. Ding! At that moment, the cold system notification chimed once more in his mind. Detected that the host has successfully established a political vassal group entirely obedient to you in the target country. Your political influence and power in the target country have reached a new pinnacle. Congratulations, host. Your ultimate mainline mission, the Dusk of the Sun Never Sets, has reached 60 completion. The system is unlocking a new task module based on your recent performance. Unlock successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a new side mission, the Puppet Master of the Centennial Negotiation. Mission objective. In the negotiations regarding Hong Kong's future, leverage your considerable influence in British politics to facilitate the most favorable, stable, and prosperous return plan for Hong Kong. Mission reward. Host lacks sufficient authority to view. Mission failure penalty. All your assets in Hong Kong will be nullified, and you will permanently lose the enhancement of Chinese ethnic fortune. Lei Chao gazed at the resplendent new task on the system panel. His face radiated a genuine smile of victory, a testament to the correctness of his decision to intervene in this monumental historical event. This was not merely a political task. It was a gamble for the fate of his ancient nation and himself, ensuring their place in the forthcoming, tumultuous tide of globalization. He, Lei Chao, would emerge as the sole dealer in this grand gamble, possessing the ultimate authority to interpret its outcomes. Yet, while he felt an exhilarating surge at the prospect of embarking on a new chapter, an even grander and more fraught era was silently brewing across the vast expanse of the Atlantic on the American continent. Abu, is there anything you require? Have our contacts in the Pentagon and Wall Street brought back any fresh intelligence? Indeed, boss. Abu immediately presented a dossier marked as top secret, meticulously compiled by the Sky system, onto the holographic screen before Lei Chao. The cover bore several imposing, cold titles that exuded an air of science fiction and ambition. Strategic Defense Initiative SDI, Star Wars Program. At the sight of those familiar words steeped in memories of a past life, Lei Chao's pupils constricted sharply. He understood the significance of this initiative. Launched by the actor-turned-President Ronald Reagan, aimed at using space weaponry and a high-tech arms race to decisively undermine the vast, yet hollow Red Empire. The curtain was finally set to rise on this grand spectacle. To the world, it appeared as a cataclysm, a climactic escalation in the Cold War standoff, laden with uncertainty and apocalyptic risks. However, for Lei Chao, the sole player equipped with the black technology military industry system, it represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to thrust his immense, ravenous military-industrial empire into the limelight and collect the intellectual taxes of nations worldwide. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. A fierce blaze of desire, hotter and more fervent than ever before, ignited within his eyes. He rose slowly from the soft embrace of the sofa and approached the colossal world map. His gaze traversed London, glided over Hong Kong, and crossed the cold, confrontational Eurasian continent, ultimately resting upon the territories of two superpowers brimming with ambition and might. A cold smile, imbued with divine pity and mockery, curled at the corners of his mouth. He knew that his audacious dream of world conquest, the grandest and most exhilarating of tales, was merely beginning. No longer would he be a mere merchant, a financial titan, or a shadowy prime minister. He would transform into a true geopolitical player, navigating between two empires, wielding war and technology as weapons, with nations and geography as his chessboard, a king of war poised to bury an old era and usher in a new epic. Chapter 302. PPT Deification. The Pentagon stunned by my special effects. General, you must see this. Immediately. In the depths of the cold, oppressive Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia, within the highest-level war situation center of the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, a young intelligence analyst responsible for monitoring global high-tech developments sprang from his seat as if possessed. He pointed at the flickering screen before him, addressing the imposing chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who bore 4 silver stars on his shoulders, with a voice tinged with both terror and exhilaration. What is the fuss about? Johnson, did the Soviets send their nuclear submarines into the Hudson River? General John Wickham, a seasoned veteran of the Vietnam War, furrowed his brow in annoyance. He despised any display of panic from his subordinates during work. No, General, it's 100 times worse. The young analyst, Johnson, swallowed hard, his trembling fingers striking the keyboard. Soon, a video file, marked as cosmic-level top secret and recently transmitted through special channels from Hong Kong, was projected onto the massive holographic screen that nearly encompassed an entire wall of the center. The video began with a profound, vast expanse of the cosmic starry sky, accompanied by an epic and sacred symphony, a massive satellite, exuding a futuristic aesthetic reminiscent of a science fiction film, slowly emerged from Earth's shadow. Its surface bore a logo, a silver emblem of the Lei family, familiar to all the high-ranking Pentagon officials present. The Lei Group. General Wickham's pupils dilated in shock. He was acutely aware of the chaos this Eastern entity had unleashed upon the entire United Kingdom in less than 2 years. He understood the unfathomable, awe-inspiring power that lay behind that name. Before they could fully grasp the significance of the logo's emergence, the video abruptly shifted. Below the satellite, on the frozen expanse of Siberia, emblematic of the evil Red Empire, a dozen red light points, gleaming with the promise of death, surged skyward in a frenzied display, trailing long tails of flame. Those were the Soviets' pride, the Satan intercontinental ballistic missiles capable of erasing the entire North American continent from existence. My God! The War Situation Center erupted in a cacophony of terror and disbelief, unable to comprehend the apocalyptic scene before them. Yet, before they could recover from this profound shock, an even more astonishing phenomenon unfolded. The Lei satellite, hovering in space, suddenly emitted a blinding crimson light from its colossal lens, akin to that of a cyclopean giant, heralding a wave of impending destruction. A beam of red laser, 100 times more brilliant than the sun, robust and brimming with destructive energy, erupted from the satellite's lens like a sword of judgment from the divine, transcending the speed of light in a terrifying manner that neither the naked eye nor radar could possibly capture. Whoosh! The laser traced a silent, yet lethal trajectory through the depths of the cosmos. Then, without deviation, with unparalleled precision, it pierced through the very bodies of the satanic missiles that had just ascended from the atmosphere, still in their most vulnerable phase of ascent. Boom, 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 boom. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a series of brilliant fireballs, akin to the grandest of deadly fireworks, silently blossomed in the tranquil universe. Those harbingers of doom, once brimming with the might to annihilate entire civilizations, now appeared as fragile as a heap of poorly made firecrackers before this red laser beam imbued with divine retribution. Within less than 30 seconds, they were utterly transformed into piles of cold, burning space debris floating in the cosmos. The video concluded here. The screen was left with a colossal English promotional slogan, infused with a sense of grandeur. Thor Industries, we define the future of warfare. An eerie silence enveloped the entire Pentagon's war room, which had just witnessed this Hollywood-style sci-fi spectacle directed by Lei Chao. All personnel, from ordinary analysts to the 4-star chairman of the Joint Chiefs, stood as if paralyzed, mouths agape, collectively rendered speechless. Their minds were blank. In that moment, their worldview was completely upended. Laser weapons? Space-based defense systems? These were technologies they had only dared to contemplate in the most fantastical of sci-fi novels. Yet here they were, vividly and dramatically presented before their eyes. Is this truly real? After a long pause, General Wickham finally regained his senses from the overwhelming shock. His voice trembled with intense excitement. General, we have consulted the leading physicists from MIT and Caltech for a preliminary analysis of this video. Analyst Johnson's voice brimmed with incredulous elation. They stated that the energy decay model of the laser beam and the destruction of the targets theoretically align perfectly with the laws of physics. In other words, this could very well be true. Boom. The entire war room erupted into an even greater, more frenzied cheer than before upon hearing this earth-shattering conclusion. A tsunami of enthusiasm fueled by boundless anticipation for the future. My God, the Star Wars program. President Reagan's Star Wars initiative can actually be realized. With this technology, what do we have to fear from Soviet nuclear weapons? We can intercept their missiles right at their doorstep. This is a gift from God to America. The ultimate weapon for the free world to triumph over the evil empire. Just as the entire Pentagon was engulfed in a fervor of technological adoration and military audacity. An urgent red cable from the CIA was delivered to General Wickham. The content of the cable was simple yet lethal. The KGB has activated the highest level of red alert. They seem to have obtained this video through some channel. They are currently attempting to make contact with the Lei Group at any cost. Damn it. As General Wickham read the cable, the elation that had clouded his mind in victory instantly turned to dread. He knew he could not afford to wait any longer. He must secure this Eastern benefactor, who held the key to future technology, firmly in the grasp of America's war machine. Immediately, connect me to the White House. General Wickham bellowed to the communications officer beside him, his voice a mixture of urgency and determination. Tell the president. His Star Wars initiative has found the one who can illuminate the stars. Ring, ring, ring. In London, at the Savoy Hotel's presidential suite, Lei Chao had just concluded a deeply artistic and passionate discussion about a film script with Lin Qingxia. The red, high-level encrypted satellite phone on his bedside table rang with a frenzied urgency, as if it had a mind of its own. A mysterious smile, one of complete control, curled at the corners of Lei Chao's lips. He knew that his grand scheme, poised to astonish the world, had finally caught the most delectable fish. Chapter 303, The Priceless Patent, and a Chance to Spend Extravagantly. Sir Lei, this is Ronald Reagan. A familiar voice, resonant with the magnetic charm of an actor yet tinged with an unmistakable urgency, came through the line. Good evening, Mr. President, Lei Chao replied, his tone calm and composed. He even took a moment to gently pinch the adorable nose of Lin Qingxia, still breathless from their earlier vigorous activity, signaling her to freshen up in the bathroom. You wouldn't be calling me at this hour just to discuss the investment for the next Hollywood blockbuster, would you? Ha, Sir Lei. You remain as witty as ever, President Reagan responded with a hearty, politician's laugh. However, you're only half right. I am indeed reaching out to discuss an investment in a film, but this is a super blockbuster concerning the fate of our entire free world. Oh. Lei Chao raised an eyebrow, his expression eager for more details. Sir Lei, I want to beat around the bush. My generals and I have already viewed your promotional short. It was incredibly impactful, spectacular, and filled with a compelling, epic-defining force. It painted a beautiful blueprint for a future full of peace and security for us all. Therefore I, Ronald Reagan, in my capacity as President of the United States, extend to you, Sir Lei, our most formal and sincere invitation. I hope you and your Thor Industries can fully join us in the recently initiated Strategic Defense Initiative, also known as the Star Wars program. Together with our foremost scientists from the Pentagon and NASA, let us transform that magnificent space-based laser defense system you showcased in the video into a tangible reality. I assure you, President Reagan's voice resonated with an unwavering commitment. As long as you are willing to collaborate, our American government will provide you with all the resources you require, whether it be funding, talent, technology, or a hint of political support laced with temptation in his tone. This sincere, yet tantalizing invitation from the nation would drive any individual in pursuit of technology and power to the brink of frenzy. Yet, Lei Chao merely listened in silence. His expression was devoid of any emotion, as if the limitless resources and unparalleled glory promised by the president were nothing more than worthless pieces of paper. Mr. President. After a lengthy pause, Lei Chao finally spoke. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an unmistakable, cold ruthlessness befitting a true businessman. I am a merchant. My company is not a charitable organization. The technology one possess is not a public good to be shared freely. You wish to acquire my space-based laser defense system? A cold smirk crept onto Lei Chao's lips, revealing a hint of unmasked opportunism. Very well, bring the money. The voice of President Reagan on the other end of the line was evidently taken aback by Lei Chao's bluntness, tinged with the scent of greed. He had anticipated that his counterpart would engage in lofty discussions about freedom, democracy, and the noble pursuit of combating the evil empire, akin to traditional arms dealers. Never did he expect such a straightforward and crude response. Sir Lei, you need not worry about funding. Reagan quickly regained his Hollywood-esque composure after a brief moment of awkwardness. Please, name your price. For the future of the free world, the American government is willing to pay any reasonable sum. Excellent. I relish doing business with forthright individuals. Lei Chao's face broke into a victorious smile. He understood that the critical stage of his grand deception, destined to astonish the world, had finally arrived. Since you have put it so, I shall not be coy. The core technology of my space-based laser defense system comprises three main components. First, the miniaturization and energy-focusing technology of high-energy laser emitters. Second, the ultra-long-range precision target acquisition and dynamic tracking algorithms based on a global satellite network. Third, and most crucially, the controllable micronuclear fusion reactor technology that provides a continuous energy supply for the entire system. Lei Chao's presentation, laden with advanced technology and expertise, detonated like 3 heavy bombs, leaving the former actor-turned-president utterly bewildered and awestruck. Each of these technologies represented countless efforts and billions of dollars in research and development by his defense conglomerate. They were priceless. However, as a gesture of goodwill towards our cooperative relationship, Lei Chao's tone shifted to one of overwhelming generosity. I can offer you a friendly package deal, the permanent licensing of these 3 technologies for a total of $10 billion. A sharp cough echoed from the other end of the line, clearly a reaction to the shock of such an exorbitant figure. Lei Chao could easily envision the incredulous expression on Reagan's always affable face, as if he had seen a ghost. $10 billion? Did he dare to demand such an astronomical sum? Did he not realize that this amount was equivalent to the entire annual military budget of the U.S. Navy? Was he attempting to sell technology, or was he outright robbing the Federal Reserve? Sir Lei, isn't your price a bit too steep? Lei Chao chuckled, a sound rich with derision. Mr. President, I believe you may not fully grasp the situation. What I am offering you is not an ordinary patent. What I am selling is the very destiny that will ensure the United States remains invincible for centuries to come. It is a key that could bring this cursed Cold War to a definitive end, freeing your soldiers from the looming threat of Soviet nuclear missiles. Moreover, Lei Chao's tone became as frigid as iron as he continued. I have also heard that the KGB has recently expressed considerable interest in my little invention. Just yesterday, they offered me an amicable price of $80 billion. Although slightly lower than your offer, they additionally included a diamond mine in Siberia and several exceptionally hospitable Ukrainian beauties. This malicious bidding and barefaced threat plunged like a dagger into President Reagan's heart, which was already filled with anti-Soviet sentiment. He understood that he had no choice. Deal. Ultimately, under the dual pressures of immense fear of the Red Empire and an insatiable desire to win the Cold War, Reagan gritted his teeth and forced out those two humiliating and reluctant words. He realized that today he had been ruthlessly cut by this devil from the East. Yet, he had no choice but to willingly extend his neck, for he knew this transaction was one he could not afford to lose. Boss, are we being a bit too ruthless this time? In the presidential suite of the Savoy Hotel, Zhao Yaji gazed at the bank transfer confirmation from the U.S. Treasury, indicating that the $1 billion had indeed been received. Even her typically composed and astute businesswoman's heart could not help but feel a mixture of awe and trepidation at her partner's masterful maneuver that could only be described as pulling a rabbit out of a hat. She knew that what they had sold to the Americans was far from any core technology. Instead, it was a collection of dubious data hastily cobbled together by Zhang de Biao and his team of technicians within 3 days, filled with theoretical pitfalls and directional errors. The Americans would need to invest a decade and hundreds of billions of dollars in wasted funds before they eventually realized they had been deceived. By then, it would be too late. Ruthless? A cold smile played on Lei Chao's lips as he slowly approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, silently surveying the ancient city that had once been forced open by opium and cannon fire. In his eyes flickered a flame of cold vengeance. Steeped in the cyclical nature of history, I dare say it is not enough. He turned to face Zhao Yazi, who still appeared troubled by the inequity of the transaction. His face wore a mysterious smile filled with strategic foresight. Yaji, you must immediately assist me with a task. Use this money, under the names of all our offshore companies, in the foreign exchange markets of Tokyo and New York. I demand, at any cost, the establishment of a long-term super short position valued at no less than $500 billion, targeting the yen and the Japanese stock market. The boss. A flicker of profound confusion passed through Zhao Yaji's eyes, for in the gaze of Lei Chao shimmered a brilliance akin to prophetic wisdom, akin to the stars of President Reagan, which required someone to settle the bill. And that piggy bank, recently fattened by the Americans, known as Japan, was on the verge of being delivered to the slaughterhouse by its very owner. Chapter 304. The Fangs of the Red Empire, the KGB's kidnapping scheme. Comrade General, we have failed. In Moscow, deep within the oppressive and frigid KGB headquarters on Lubyanka Square, a young officer clad in a crisply tailored KGB major's uniform, his face betraying an unmistakable blend of frustration and fear, was reporting in a subdued tone to the elders seated behind the massive desk, whose expression was devoid of emotion, yet whose gaze was as piercing as a lone wolf on the Siberian tundra. The elder was General Vladimir Kryukov, the chief overseer of the KGB's first main directorate, responsible for all overseas intelligence and subversive operations. That damn Chinaman has rejected all our terms. The Major's voice trembled slightly with tension. He ultimately chose to collaborate with the Americans, selling his so-called space-based laser defense system patent to the Pentagon for the exorbitant sum of $10 billion. As anticipated, General Kryukov's voice was hoarse and icy, devoid of any emotional ripples. It seemed to him that this shocking news, capable of keeping the entire Soviet Union awake at night, was merely an inconsequential rumor. He slowly rose from the formidable desk crafted from precious Siberian red pine and approached the wall-sized map of the world. His gaze, sharp as the finest ice blades, fixated on the small yet bountiful red dot located at the southern tip of the eastern continent, Hong Kong. That young man named Lei Chao is far more intelligent and greedy than we had imagined. A complex curve of admiration and murderous intent graced General Kryukov's lips. He understood that our great Soviet Union was currently mired in the wretched quagmire of Afghanistan. Our finances stretched thin, leaving us incapable of offering more than the Americans. Thus, from the outset, he never intended to engage in this business with us. He was merely using us to enhance his bargaining power with the Americans. So, what shall we do now, Comrade General? The Major's voice brimmed with a deep sense of helplessness. Are we to merely watch as the Americans acquire this godlike weapon capable of altering the landscape of the Cold War? Certainly not. General Kryukov slowly turned around. For the first time, a palpable wave of terrifying murderous intent surged forth from his normally placid gray eyes, enough to send tremors of fear throughout the entire Western world. Since civilized commercial means have proven ineffective, we shall resort to the methods in which the KGB excels, the most direct approach. He returned to his desk and retrieved a locked drawer, extracting a similarly red top-secret folder emblazoned with the golden hammer and sickle emblem. The cover bore a chilling operational codename written in large, cold Russian letters, filled with connotations of violence and bloodshed. Red Scalpel. According to intelligence relayed by a mole embedded within the Lei group, General Kryukov's voice was as frigid as the eternal Siberian chill. The so-called space-based laser defense system's core technology was developed by a Chinese scientist named Zhang Debiao. This individual is the most trusted technological core for Lei Chao, the brain behind the entire Lei technology empire. He is currently in West Berlin, engaging in collaborative negotiations regarding civilian chips with experts from Siemens under the guise of technical exchange. And this presents us with our opportunity. General Kryukov slowly opened the red folder, extracting a meticulously crafted operational roadmap drawn by the KGB's elite agents stationed in East Germany. I have ordered our special forces stationed in East Berlin, along with our most elite Alpha group from the 7th Directorate, to form a joint task force. Their sole mission is clear. General Kryukov's finger pressed firmly upon the map, on the cold curve representing the Berlin Wall. As Zhang Debiao and his team conclude their negotiations and return from West Berlin to London, they shall pass through the Charlie checkpoint, a gateway rife with irony and freedom, connecting the East and West. His gray eyes gleamed with the predatory coldness of a hunter. At any cost, we shall capture him and his brain, filled with future technologies, alive, and bring him back to Moscow. Boss, the KGB fools can no longer restrain themselves from taking action. In London, at the Savoy Hotel, Presidential Suite, Lei Chao reclined leisurely on his soft sofa, cradling a cup of the finest preaching long tea brewed personally by Guanjolin. A playful smile, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse, adorned his face. Before him, a massive holographic screen vividly broadcast the events transpiring thousands of kilometers away in Moscow's Lubyanka Square, revealing all that had just occurred in that conspiratorial and murderous KGB office. Were arrangements made on Zhang Debiao's end? Lei Chao gently blew at the tender green tea leaves floating in his cup, his voice calm and devoid of any tremor. To him, the impending spectacle of kidnapping and assassination beneath the Berlin Wall seemed nothing more than a tedious play with a pre-written script. Rest assured, boss. Standing beside him, Abu displayed a similarly cold smile, filled with a cruel sympathy for his prey. Our people have prepared an unexpected welcoming gift for those bumpkins from Siberia. Ready from the moment they set foot on West Berlin's soil. Abu's voice brimmed with unmasked murderous intent. From that moment on, they shall exist entirely under the scrutiny of our heavenly gaze, ensnared within the deadly labyrinth we have meticulously designed for them. Lei Chao smiled with satisfaction, slowly lifting his teacup to take a gentle sip. The aroma of the tea wafted, soothing and invigorating. He knew the upcoming reverse hunting game, destined to astound the intelligence community worldwide, is on the verge of commencement. The bloodiest and most intriguing scene is about to unfold. He, Lei Chao, shall be the sole hunter in this game, endowed with the ultimate authority to interpret its rules. Chapter 305. The Trap Beneath the Berlin Wall. My prey walks into the snare. Attention all units. The target convoy has entered Area A. Repeat. The target convoy has entered Area A. West Berlin, night, 11 o'clock. A black Mercedes, adorned with diplomatic plates, glides silently along Friedrichstrasse, flanked by two similarly black escort vehicles, making its way toward the Charlie checkpoint. The buildings along the street have long succumbed to darkness, with only a few dim streetlights flickering in the damp, cold night breeze, casting the immense shadow of the Berlin Wall, a symbol of oppression and chill, upon the wet, desolate street. The air is thick with a palpable tension, reminiscent of an impending storm. Amidst the shadows of the long-abandoned buildings on either side of the street, dozens of elite KGB Alpha Group operatives, clad in identical black combat uniforms, their faces painted with war paint, lie in wait with suppressed AK-74U assault rifles, embodying the most patient of predators, stealthily lurking in the darkness. In their earpieces, the cold, emotionless commands of their operations commander, Colonel Ivanov, codenamed Polar Bear from the Signal Flag Special Forces, resonate continuously. Group B. Set up roadblocks at the intersection ahead. Use your trucks to completely seal that damn street. Group C. Snipers, take your positions. Lock onto the target vehicle's tires and driver. If they make any sudden movements, I authorize you to fire at will. Our target is the Chinese scientist seated in that Mercedes. Colonel Ivanov's voice brims with unmasked greed and excitement. Remember, the general's orders are to capture him alive. Unless absolutely necessary, avoid harming our precious canary. Understood. A treacherous web of death, woven by dozens of the finest urban warfare specialists, has silently enveloped the skies above this no-man's land connecting east and west. They lie in wait like the most patient of hunters, anticipating the arrival of their unwitting prey. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that they, the so-called hunters, are merely pitiful quarry marked for death in the eyes of a more advanced super hunter. Endowed with a godlike perspective, boss, they have entered the arena. In the rear seat of the Mercedes, a man clad in a sharply tailored black suit. Resembling an ordinary bodyguard, the leader of the Black Scales team communicates final preparations via a concealed miniature communicator tucked within his collar, addressing Lei Chao, who is far away in London. His tone is calm, yet brimming with an insatiable thirst for the impending carnage. Beside him sits Zhang Debiao, the very individual they are tasked to protect, now donned in a futuristic black digital camouflage combat suit. His visage betrays no signs of tension or fear. Rather, it radiates the fervent excitement of a tech enthusiast eager to test his latest creation. In his hands, he manipulates what appears to be an ordinary tablet, yet is, in fact, a tactical command terminal capable of orchestrating dozens of miniature hummingbird drones in coordinated combat, embodying both cutting-edge technology and the aesthetics of violent beauty. Before him, a small holographic screen displays the real-time positions, heart rates, and even the adrenaline levels of every KGB operative lurking within the buildings. With a godlike perspective, their statuses are coldly and mercilessly marked. Excellent. In the operations command room in London, Lei Chao observes the unfolding scene on the holographic screen, a live broadcast of an absurd yet professional mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A chilling smile, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, curls at the corners of his mouth. Old Zhang, is your new toy ready? Rest assured, boss. Zhang Debiao responds, his face adorned with a cruel and confident smile, promising to ensure that these provincial fools from Siberia experience what true future warfare entails. Let it begin. With Lei Chao's cold, emotionless command, a swarm of tiny, pitch-black hummingbird drones, barely the size of an adult's palm and rendered nearly invisible by the night, buzzes forth silently from the top and underside of the Mercedes. They execute death-defying maneuvers, defying all principles of aerodynamics, tracing invisible yet lethal trajectories through the air. Then, with pinpoint precision, they infiltrate the windows and ventilation shafts of the buildings where the KGB agents lie in wait. What on earth is that? An alpha agent, stationed at a window, suddenly perceives a fleeting shadow before him. Before he can react, he is horrified to find a small, alien-like black drone, resembling a mechanical insect, hovering silently before him. Its red camera, akin to a compound eye, flickers with a cold, emotionless light of death. Beneath its belly hangs a small yet devastating explosive warhead capable of reducing him to mere entrails. Boom. His mind feels as if struck by a detonated grenade. Instantly blanking out. What did he just witness? This is no mere kidnapping operation. This is clearly a meticulously laid trap, awaiting their foolish selves to walk into it, a one-sided, dimensionality-reducing massacre. Boom, 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 boom. Before he can recover from the sheer shock and terror, a series of increasingly intense explosions erupt within the seemingly tranquil abandoned buildings, resonating like a grand symphony of death. One after another, the once mighty KGB elite agents crumble before the onslaught of these futuristic flying bombs. As fragile as chickens confined in a cage, awaiting slaughter, they do not even have time to utter a single cry. Amidst the violent shockwaves capable of shredding an armored vehicle, they are effortlessly torn apart. Blood stains the walls, and entrails litter the ground, as anguished screams and desperate pleas for mercy echo through the air. Yet soon, all fell into silence. In less than 5 minutes, nearly 100 elite members of the KGB's Joint Action Team, who had just moments ago exuded an air of fierce invincibility, had utterly transformed into heaps of cold, incomplete, charred remains, reeking of a strong metallic scent of blood. Friedrichstrasse had entirely metamorphosed into a death road, paved with blood and corpses. As the architect of this chaos, Colonel Ivanov, who was supposed to be the ultimate target of their operation, now resembled a dog that had been crippled in every limb, dragged from his command vehicle, reduced to a pile of scrap metal by 2 towering black-scaled operatives who held a gun to his head. He was unceremoniously thrown before an unscathed black Mercedes. The car door slowly opened, revealing Zhang Debiao, clad in a plaid shirt that exuded an aura of technological obsession, descending from the vehicle like an ordinary college student who had just finished a tedious video game. He looked down upon the now thoroughly terrified Arctic bear, whose spirit had fled in utter panic. A cold smile, suffused with triumph and mockery, curled at the corners of his mouth. Colonel Ivanov, is it? His voice was calm, yet brimming with an undeniable authority. Our boss has expressed a desire to have a thorough discussion with you and your friends back in Moscow regarding the recent attempted kidnapping you so enthusiastically orchestrated, which we consider a matter of compensation. Chapter 306. The KGB's Price. Exchanging enemies for commercial privileges. Compensation. Colonel Ivanov, the iron-willed commander who had faced thousands of jihadists on the battlefield in Afghanistan without flinching, felt his heart, which had been racing with fear, twitch violently at Zhang Debiao's words, laden with the stench of capitalist greed and mafia extortion. The events of the night felt like an absurd, surreal nightmare. First, he had been overwhelmed by a barrage of unprecedented aerial bombs, leaving chaos in their wake. Then, he was unceremoniously yanked from his command vehicle by a seemingly powerless Chinese bookworm, treated like a dead dog. And now, this bookworm dared to discuss compensation with him. With the great KGB and the mighty Soviet Union? It was utterly ludicrous. Indeed, compensation, Zhang Debiao's face bore a harmless, tech-savvy grin, yet to Colonel Ivanov. It was far more chilling than the most ferocious smile of a Siberian polar bear. Our boss, Zhang Debiao continued, crouching down to gently pat Ivanov's bloodied face with the tablet that had just orchestrated a one-sided massacre, is quite reasonable. You dispatched individuals to kidnap my chief scientist, attempting to steal my trade secrets. This is, commercially speaking, a rather unfriendly act of malicious competition. And I, Lei Chao, have always been friendly towards my competitors. Rising to his feet, a smile emerged on his face, one that starkly contrasted with his previously unassuming demeanor, now bearing the coldness of death. Our boss presents you with two choices. First, you and General Kryukov, from behind the scenes, must publicly apologize to our Lei group in the Pravda newspaper, and compensate us for the mental anguish and loss of productivity incurred due to your reckless actions, a total of $1 billion US dollars. Second, Zhang Debiao's voice turned icy, laced with unmasked murderous intent. You refuse, and then you may look up at the sky above East Berlin. He slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the inky blackness of the night sky divided by the Berlin Wall. Instinctively, Colonel Ivanov glanced upward, only to witness a sight that sent chills down his spine. Above the seemingly tranquil night sky, dozens of small, yet deadly, lights streaked silently, trailing long tails as they hurtled towards the KGB's headquarters in East Berlin. The barracks of the East German People's Army, the city's power plants, water facilities, communication centers, every essential infrastructure within the city. What is that? Cruise missiles? Boom. Colonel Ivanov felt as if his brain had been struck by a detonated Tsarist hydrogen bomb, leaving him in a state of utter blankness. He could scarcely fathom that the enemy possessed such terrifying, strategic long-range strike capabilities. This was no power a mere businessman could wield. It was the might of a national army. Now, tell me your choice, Colonel. Zhang Debiao's voice, akin to the final whisper of death, resonated in his ears. You and your general, who is still lost in dreams back in Moscow, have only 60 seconds to decide. Damn, 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 this madman, this warlord from the East. How dare he? In Moscow, at Lubyanka Square, General Kryukov, upon witnessing the unbelievable live footage relayed from the front lines, saw the dozens of swords of Damocles hovering over East Berlin and nearly toppled from his command chair. For the first time, his typically ice-cold visage displayed an indescribable shock and horror. He realized he had kicked a stone far harder and more unreasonable than the CIA of America. I agree. He howled into the microphone, like a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. Please, Mr. Lei, dear God Lei, I beseech you, show mercy, halt your missiles. I will prepare the money immediately. $1 billion. Not a cent less. In that critical moment, a devastating strike capable of erasing all of East Berlin from the map was silently averted. Yet, having successfully torn a significant piece of flesh from the already weakened Arctic bear, Lei Chao was not satisfied. He knew that compared to the equally affluent and ravenous bald eagle, $10 billion was merely an appetizer. Anderson. Lei Chao directly called the encrypted line of the CIA double agent he had long since turned. Boss, what orders do you have? Came the voice of Jack Anderson, imbued with a mixture of reverence and humility. I just captured a wayward polar bear that inadvertently wandered into my backyard, Lei Chao remarked, a hint of playful amusement lacing his tone. I've heard that your CIA has been rather troubled lately by the informant captured by the KGB in Afghanistan. I wonder, would you be interested in engaging in a little business regarding a prisoner exchange? What? Anderson's heart, always calculating and scheming, skipped a beat upon hearing this revelation. He realized that his boss was gearing up for yet another round of devilish extortion. What do you want, sir? Quite simple, Lei Chao replied, a victorious smile spreading across his face. He knew that his grand strategy to conquer the North American market was finally about to secure its most critical and lethal piece. I do not seek money. I do not wish for your outdated military technology. What I require is for your government to issue a green light pass, allowing my Lei computers and our independently developed Pangu operating system to operate freely across the North American market for the next decade, unimpeded by any antitrust investigations. Furthermore, Lei Chao's voice grew increasingly cold and undeniably domineering. I need your Department of Education and Department of Defense to jointly issue a high-level executive order, designating our Pangu operating system as the sole official procurement system for all public schools and government departments in the United States. This was his true, ultimate scheme. He sought not merely to sell a few computers. He aimed to establish an unassailable and unchallengeable technological monopoly in the most vast and affluent consumer market on the planet, one that belonged entirely to his family. Chapter 307. The Dimensional Strike of Technology. Even Gates must work for me. Monopolize the North American market. Become the only designated system for the government and schools. Sir Lei, are you jesting? In Langley, CIA headquarters, Jack Anderson felt his scalp prickling with shock as he absorbed Lei Chao's seemingly deranged proposition. He understood his boss's ruthlessness, but never anticipated it would reach such an appalling extreme. To think that a KGB commander, captured from who knows where, could be leveraged to claim the technological monopoly of an entire continent was beyond mere audacity. It was akin to pointing a finger at the President of the United States and demanding he sign a modern-day, unequal treaty. Joke? Came a disdainful laugh from the other end of the line. Anderson, do you truly believe I am jesting? You may relay my exact words to your director, William Casey. Inform him that this polar bear I possess is no ordinary specimen. A devilish allure tinged Lei Chao's voice. His name is Ivanov, one of the founders of the KGB's Signal Flag Special Forces and the most trusted confidant of General Kryukov. His mind contains not only the operational plans for Berlin, but also the complete roster of the KGB's spy networks and covert operations that have been embedded in Western Europe for over 2 decades. Boom. Anderson felt as though his brain had been struck by an explosive cruise missile, leaving him momentarily blank. He understood the implications of Lei Chao's words. This meant the CIA had the unprecedented opportunity to uproot the KGB's meticulously cultivated intelligence network across Europe, a network that had taken decades to establish, in one fell swoop. Such a feat was bound to drive any CIA director into a frenzy of excitement. It was an achievement that would eternally enshrine William Casey in the annals of history. I understand, boss. Anderson's voice trembled with a mix of profound helplessness and a barely perceptible thrill. He recognized that this transaction was one that Director Casey, and indeed the entire U.S. government, could not refuse. Under Lei Chao's audacious maneuvering, a miracle was once again unfolding. In less than a week, a document personally signed by President Reagan, bearing the highest-level wax seal of the White House and the Pentagon, appeared silently on Lei Chao's desk. The document authorized Lei Computers and its accompanying Pangu operating system to enjoy the highest level of exemption equivalent to national strategic security within the North American market for the next 20 years, free from antitrust investigations and restrictions. Furthermore, the document strongly urged public education systems across states and various federal departments to prioritize the procurement of the superior, more affordable, and safer Lei Computers in their next office equipment acquisitions. Thus began an unprecedented commercial invasion, led by a foreign brand into the most critical technological domain of a sovereign nation, unfolding in a manner that took everyone by surprise, marked by official endorsement and frenzy. 3 months later, the computer brand Lei PC, imbued with an air of mysterious Eastern allure, swept through the American consumer electronics market like a black technological whirlwind overnight. Its self-developed Longshin, one processor was at least 3 times faster than any mainstream computer available at the time. The revolutionary Pangu 10 operating system featured a color graphical user interface, and its pricing was nearly half that of comparable products from IBM and Apple, boasting a price-slashing appeal. All of this struck like the sharpest blade, mercilessly cleaving through the complacency of American tech companies still reveling in their modest MS-DOS systems and market shares. Countless tech companies once hailed as Silicon Valley's rising stars crumbled before the black technological storm unleashed by Lei Chao, as fragile as paper ants. Within a mere 6 months, they were utterly obliterated, reduced to ashes. The so-called tech geniuses behind these startups faced a brutal choice: either declare bankruptcy, laden with insurmountable debt, or exit Silicon Valley in disgrace. Either relinquish their pitiable pride and self-esteem and obediently accept the benevolent acquisition offer from the Lei Group, thereby becoming a mere cog in the vast Eastern technological empire, or face the consequences. In a modest garage in Seattle, Washington, imbued with the spirit of entrepreneurship and dreams, a young man donning thick black-rimmed glasses, his face marred by acne and bearing a youthful countenance, gazes in despair at his computer screen displaying the recent and merciless rejection of his loan application by the bank. His name is Bill Gates, an ambitious and talented Harvard dropout. Alongside his equally tech-savvy companions, he has recently founded a small company named Microsoft. They envisioned leveraging their developed MS-DOS operating system to make a significant mark in the burgeoning personal computer market, aspiring to fulfill their grand dream of placing a computer on every household desk. However, They could scarcely have anticipated the abrupt intrusion of an unreasonable player from the east, who, with an incomprehensible and overwhelming force, obliterated everything they had built. "What shall we do, Bill?" his best friend and partner, Paul Allen, queried, his voice laden with profound helplessness and despair as he stared at the meager few $100s left in their account. "Our funding has run dry. Our operating system pales in comparison to that damned Pangu, appearing as juvenile as a child's toy. We have lost." Bill Gates remained silent, merely gazing out at the dreary, rain-soaked sky. In that moment, the dreams and passions that once blazed within him were extinguished by the unforgiving reality. He recognized the truth in Paul's words. They had indeed lost, catastrophically. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering to defeat, the antiquated telephone in his office abruptly rang. Numbly, he answered it. On the other end, a voice he had never heard before, polite yet imbued with an irresistible authority, spoke in an Eastern accent. "May I inquire if this is Mr. William Henry Gates III?" "It is," he replied. "I am the Human Resources Director for the North American branch of the Lei Group." There was a brief pause before the voice, cold and devoid of emotion, proceeded in a tone reminiscent of an imperial edict. "Our esteemed owner, Mr. Lei Chao, greatly admires the talent you and your team have demonstrated with the MSDOS system. He believes you are an exceptional software engineer with immense potential. Therefore, he wishes to extend an invitation for you to join us as a senior project manager in the development department of our Pangu operating system." Senior project manager. In the dark, damp garage of Seattle, upon hearing the condescending and patronizing proposal, Bill Gates felt as if his already fragile heart might explode from sheer indignation. He likened himself to a deposed monarch, whose realm had been shattered by the enemy's bombardment, now being offered a mere token position by the very invaders who had seized his kingdom. This was a profound humiliation. "Fuck you," he roared into the receiver, his voice a furious howl of defiance and resentment. "Tell your damn Chinese boss that I, Bill Gates, would rather starve or beg on the streets than serve as a pathetic lapdog." With that, he slammed the phone down with a resounding thud. However, as he turned to see the equally aggrieved expressions of his partners and the whiteboard behind him, which bore their grand vision for the future, now rendered ironically poignant, his heart, once filled with pride, inexplicably felt hollow. He understood that his rejection was but a fleeting moment of adolescent rebellion. The reality was stark. They had no escape. "What an interesting young man," mused Lei Chao in the presidential suite of the Savoy Hotel in London, as he listened to Anderson's report regarding Bill Gates' rejection of their overture. Rather than displaying anger, a smile of appreciation and amusement graced his face. "Inform him," Lei Chao said, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a hunter eyeing a promising young prey, "that I, Lei Chao, have always favored spirited youth. I shall extend him another choice. I will increase our offer to $5 million for a complete acquisition of Microsoft. He and his entire team may retain their current positions and receive stock options from the Lei Group." Alternatively, his tone turned chillingly cold, revealing his unmasked dominance. "Our legal department will file a lawsuit against him in the Seattle District Court tomorrow morning, accusing his MSDOS system of plagiarism and infringing upon our Pangu operating system's core code patent. What awaits him then will be far more than a senior project manager position. It could lead to a lawsuit that might strip him of everything he owns, perhaps even imprison him for a lifetime." Lei Chao understood that with a young genius like Bill Gates, filled with technical idealism and personal heroism, no threats or temptations were as effective as crushing the very creation he held dear. He intended to make him realize just how fragile talent and dreams were in a world dominated by capital, especially when faced with overwhelming power. As Lei Chao prepared for the final talent acquisition to launch his global technological monopoly, his father, the eccentric Lei Lo, was not idle either. This venerable patriarch, having achieved great success, typically spent his days strolling through Hyde Park or overseeing affairs from his Chelsea box. Yet today, astonishingly, he remained indoors, clad in what he deemed a modest Versace robe hand-stitched with pure gold thread, sitting solemnly on the living room sofa, engrossed in a copy of the Ming Pao that had just been airlifted from Hong Kong. The headline, emblazoned in the most glaring, blood-red font, featured a photograph that stirred a sense of pride and fervor among Chinese people worldwide. The photograph's backdrop is the Oval Office of the White House in Washington, a place imbued with power and glory. The focal point of the image is none other than Ronald Reagan, the American president who often portrayed a Western cowboy in films. Beside him stands a young Oriental man, Lei Chao, impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit, his face adorned with a calm smile that exudes a sense of control. The rise of the Eastern Dragon. Lei Chao, son of the Hong Kong shipping magnate, is invited to the White House, where he and President Reagan forge a strategic partnership worth billions for the Star Wars initiative. Beacon of the Chinese community. The Lei Group becomes the first Chinese enterprise to penetrate the core supply chain of American defense. From humble beginnings in Hong Kong to a guest at the White House, the legendary life of Lei Chao. Lei Lo gazes at the newspaper, filled with extravagant praise and fervent accolades. On his weathered face, usually marked by a hint of cynicism, there now resides an expression of boundless pride and satisfaction. He feels that all his life's struggles, all the corruption and conflicts, pale in comparison to the monumental achievement of his son, now immortalized in this historic publication. However, soon enough, the vanity of the old father is captivated by another detail in the photograph. Behind Lei Chao and President Reagan stand two imposing Caucasian men, clad in matching black suits and dark sunglasses, their faces devoid of expression, resembling silent sentinels. Each of them is equipped with a high-end, spiral-shaped wireless earpiece, radiating an air of mystery and professionalism that instantly strikes a chord with Lei Luo's unyielding spirit. "By Jove!" Lei Luo exclaimed, slapping his thigh. His murky old eyes suddenly ablaze with the ecstasy of discovery akin to finding a new world. He pointed at the indistinct bodyguards in the background of the newspaper, addressing the young man beside him, who was engrossed in polishing a pure gold birdcage. "Pig-oil boy, look, look, this is what a true bodyguard looks like. Just observe their attire. Those sunglasses, that cool demeanor. They are 100 times more dashing than our clumsy oafs who only know how to wear black suits." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He envisioned himself donning a similar outfit, striding confidently down the streets of London, surrounded by a cadre of similarly clad, sunglass-wearing men. The thrill of that image surpassed even his days as a duke. "Pig-oil boy," he suddenly leaped from the sofa, issuing a solemn and urgent command to the bewildered young man. "You must go to Regent Street immediately and procure a pair of sunglasses identical to those in the photograph. The largest, the darkest, the coolest ones available. Furthermore, arrange for 10 identical black suits, just like theirs. From this day forth." A resolute expression of aspiration settled on Lei Luo's face. "I shall no longer be merely a duke. I aspire to embody the essence of an American agent. I shall become an Eastern agent more enigmatic and stylish than 007. Chapter 309. Ambitions of Stars and Seas. My satellites will adorn the sky. Boss, here is the latest analytical report on the global communications satellite industry you requested." In the presidential suite of the Savoy Hotel, Zhao Yaji, dressed in a sharp white business ensemble, respectfully placed a thick folder brimming with professional data and charts before Lei Chao. Her captivating eyes, usually filled with wisdom and composure, now reflected a deep sense of confusion and perplexity. She couldn't comprehend why her boss, having just achieved monumental victories in the personal computer market and the global arms industry, would suddenly shift his focus to the seemingly speculative and long-term space industry. "Yaji, do you think I have strayed from my path?" Lei Chao seemed to read her thoughts, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. He did not glance at the impressive report that would astonish any Wall Street analyst. Instead, he slowly rose from his seat and approached the enormous, nearly wall-sized holographic world map. He extended his finger and gently traced a vast circle over the deep blue expanse of the Pacific Ocean. "Yaji, observe." His voice was calm, yet imbued with a penetrating quality that suggested foresight. "In this era, what does the transmission of information primarily rely on? Is it not undersea cables and traditional microwave relay stations?" Though somewhat bewildered, Zhao Yaji, drawing upon her solid expertise, provided an accurate answer. "Indeed. Correct," Lei Chao nodded. "However, both methods possess fatal flaws. Undersea cables are exorbitantly expensive, difficult to lay, and highly susceptible to geopolitical tensions and natural disasters. Should a critical cable be severed, an entire continent's network could collapse. As for microwave relay stations, their signal coverage is severely limited, rendering them inadequate for the future's incessant demand for ubiquitous global mobile communication." Thus, Lei Chao's eyes ignited with a brilliance reminiscent of Columbus discovering a new world, filled with ambition and vision. In the future, the only means capable of connecting every corner of this planet, the only method that can control the lifeblood of global information, is one thing. He pointed emphatically toward the deep, enigmatic night sky, filled with unknowns and opportunities. That is satellites, a network of thousands of low Earth orbit communication satellites, forming a global, uninterrupted, space-based internet that provides high-speed, stable, and affordable wireless network services to every individual on this planet. Boom. Zhao Yaji felt as though her mind had been struck by a thunderbolt from the future, leaving her momentarily blank. The heart of the typically wise and composed businesswoman was profoundly shaken by her partner's audacious and fantastical vision. She realized that if this plan were to come to fruition, the Lei Group would no longer be a mere commercial empire. It would ascend to become the sole and absolute arbiter of all information on this planet. It shall become a formidable force, surpassing any sovereign nation, even outstripping the United Nations, a true digital deity. Yet, after a prolonged moment of astonishment, Zhao Yaji finally regained her composure. Her voice trembled slightly with overwhelming excitement. This plan was indeed colossal and exorbitantly costly. Merely the research and manufacturing of thousands of satellites would require a sum of astronomical proportions. Not to mention, we still needed to launch them one by one into the cosmos. We currently do not possess our own rockets. Who says we do not? A confident smile, imbued with an air of complete control, appeared on Lei Chao's face. He slowly turned around and issued a similarly audacious and revolutionary directive to Abu, who had been waiting patiently behind him. Abu, boss, what are your orders? Notify our associates. Lei Chao's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Immediately, in the name of Lei Aerospace Technology, extend the highest-level recruitment invitation to the world's foremost aerospace engineers and rocket specialists. Inform them that I, Lei Chao, shall provide them with the finest laboratory, ample research funding, and the most liberating creative environment this world has to offer. I care not whether they previously worked for NASA or served the Soviet Space Agency. As long as they are willing to come, their salaries will be multiplied tenfold from their previous earnings. Moreover, a devilish smile, tinged with benevolence, crept across Lei Chao's lips. We shall also offer them and their families the highest level of global medical coverage and educational plans for their children from Lei Group. I aim to assemble, in the shortest possible time, the most luxurious and formidable galactic team on this planet for my celestial ambitions. As for the rockets, Lei Chao's gaze once again fell upon the vast world map. His finger glided slowly over the expanse of the red land, marked by ice and steel. A cold smile, reminiscent of a hunter surveying a colossal giant on the brink of collapse, graced his lips. Was not the once mighty Red Empire on the verge of economic ruin? I believe those few Soyuz rockets, which once propelled Gagarin into space but now languish rusting on their launch pads, would be quite willing to offer us a cost-effective ride for our commercially tainted satellites. Listening to her husband's audacious plan, rife with opportunism and global poaching, Zhao Yaji felt her already astonished heart thoroughly conquered once more. She realized that her man's ambition had long ceased to be confined to this small blue planet. His aspirations extended towards the vast, limitless cosmos. Chapter 310. The Revelry of Bubbles. I smell the stench of blood from Japan. Boss, here is our Group's global financial report for the last quarter. In the presidential suite of the Savoy Hotel, an embodiment of power and future possibilities, Zhao Yaji respectfully placed a thick, exquisitely bound financial report before Lei Chao. On her face, usually adorned with wisdom and composure, there now lingered a trace of profound fatigue and bewilderment, unbeknownst even to her. The figures presented in the report were so enormous and extravagant that even she, a former high achiever from Harvard Business School, began to question her own existence. Lei Holdings Group fourth quarter global revenue 1984, 120 billion. Net profit 75 billion. Lei Bank's total global assets have surpassed 1 trillion, officially overtaking Citibank and JP Morgan, becoming the world's largest commercial bank. Raytheon Military Industry has successfully secured over 50 billion in military contracts related to Star Wars from the Pentagon and various NATO countries. Lei Computers now commands over 70% of the global personal computer market, with the Pango operating system having become the de facto industry standard. One miraculous and monopolistic figure after another loomed like mountains of gold, suffocating in their weight. Zhao Yaji felt that what she was managing each day was no longer a mere business empire, but rather a veritable nation of wealth, greater than the GDP of most sovereign states in the world. What on earth are we to do with all this money? She pondered, gazing at her husband, who leisurely sipped his morning tea, seemingly unfazed by the staggering numbers that could induce cardiac arrest in any normal individual. Her voice was laced with a genuine, albeit perplexing, happiness. Our vaults at Lei Bank are nearing capacity, overflowing with gold and dollars. At this rate, we might truly have to use gold to fill the sea. However, Lei Chao merely set down his teacup gently. He did not even glance at the financial report that would render the wealthiest individuals on the Forbes list utterly ashamed. Instead, he slowly raised his head, his gaze penetrating and deep as the starry night, quietly surveying the bustling and vibrant streets of London outside the window. His expression revealed no joy, only a chilling thrill akin to that of the hungriest, most avaricious prehistoric shark, detecting the pungent scent of blood wafting from a distant ocean. Yaji, do you believe we still lack money? His voice was calm, yet possessed a chilling intensity. Certainly not, Zhao replied without hesitation. Then why must we continue to amass wealth? Because. Zhao Yaji found herself momentarily speechless, confronted by his philosophically charged inquiry. Because there are many individuals in this world who are wealthier than we are. A cold smile, tinged with both pity and derision, curved Lei Chao's lips. He slowly extended his hand and lightly tapped on the already activated massive holographic screen before him. The screen instantly shifted to display a real-time data stream of the latest dynamics in the global capital markets, captured and analyzed by the Eye of Heaven system. Amidst the multitude of fluctuating K-line graphs representing money and desire, one striking red curve, ascending at an almost vertical and terrifying angle, stood out, evoking a sense of madness and irrationality, reminiscent of a final revelry before the apocalypse. This curve bore the name Nikkei 225 index. Beside it, another equally vivid red curve was displayed, average price index of commercial real estate in Tokyo. Look, Lei Chao's fingers gently descended upon the two frenzied curves, brimming with bubbles and avarice, while we reveled in our modest profits of a mere few $100 billion. Our neighbor, a diligent nation that had recently risen from the ashes of defeat, was enacting an unprecedented, nationwide frenzy of asset inflation in a manner we could scarcely fathom. They naively believed that their economy could perpetually ascend. They foolishly thought that their cramped Tokyo could purchase the entirety of America. They resembled a pig, plump and glossy, fattened by its owner with the most delectable feed. In Lei Chao's eyes, there flickered a cold, emotionless, murderous intent akin to that of a merciless butcher gazing upon livestock destined for slaughter. Unbeknownst to them, behind their seemingly formidable master loomed a sharpened blade of wrath, honed by trade deficits and fiscal shortfalls, raised high in the air. At that moment, Zhao Yaji's heart trembled. Her acutely numerical business mind instantly comprehended the blood-soaked and metaphorical implications veiled within her husband's words, concealing a horrifying conspiracy capable of shaking the entire world to its core. "Brother Chao, are you implying?" "Precisely," Lei Chao replied as he slowly rose from his seat. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, quietly surveying the financial metropolis below, teeming with capital and desire. A cold, devilish smile, imbued with boundless ambition and greed, gradually graced his lips. He issued the final assault command, laden with promises of harvest and revelry, to the elite operatives of the Rei financial empire, led by Zhao Yaji, who had been waiting behind him. "Inform everyone. Prepare yourselves. The grand feast, orchestrated by the Americans against Japan, is about to commence." As he slowly turned around, the depths of his starry eyes burned with an unprecedented fervor, a wild inferno poised to ensure that they would be the most satiated and fulfilled guests at this banquet. Chapter 311. The Conspiracy of Wall Street. "I offer sacrifices to the butcher. Sir Rei, we can no longer tolerate the Japanese actions," they exclaimed. "They resemble a swarm of greedy locusts, devouring the very foundation of our American industry." In the classical and powerful ministerial office of the U.S. Treasury Department in Washington, then Treasury Secretary James Baker roared like a thoroughly enraged bull. This political heavyweight, wielding significant influence in both Wall Street and the White House, directed his anxious and furious bellowing at the young Eastern man leisurely savoring premium Kopi Luwak coffee before him. His desk was cluttered with urgent reports cascading from various American industrial sectors like snowflakes. General Motors announces it will lay off another 5,000 workers this quarter due to the impact of Japanese cheap automobiles. Motorola issues a profit warning, as its share of the global semiconductor market has dwindled to less than 20% due to competition from Japanese companies like Toshiba and Hitachi. Our trade deficit has quintupled over the last 3 years, with over 60% stemming from trade with Japan. Each shocking statistic stabbed like a sharp dagger into the hearts of all American economic decision-makers present. They understood that if action was not taken, the most powerful industrial empire on this planet would be suffocated by the very Eastern Junior they had once nurtured from the ruins of defeat. Yet, as the invited shadow advisor in this urgent closed-door meeting, Lei Chao displayed not a shred of shared animosity. He merely listened intently, stirring his aromatic coffee with a delicate silver spoon. His deep, starry eyes radiated an absolute, icy calmness, reminiscent of a shrewd surgeon observing a patient in dire need of amputation. "Mr. Baker, esteemed colleagues," Lei Chao finally set down his coffee cup. His voice was tranquil, yet possessed a penetrating clarity as if capable of discerning all truths. "I believe you may have misjudged the direction from the outset." Paul Volcker, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, a figure known for his hawkish stance, furrowed his brow in displeasure. "Misjudged the direction? Sir Rei, what do you mean? You have only seen the Japanese dumping of goods upon your market, yet you have failed to recognize the true foundation supporting their reckless expansion." Lei Chao slowly rose from his seat and approached the massive world map. His finger gently traced the curve representing the exchange rate between the dollar and the yen. "It is the exchange rate. It is the severely undervalued yen." His voice resonated like a heavy alarm bell, striking the hearts of all present, already clouded by the fury of trade protectionism. As long as the yen remains at a low of 240 to $1, Japanese-made goods will perpetually hold an unmatched price advantage over your American products in the international market. You may impose tariffs on their automobiles and conduct anti-dumping investigations on their semiconductors. However, As long as this fundamental issue remains unresolved, they will persist like an indomitable cockroach, tearing through every trade barrier you erect. This incisive analysis, brimming with piercing insight and dimensional reduction, swiftly unveiled the fragile essence of the seemingly robust, yet internally hollow American economy. A profound silence enveloped the room. They recognized that the young Eastern man spoke the truth. For the first time, a note of humility crept into Secretary Baker's voice as he inquired, "What should we do then?" "It is quite simple." Lei Chao's lips curled into a cold smile, akin to a hunter guiding its prey toward a trap. "Since we cannot single-handedly disrupt Japan's solidified exchange rate system, we shall enlist all of our allies." He slowly turned around, and the depths of his starry eyes ignited with a tempest capable of shaking the entire global financial landscape. "In the name of safeguarding global trade fairness and promoting the healthy development of the world economy, we will convene a secret meeting in New York, attended by the finance ministers and central bank governors of the 5 principal industrial nations, G5. At this meeting, we will amicably sign a joint declaration aimed at stabilizing international exchange rates. The core content of this declaration is but one." In Lei Chao's eyes glimmered a cold, calculating brilliance reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. His intent was to orchestrate a rapid, dramatic, and irreversible appreciation of the yen against the dollar within the briefest possible time frame. This, of course, referred to the infamous Plaza Accord, which had directly propelled the Japanese economy to the brink of disaster in a previous life. Chairman Volcker's face momentarily reflected uncertainty. Was this not overly audacious? Would the Japanese acquiesce? They would. A confident smile, imbued with a sense of absolute control, graced Lei Chao's visage. "For I shall present them with an irresistible prospect, one they cannot refuse. I will convey to them that a stronger yen will significantly enhance their purchasing power on a global scale. They will be able to acquire the beaches of Hawaii, the Rockefeller Center, and the entirety of Hollywood for a fraction of the cost. They will undergo a profound transformation from an economic titan into a financial empire that stands shoulder to shoulder with our great America." This diabolical scheme, wrapped in sugary allure and lethal temptation, elicited gasps of cold dread from all present. They understood that this Eastern devil was about to commence yet another performance steeped in artifice and deception. Moreover, as Lei Chao shifted his gaze back to Secretary Baker's face, his expression radiated fervent sincerity akin to that of a true ally. A thoroughly castrated Japan would pose no threat to our American manufacturing. In turn, we could seize this opportunity to allocate greater financial resources towards the grander and more critical Star Wars initiative, decisively winning the ultimate battle for humanity's destiny against that nefarious Red Empire. This impassioned proclamation, steeped in patriotism and shared interests, instantly dispelled the last vestiges of doubt in the hearts of those assembled. They gazed upon this Oriental ally, who tirelessly strategized for the great victory of the free world. And for the first time, genuine gratitude and trust flickered in their eyes. Little did they imagine that upon exiting this room steeped in conspiracy and intrigue, the first words Lei Chao would utter to his companion Abu would be, "Notify Yasi. Mobilize all available funds from Lei Bank." A cruel smile slowly crept across Lei Chao's lips, cold and devoid of emotion, akin to the most avaricious prehistoric shark sensing the scent of blood. The hefty pig named Japan was about to be led to slaughter, and we would be the first to feast upon its flesh and drink its blood. Chapter 312. The Hundredfold Leverage Gamble. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as losing. Boss, are you certain you wish to proceed? This is no longer mere investment. It is an unprecedented gamble involving the very future of our entire Lei Group. At the pinnacle of the Lei Tower on Wall Street in New York, the North American branch of Lei Group housed a trading room that overlooked the dazzling nightscape of Manhattan's financial district. Zhao Yaji stared at the vast trading screen before her, composed of numerous smaller displays flashing a myriad of bewildering candlestick charts and data. In that moment, even her typically composed and astute businesswoman's heart raced uncontrollably. A sheen of cold sweat coated her forehead, for just moments ago, she had personally committed an astronomical sum to the unpredictable and perilous global foreign exchange market. An amount that would send any central bank governor of a sovereign nation into a frenzy, $100 billion. This was the entirety of Lei Bank's liquid cash reserves accumulated through various commercial means over the past few years. Now, Lei Chao had staked this fortune in a seemingly mad and resolute manner on the gambling table named yen appreciation. Even more alarmingly, he had leveraged Lei Bank's immense influence in the global financial market, alongside the amiable support from his allies on Wall Street, to amplify this already staggering wager by a terrifying hundredfold. This meant that for every 1% appreciation of the yen against the dollar, Lei Chao's account would swell by an astonishing $1 billion. Conversely, however, if his judgment faltered even slightly, if the secret meeting at the Plaza Hotel were to encounter any unforeseen hiccup, The calamity awaiting him and the entire Lei group would be an irretrievable, catastrophic disaster of trillion-dollar proportions. Gamble? Yet, as the sole proprietor of this monumental wager, Lei Chao's countenance remained unperturbed, a bastion of tranquility. He even refrained from casting a glance at the monumental trading screen that would determine his future. Instead, he leisurely reclined in his oversized chair, upholstered in exquisite Italian leather, gently swirling a glass of his signature top-shelf single malt Scotch whiskey. His deep, starry eyes gazed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, silently observing the vibrant, bustling, money-laden, and desire-filled nocturnal Manhattan. A cold smile graced his lips, suffused with absolute confidence and a godlike composure. Yaji, remember this, his voice, calm yet imbued with an unmistakable authority capable of crushing all opposition and overturning every rule, resonated. When every card on your table is dealt by your own hand. That is not gambling. That is harvesting. Zhao Yaji beheld her partner's enigmatic confidence etched upon his handsome profile. The heart that had recently raced with trepidation inexplicably steadied at that moment. She understood that her man never undertook ventures without certainty. He embodied the greatest and sole miracle of this world. September 22, 1985, early morning. Outside the Plaza Hotel on Fifth Avenue in New York, a venue steeped in history and glory, reporters from the world's leading financial media outlets had gathered in throngs, creating an impenetrable barrier. Their cameras, like the most ravenous hounds, were fixated on the enigmatic revolving door. They knew that a momentous event was about to unfold, one that would alter the economic landscape of the world for decades to come. Look, it's Baker, U.S. Treasury Secretary James Baker, accompanied by a flurry of flashing lights, a man clad in a sharply tailored navy suit, his hair meticulously styled, and a politician's smile gracing his face, emerged slowly from a black Lincoln sedan, surrounded by similarly attired aides. Shortly thereafter, finance ministers and central bank governors from West Germany, France, and the United Kingdom followed suit, entering in succession under the watchful protection of numerous bodyguards. The entrance of the Plaza Hotel was utterly shrouded in an atmosphere saturated with power and wealth, exuding an almost suffocating aura of elite prestige. Yet, just as everyone anticipated the arrival of the last and most significant protagonist of the G5 summit, Japan's Minister of Finance, Toshiki Keifu, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A sleek, all-black Land Rover Defender burst onto the scene, disregarding the security personnel's attempts to halt its advance with an audacious disregard for protocol, forcefully pushing aside the orderly convoy of official vehicles from various nations. Its contours radiated a futuristic sensibility, its exaggerated and imposing silhouette reminiscent of a vehicle straight out of a science fiction film. With a dramatic drift, it came to a halt at the entrance of the Plaza Hotel, where a vibrant red carpet awaited. The door swung open, revealing a young man clad in a black Zhongshan suit, imbued with an air of Eastern mystery, who gracefully descended from the vehicle. A subtle, playful smile danced upon his lips. Following closely behind him was a stoic bodyguard, clad in black, emanating an aura of cold detachment, standing as rigid as a javelin. Beside them, the very man expected to play a central role in today's proceedings, Japan's Minister of Finance, appeared as a humble and respectful subordinate, feigning deference as he trailed closely behind the Eastern figure, even going so far as to open the car door for him. Boom! As the reporters finally grasped the surreal, magical realism of this astonishing scene, the entrance of the Plaza Hotel erupted into a cacophony of gasps and exclamations, surpassing any previous outburst in intensity, fervor, and incredulity. My God, is that not Lei Chao? The Eastern sorcerer hailing from Hong Kong. What brings him here? Isn't he merely a businessman? What qualifies him to partake in such high-level international discourse? Most alarmingly, did you witness the Japanese Minister of Finance serving as his doorman? What on earth is happening? Lei Chao paid no heed to the reporters, who were left agog by his sensational entrance. He merely lifted his gaze, surveying the ancient hotel steeped in history and intrigue. A cold smile, tinged with victory and anticipation, crept upon his lips. He was acutely aware that the climactic moment of his epic-defining gamble, poised to astound the world, was on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 313, The Revelry of the Plaza Accord. My wealth surpasses that of nations. Toshiki-kun, it seems you have made a prudent decision. Within the presidential suite of the Plaza Hotel, now devoid of all extraneous presence and imbued with an air of intimacy and tension, Lei Chao reclined on a plush sofa, cradling a cup of premium Japanese Gyokuro tea that exuded a delicate fragrance. His eyes, deep and starry, surveyed the Japanese Minister of Finance, who stood before him like a chastened schoolboy, too intimidated to breathe audibly. Just the previous night, Lei Chao, through his contacts embedded within the Japanese political arena, had discreetly delivered a classified intelligence dossier to this influential figure, equally yearning for the Prime Minister's chair. This intelligence, meticulously fabricated by the Tianyan system, detailed the imminent passage of a Super 301 bill in the U.S. Congress, which aimed to impose punitive tariffs of 100% on all Japanese imports. This information served as a sword of Damocles, capable of severing Japan's fragile, export-dependent economic lifeline, swiftly obliterating any remaining hesitation or resistance in Keifu's mind. He understood that should he choose non-cooperation at the negotiation table in New York today, both he and Japan would face the wrath of America's merciless, devastating trade sanctions, rendering him a historical pariah among his people. Conversely, should he opt for cooperation, he could not only secure a more equitable international trading environment for Japan, but also gain the invaluable friendship and support of this affluent, omnipotent Eastern benefactor. Such an alliance would be priceless for his political aspirations to ascend to the Prime Minister's office. Greetings, Mr. Lei. Keifu suddenly bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. His typically affable and diplomatic countenance, now etched with unprecedented humility and reverence. Your tireless efforts for the greater good of our Empire of Japan to integrate more seamlessly into the international community and foster a more equitable and robust strategic partnership with the United States is deeply commendable. Your visionary spirit of internationalism has profoundly moved both myself and our entire nation. This unabashed, self-serving flattery, steeped in Japanese custom, sent shivers down the spine of Abdu, who stood behind Lei Chao. He recognized that this man was willing to forsake his dignity to curry favor with his boss. Excellent. A satisfied smile graced Lei Chao's face. He knew that the final, most crucial piece of the puzzle in his world-shattering gamble had now fallen into place. That afternoon, within the historically charged conference hall of the Plaza Hotel, a joint statement was formally unveiled. This declaration, signed by the finance ministers and central bank governors of the United States, Japan, West Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, aimed to orchestrate a coordinated intervention in the foreign exchange market to induce an orderly depreciation of the dollar against major world currencies, thus addressing the United States' colossal trade deficit. This event became known as the Plaza Accord. Once this news broke, the global financial markets detonated instantaneously. Boom. In Tokyo, New York, and London, the principal financial trading hubs of the world, the moment this information was received, it was as if a supercharged nuclear bomb had been unleashed. Countless traders, akin to frenzied gamblers, shouted and howled with wild abandon, recklessly disposing of all dollar-denominated assets. In stark contrast, the yen surged. Within a mere 24 hours post-agreement, the yen's exchange rate skyrocketed with the ferocity of a rocket launched from Earth towards the moon, ascending in a manner that took everyone by surprise. Embodying an aesthetic of violent beauty. From 240 yen per dollar, it fell to 230, then 220, and finally to 210. In just one day, it breached the significant threshold of 200. Japan's export enterprises found themselves in dire straits overnight, their fortunes decimated. Countless once mighty titans of the Japanese manufacturing sector, renowned on the international stage, crumbled in the face of this unprecedented currency tsunami, as fragile as a swarm of papier-mâché ants. Their products lost all pricing advantages in the blink of an eye. Their orders were ruthlessly snatched away overnight by competitors from Korea, leaving them utterly bereft. In the blink of an eye, their stock prices plummeted, experiencing an abrupt and catastrophic severance. The entirety of Japan was enveloped in a shroud of despair and lamentation, reminiscent of a doomsday scenario. Yet, amidst this desolate landscape rife with death and elegies, another feast of wealth and revelry was unfolding with an even more frenzied and irrational exuberance. In the top trading room of the Lei building, Zhao Yaji gazed at the colossal trading screen displaying the figure that represented their total asset value. It surged upward with a terrifying velocity, almost beyond the capacity of the human eye to comprehend. Even her heart, tempered through countless tempests into something as steadfast as rock, threatened to spiral out of control at that moment. What she beheld was no mere number. It was a burgeoning universe of wealth, expanding in a manner reminiscent of a creation myth, infused with miracles and magic. 100 billion, 200 billion, 500 billion, 1 trillion. When that figure finally settled at an astronomical $1 trillion, sufficient to leave any sovereign nation on this planet breathless, the trading room erupted in a cacophony of ecstatic cheers. This jubilation surpassed any previous outburst, more immense, more frenzied, and filled with an unadulterated reverence for the deity that had wrought this miracle. Like the most devout of acolytes, they hoisted the young man, seated comfortably in his executive chair with a cold smile that suggested absolute control, high into the air. They understood that they had not only amassed wealth beyond their wildest dreams, but had also borne witness to the birth of a new financial deity, one capable of obliterating all existing orders upon this planet. As the sole architect of this miraculous creation, Lei Chao simply savored the adulation of his followers in silence. His expression betrayed no emotion. To him, the terrifying wealth that could purchase several medium-sized nations was merely an inconsequential appetizer. His gaze pierced through the throngs of celebration and worship, extending to the distant eastern island nation, shrouded in cries and lamentations. A cruel smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth, devoid of any warmth. Reminiscent of a merciless butcher poised to indulge in the main course after relishing the appetizer. He knew that his feast of harvesting Japan, the most sumptuous and delectable main course, was just beginning. Chapter 314. The Arrival of the God of Investment, the Frenzy of Tokyo Real Estate. Mr. Lei, you are truly the savior of our great Japanese empire's economy. You are the deity of all investors. In the Fuji Banquet Hall of the Imperial Hotel, an opulent venue overlooking the Imperial Palace and Hibiya Park, a lavish welcome dinner was being held in honor of Lei Chao, hosted by Japan's four major zaibatsu, Mitsui, Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, and Yasuda. Top dignitaries from various sectors of Japan, ranging from sharply dressed bankers to kimono-clad zaibatsu matrons. From the hottest celebrities to powerful political figures wielding influence in the diet, clustered around the young man in a relaxed white leisure suit. Adorned with a knowing smile of complete command, their faces were etched with boundless admiration and fervor. Their gazes akin to those beholding a living deity capable of transmuting stone into gold. For just half a month prior, when all of Japan was engulfed in a panic and despair stemming from the Plaza Accord and the resulting appreciation of the yen, this Eastern sorcerer from Hong Kong had descended upon Tokyo in a manner that no one could have anticipated. His first act was not to exploit the situation like other Western capitalists, shorting the Japanese stock market and acquiring near-bankrupt export companies. Instead, he took the opposite approach. He unleashed nearly $1 trillion of war capital, amassed in the foreign exchange market, like a torrential rain of gold, plunging it into the already devastated Tokyo stock and real estate markets with a reckless abandon that defied all cost considerations. Lei Bank announces it will invest $100 billion to acquire over 30% of blue-chip stocks on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Lei Real Estate declares a $200 billion investment to develop new world-class landmark commercial complexes in Tokyo's core business districts, including Ginza, Shinjuku, and Shibuya. Mr. Lei Chao, chairman of Lei Group, proclaimed in an exclusive interview with the Yomiuri Shimbun, the appreciation of the yen is not a disaster for Japan, but a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to transform from a manufacturing powerhouse into a financial empire. Japan's assets will be sought after by the entire world in the future. Tokyo's real estate prices will at least multiply tenfold within the next 5 years. This investment manifesto, filled with incitement and authority, injected itself like a powerful stimulant, a potent mix of adrenaline and hallucinogen, into the hearts of Japanese investors and the general public, already paralyzed by the yen's appreciation. Their already risk-prone hearts were overwhelmed by an unprecedented wave of insatiable greed, obliterating all rationality. Like the most devout of believers, inspired by miracles, they began to frantically invest all their savings, even the money borrowed from banks, funds that did not rightfully belong to them, into the asset frenzy orchestrated by Lei Chao. Rife with bubbles and illusory prosperity. By stocks, by houses, by land, Japan was engulfed in an unparalleled nationwide speculative frenzy, a collective madness involving all citizens. The Tokyo stock market and real estate prices soared as if propelled by a super rocket shooting from the Earth's core into space, defying all economic principles and manifesting a terrifyingly surreal ascent. In less than 3 months, the Nikkei index surged from a low of 12,000 points to break through the 30,000-point barrier with astonishing velocity. Meanwhile, the land prices in Tokyo's Ginza core reached staggering heights, shocking the world with their outrageous figures. 1 square meter of land was traded for millions of dollars. Sell off Tokyo, and you could buy the entire United States. This phrase, once steeped in irony and sorrow in a previous life, had transformed into the most genuine and proud aspiration of every Japanese individual in this new era. As the chief architect of this magnificent dream, Lei Chao has been unequivocally elevated to a pedestal by this group of Japanese individuals who have long succumbed to a collective, unconscious fervor. He has become, in their eyes, the undisputed and singular deity of investment. The current head of the Mitsui conglomerate, an elderly Japanese gentleman with graying hair who appears both venerable and dignified, humbly approaches Lei Chao with a cup of the finest sake in hand. Mr. Lei, which sectors in Japan do you plan to invest in next? Please, do enlighten us. Your dim-witted juniors. His voice is laden with an insatiable yearning for the secrets of wealth. Enlightenment, a cold smile, akin to that of a devil, filled with both pity and mockery, curled at the corners of Lei Chao's lips. He slowly set down his glass and walked over to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. His eyes, as profound as the starry sky, gazed down upon the resplendent, bustling city below, teeming with false prosperity and the frenzied revelry of impending doom. His voice, though soft, struck like the sharpest, heaviest hammer of judgment, clearly and forcefully resonating within the hearts of the Japanese tycoons present, hearts filled with greed and ignorance. Ladies and gentlemen, do you truly believe that this game merely involves using money to generate more money? He slowly turned around, and within his starry eyes erupted a terrifying intent to kill, palpable enough to send shivers through the souls of all those gathered. His gaze resembled that of a butcher surveying a herd of fattened pigs, already domesticated and awaiting slaughter. You are mistaken, gravely mistaken. This celebration has only just begun, and you, along with everything you possess. Lei Chao's lips curled into a cold, emotionless smile, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper delivering a final verdict, shall be the most delectable offerings at this feast. Chapter 315. The Overlook from Tokyo Tower. Your empire shall be my funeral offering. Offerings, as Lei Chao's chilling words, steeped in blood and judgment, echoed through the opulent banquet hall of the Imperial Hotel, a space steeped in false grandeur. The Japanese tycoons, who had moments ago exuded confidence and self-importance, were struck dumb, as if pierced through the heart by an icy spear descending from the heavens. They felt the very air around them being siphoned away. An unprecedented, soul-deep terror capable of freezing all reason enveloped them like an invisible, poisonous web of death, ensnaring each one of them firmly. They gazed at the young man before them, his face adorned with a devilish smile. In that moment, their hearts, thoroughly corroded by avarice and wealth, belatedly grasped the horrifying truth. They had fundamentally misinterpreted the situation from the outset. They believed he was a savior come to lead them to riches. Yet it became abundantly clear that he was, in fact, the Grim Reaper come to harvest their lives. It was the head of the Mitsubishi conglomerate, a cunning descendant of Yutaro Iwasaki, who first broke the suffocating silence, tremblingly stammering, "Mr. Lei, what do you mean? We do not comprehend." He forced a grimace more pitiful than tears, attempting to employ the traditional Japanese art of feigned ignorance to shatter the oppressive atmosphere of death. However, Lei Chao was disinterested in casting even a fleeting glance at these doomed souls. He merely turned away, issuing a leisurely command to Abu, who had long awaited his instruction. "Abu, boss, what is your command?" "Inform our people to prepare the vehicles." Lei Chao's voice was calm, yet imbued with an irresistible, divine authority. "I am in high spirits tonight. I wish to ascend to a higher vantage point to fully appreciate this beautiful city, which is about to burn for me, in its final and most splendid nocturnal display." Half an hour later, in Tokyo's Minato Ward, at Shiba Park, atop Tokyo Tower, in a special observation deck designed for the world's most elite VVIP clientele, standing at a height of 333 meters, the tower painted in alternating red and white, loomed like a solitary steel giant against the night. Lei Chao, clad in a sharply tailored black trench coat, held a glass of the finest Japanese Yamazaki whiskey, its amber glow casting a soft radiance. He stood before the vast, cold glass facade, surveying the expanse below as if he were a true deity overlooking the boundless realm of mortals, filled with both light and sin. Behind him, the heads of Mitsui, Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, and Yasuda, the four great Japanese conglomerates, stood like the most humble and terrified prisoners, flanked by two expressionless bodyguards in black coats, guns pressed against their lower backs. Ushered to this most exquisite yet perilous vantage point, the composure and dignity they had once possessed in the banquet hall had vanished, replaced by a ghastly pallor reminiscent of the dead, filled with despair and terror. They knew that tonight, they and the vast commercial empires that had flourished for over a century were likely facing inevitable doom. Ladies and gentlemen, Lei Chao finally turned, his eyes, as profound as the starry sky, reflected the brilliance of the city lights below, making them seem unfathomable and dangerously captivating. "Do you know why I have brought you here?" His voice was soft, yet it pierced through the hearts of the four aged tycoons like the sharpest, most toxic ice pick. No one dared respond. They merely trembled like lambs awaiting slaughter, bracing for the butcher's final decree. "Because this is the highest point in the city." A cold smile, filled with philosophical and poetic undertones, slowly crept across Lei Chao's lips. "From here, you can clearly see the vast commercial empire that you and your ancestors have painstakingly built over the past several decades. One that appears prosperous, powerful, and indestructible." He extended his hand, like a proud yet cruel artist unveiling his masterpiece for destruction, gently tracing a vast circle on the massive glass wall before him. This circle encompassed all of Tokyo. "Look, that building, aglow under the lights like a crystalline palace, is the headquarters of Mitsui Company. That cluster of structures, resembling a steel forest brimming with power and ambition, is the shipyard of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. There, and there." Lei Chao's finger glided like the pen of the Grim Reaper, marking each of those once proud landmarks that symbolized their wealth and power. Everything was so breathtakingly beautiful, so intoxicating. However, Lei Chao's tone shifted dramatically. In an instant, a terrifying, tangible darkness erupted from his eyes, deep as the night sky, capable of devouring all the light in the city. Have you ever pondered what it would be like if, one day, everything turned to dust overnight? What a magnificent and tumultuous spectacle, brimming with the aesthetics of destruction, would that be? The head of the Sumitomo conglomerate, an elderly Japanese gentleman who appeared quite frail, finally succumbed to the immense psychological pressure akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Mr. Lei, what is it that you truly desire? He collapsed to the cold floor, his knees buckling beneath him, his voice rife with an endless fear of the unknown death. What do I wish for? Lei Chao smiled, a smile so frigid, so saturated with absolute disdain for these proverbial frogs at the bottom of the well. He slowly retrieved a thin yet weighty folder, meticulously prepared, from his pocket. Then, like the most haughty yet benevolent deity, he gently tossed the folder before the 4 Japanese tycoons, their faces ashen and spirits shattered. The cover bore chilling, colossal black titles that exuded connotations of plunder and inequality. Strategic Cooperation Agreement for the 51 acquisition of Sony Group, Panasonic Corporation, Toyota Motor Corporation, and 30 other core Japanese technology and manufacturing enterprises. Chapter 316, Industrial Exsanguination, I will take Japan's future, a 51 stake. You intend to swallow the very lifeblood of our entire Japanese industry. As that predatory contract, reminiscent of death's final decree, was cast nonchalantly before the terrified heads of the Japanese conglomerates, the leader of the Mitsubishi Group, a descendant of the Iwasaki family, who still bore a trace of samurai stubbornness and pride, erupted first from the depths of sheer terror into a final, impotent roar of rage. His face, usually marked by shrewdness and calculation, turned a deep shade of crimson due to his overwhelming fury. In that moment, he felt that his dignity, and that of the entire Japanese empire, was being brutally trampled upon by this Eastern devil in the most humiliating manner. Yet, in the face of his thunderous wrath, Lei Chao merely laughed disdainfully. Swallow? He stepped forward, towering over this old-school samurai still engaged in a futile struggle. His eyes, deep as the cosmos, brimmed with absolute pity and mockery for a loser on the brink of obsolescence. Mr. Iwasaki, I believe you have gravely misunderstood. I, Lei Chao, have never stooped to engage in the sordid, bloody tactics of a common bandit. Lei Chao's voice was calm, yet it possessed an undeniable allure, capable of blurring the lines of truth and deception. I am a businessman. More importantly, I am a benevolent philanthropist. He slowly crouched down, resembling the most refined and merciful magician, gently opening the first page of the treaty that could bring Japan to tears. Behold, his finger lightly rested on the acquisition price clause. I shall acquire your shares at a premium exceeding 20 of your current market value on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. This is an act of kindness and generosity for you, who are destined to be utterly submerged in the forthcoming financial tempest. Moreover, a devilish smile, brimming with goodwill, curled at the corners of Lei Chao's lips. Upon completion of the acquisition, you and your families will retain your positions within the company and that 49 stake. You shall remain the masters of these enterprises, continuing to bask in the unparalleled glory and wealth this nation bestows upon you. Meanwhile, my Lei Group will merely serve as your most amicable and silent strategic partner. This diabolical scheme, cloaked in the guise of sugary niceties and hypocritical rhetoric, seeped into the hearts of the 4 elderly Japanese gentlemen, already tormented by fear and greed, like the most sweet yet lethal poison. Their already precarious hearts began to slide at an unprecedented pace into an abyss of temptation and betrayal. They knew that should they refuse this agreement today, they would face the wrath of that Eastern devil, capable of reducing them and their entire families to dust. Yet, if they accepted, they might lose absolute control of the company, but they could preserve their wealth, their status, and the last vestiges of their dignity as individuals of high standing. The primal human desire for survival ultimately triumphed over the nebulous concept of national honor. After a brief, yet excruciating internal struggle, the 4 once mighty titans of Japan's business realm resembled tamed old dogs, trembling as they retrieved from their pockets the Parker gold pins that symbolized their identity and power. They then signed their names in a flourish upon the treasonous treaty, one that would be nailed to the pillars of historical shame. Boss, we have succeeded. As the monumental contract, encapsulating decades of toil from the entirety of Japanese industry, was reverently handed to Lei Chao, Zhao Yazi, standing beside him, could not help but feel a profound shock at her man's masterful maneuver, akin to pulling the rug out from beneath. Even her usually astute and composed businesswoman's heart was stirred. She realized that from this moment forth, the industrial future of Japan was firmly grasped in the hands of the man beside her. Yet, Lei Chao's countenance remained as serene as a still pond. He quietly surveyed the contract brimming with victory and plunder, a cold, disdainful arc forming at the corners of his mouth. He understood that this contract was nothing more than a scrap of paper. His true aim had never been the so-called control over these companies, but rather the invaluable industrial blood hidden behind them. Abu, boss, what are your orders? Notify our people. Lei Chao's voice turned icy, revealing an unmasked, primal thirst for knowledge and talent. Immediately initiate Phase 1 of the Industrial Exsanguination Plan. I am indifferent to the methods you employ, be it coercion or temptation. I demand that within the forthcoming 3 months, all core patent blueprints and production line equipment pertaining to the fields of precision machine tools, semiconductor materials, optical instruments, and industrial robotics, listed in this document, be secretly transported back to our clandestine laboratories in Hong Kong and the mainland, without exception. Moreover, a greedy smile curled at the corners of Lei Chao's lips, reminiscent of the most cunning headhunter surveying a group of highly valuable top talents. The 300 national treasure-level materials science experts and senior engineers listed must also be summoned back, every single one of them. Inform them that as long as they are willing to come, their salaries will be multiplied 20-fold. We shall also provide them with standalone villas in Repulse Bay, Hong Kong, and Diaoyutai, Beijing, with permanent ownership, along with the highest level of global medical insurance for them and their families for life. This is his true and ultimate grand scheme. His aim is not merely to reap financial benefits from this nation, but to thoroughly uproot all the most precious industrial foundations that have been accumulated over the past several decades. This will serve as the most powerful and critical primal force for himself and the rapidly rising Eastern Dragon behind him. He intends to reduce this island nation, which has inflicted endless pain upon him and his people, to a mere third-rate factory capable only of producing cheap toys and low-end appliances. Chapter 317. The Arrival of High-Speed Rail Technology, the New Toy of the Infrastructure Maniac. Boss, all goods and personnel have been meticulously transported to designated locations in Hong Kong and the mainland in batches, utilizing various secret channels, in accordance with your plan. In Tokyo, on the top floor of a skyscraper rented temporarily by the Lei Group, which boasts security levels comparable to the Pentagon, Abu respectfully placed a summary report before Lei Chao. A complex expression of victory and admiration flickered across his usually icy visage. He understood that his employer had once again accomplished a monumental feat capable of altering the future technological landscape of the world through almost miraculous, unreasonable, and thunderous means. Over the brief span of the last 3 months, a vast clandestine operation group, akin to a well-trained army of ants, had been assembled. It comprised the elite black-scale agent squad from Lei Dun Security Company and top-tier lawyers and accountants from around the globe. The operation group, driven by an almost frenzied Eastern efficiency, meticulously dismantled, packed, and boxed Japan's top-tier precision machine tools, lithography equipment, and various rare semiconductor raw materials, once considered national treasures and prohibited from export. Subsequently, these were stealthily transported to the land of hope and future aboard Lei's shipping giant vessels, flying flags from Panama, Liberia, and other convenient nations. Meanwhile, the top scientists and engineers, once revered as national treasures by the Japanese government and forbidden from leaving the country, willingly brought their families and their minds brimming with knowledge and wisdom, akin to moths drawn to a flame, to the ideal land that promised a broader stage and richer rewards under Lei Chao's charmingly coercive and amicable negotiations. Unbeknownst to them, the entire Japanese industrial sector had been thoroughly hollowed out by this Eastern mover. Yet, as the sole architect of this grand operation, Lei Chao's expression remained one of serene calm. He gazed silently out at the city, still engulfed in false prosperity and collective revelry. A cold, disdainful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He recognized that these foolish, short-sighted Japanese were still basking in the joy of their ever-increasing stock prices and property values, completely oblivious to the fact that the future of their nation had been thoroughly stolen amidst their revelry and numbness. At that moment, the chilling system notification tone echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully executed the industrial blood extraction plan, significantly weakening the target nation's industrial potential while greatly enhancing the technological prowess of the motherland. An outstanding and irreplaceable contribution to the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Your Huaxia ethnic fortune level has been successfully elevated to advanced fortune enhancement effect when you engage in any business, political, or military actions related to the interests of the Huaxia nation on a global scale. Your additional luck value bonus will increase from 30% to 50%. Detected that your side mission, Financial Harvest, Japan Edition, has reached 50 completion. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked and received a new, epic technology blueprint reward. Complete design and construction technology for future inner-city high-speed maglev trains. Technology overview. This technology encompasses all core technologies from the manufacturing of superconducting magnets, track laying, train design, to fully automated unmanned control systems. Its maximum design speed can reach 600 kilometers per hour, more than 3 times the highest speed of any wheeled train in this era. Its safety, comfort, and energy efficiency represent a comprehensive dimensional strike against existing transportation means. High-speed rail. Lei Chao's pupils contracted sharply upon witnessing the formidable weapon awarded by the system. For the first time, an indescribable fervor illuminated his normally composed and deep-set eyes. He recognized that while this innovation might not hold immediate commercial value for him or his empire, it was nothing short of a divine gift capable of altering the fate of his ancient motherland. Vast in territory and populous, yet severely constrained in economic development due to outdated transportation infrastructure, the vision of a grand future blueprint filled his mind in an instant. A network of silver, futuristic steel dragons would traverse the expansive and vibrant 9.6 million square kilometers of land at breathtaking speeds, tightly linking once distant cities like Beijing and Shanghai, Guangzhou and Chengdu. Billions of people, goods, and information would be efficiently transported to every corner of the nation. This would utterly dismantle regional barriers and promote economic integration, becoming the strongest and most robust steel artery of the rapidly rising Eastern Dragon. Interesting, truly, profoundly interesting. In Lei Chao's eyes ignited a fervor more frenzied and imbued with creativity and construction than ever before. He was acutely aware that his grand feast of reaping Japan had yet to reach its conclusion. He intended to extract every last drop of industrial vitality from this nation, providing ample sustenance for himself and the magnificent dream that loomed behind him. Slowly, he retrieved from his pocket a crimson device, a top-tier encrypted satellite phone capable of direct connection to the highest echelons of Zongnanhai in Beijing. He knew that the elder, who had circled a spot by the South China Sea, had been awaiting this call, brimming with surprise and hope, for quite some time.